Aurora's methodical playstyle, leaving fans to wonder how will they fare in M6. Spearheaded by superstars in Kelra and King Kong, Fnatic Onic, PH made MPL PH history with a 13-match winning streak. Known for his insane mechanical skill, Season 14 has seen King Kong perform at peak confidence with aggressive and assertive plays throughout the season.
It's a battle in the mid lane! Domain for Kelra!
While Kelra has proven to the world why he's the gold standard. Making his M-Series debut and ready to shake the international stage once more is Selangor Red Giant Skies. Known for his signature fanny, Skies is able to switch it up with fighter junglers, enabling SRG to deploy many different playstyles to surprise their opponents. These rising stars have claimed the spotlight, but which player has what it takes to emerge greater than ever?
ススイスウォッチ。明治。Hello Panda, Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan stroberi. Hello Panda, Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan stroberi. Hello Panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
In MLBB, each of the 5 players plays a distinct role.
Whatever it is you want to believe, yes again!
But how do these roles work together on the world stage?
Going Sons, who picks up the...
Mid laners and roamers are the bedrock of the team.
Looking for the knockup, not able to find it, sends who he wants for, takes him out.
Whether it's picking beefy tanks, mages, or sustain, together they provide crowd control and damage in the early game, making space for the team to farm or secure objectives. Then we have the EXP laners, usually playing tanky heroes. They poke and zone the enemy to create opportunities.
All right, let's see another fight commences here. Gear goes in, it's going to be a lot of damage played.
While the roamers pick to fill the team's needs and support if needed. EXP laners must win their lane and protect their tower with aggressive, confident play, ensuring map control for the team.
Ooh, final slash.
Finally, we come to the junglers, the early to mid-game finishers, and the gold laners, the mid to late game finishers.
Fiery, the god in the jungle, takes a double kill.
For junglers, whether it's frontline tank utility or assassin early game assassin burst, they form the core of the team. They act on the space created by their team to finish off objectives, utilizing power spikes with the early game advantage they get from farming the jungle.
Should be a retreat from the Burmese gold, and they get sent down into the ground.
Gold laners focus on farming for gold to become late game monsters.
1v3.
They are savvy observers, staying out of trouble and positioning well to deal the most damage with their fragile heroes. Do you agree? How would you describe the roles that make MLBB greater than ever? A new era begins at M6. But who are the rising superstars leading the way? In Latam, Maycam Evolve emerges as the new gem of the region. With Aurora's fierce adaptability and rookie sensation Super Nahuel, the Dynasty Enders made history, toppling the undefeated RRQ Akira after a 2.5-year reign. At MTC Turkey Championship, S2G Esports rises as a new challenger. Led by Sigibum's superstar performance at the gold lane, Pagu's playmaking, and Begin's rotation, they are ready to shine on the world stage. In their M-Series debut from MPL Cambodia, CFU Gaming is ready to strike. With M2 veteran Poppy and core members Detective, Z, and Wadu. Can the Sharks are primed to make waves on the world stage? Returning to the M Series is RRQ Hoshi, the Sang Raja.
Looking for a drain as he finds the triple. Looking for the maniac.
Reinforced by Sutsujin's lethal skill and led by Skylar, this squad of young stars is on a mission for global dominance.
Lost in the shadows, feeling so small, but I've got a fire, won't let myself fall. Every hit taken, every scar earned, lessons in pain from which I've learned. When the world says I'm done, I'm just starting my run. Through the darkest of nights, I will find. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. A force to behold and it waits to unfold. I'll always come back around. When worlds converge and dreams ignite, there are millions to witness the championer eyes. With every challenge, we push with all our might, for we have only one goal, the ultimate prize. When hope seems so far, I'll reach for the stars. In the heart of the storm, I am reborn, I am reborn. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. A force to behold and it waits to unfold. I'll always come back around. Battle, battle, taking the ride, make it, break it, hate it, I've tried. You won't get me down, no, I'll never back down. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. A force to behold and it waits to unfold. I'll always come back around. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. A force to behold and it waits to unfold. I'll always come back around, always come back around. Lost in the shadows, feeling so small, but I've got a fire, won't let myself fall. Every hit taken, every scar earned, lessons in pain from which I've learned. When the world says I'm done, I'm just starting my run. Through the darkest of nights, I will find. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track so far, I'll reach for the stars. In the heart of the storm, I am reborn. I am reborn. You won't get me down. You won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down. No, I'll never back down. Forced to be whole and it waits till it fall. I'll always come back around. Battle, taking the ride. Make it, break it, hate it, I shine. You won't get me down. No, I'll never back down. You won't get me down. You won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down. No, I'll never back down. Forced to be whole and it waits till it fall. I'll always come back around. You won't get me down. You won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down. No, I'll never back down. Forced to be whole and it waits till it fall. I'll always come back around. Always come back around. Lost in the shadows, feeling so small. But I've got a fire, won't let myself fall. Every hit taken, every scar earned, lessons in pain from which I've learned. When the world says I'm done, I'm just starting my run through the darkest of nights.
米少，那这一次呢，我也会作为我们 M6 全球总决赛的场边记者，为大家带来现场的直击报道。
Hello Malaysia dan saya Popo Poji adalah side reporter anda untuk bahasa Melayu. Hello Michelle.
Hello, Fuji, how are you today?
Fine, thank you. And now, how do you feel about M6?
It's pretty excited here, and what we just said is all about. We're gonna be like the courtside reporter for you guys during M6. But somebody maybe doesn't know about what we're working for, right?
Yes,
So,
true. About side reporter, it's quite easy. Side reporter, we provide gossip. We provide insights of what happening behind backstage, and also we prepare gossip, lots of gossip for you guys, and many more.
we're gonna go to you what you want to know about the stage. So now let's go on with over to the schedule. So today we're gonna have like 2 best of 3 and 2 best of 1. So like which matchup you're gonna be most expecting for?
For me personally, it's BTK versus Oni because there's a history behind that. Zayn always lose to Oni. Doesn't matter, M3, M4, or M5. And this time around, it's M6.
And another critical series is gonna be like Aurora versus Uvener.
Whoever lose will be eliminated.
Oh my god.
I have to say sorry for them.
Yeah, I'm gonna be sorry, but who you think gonna stay on the stage? Go on with our journey.
I cannot say. I'm afraid it will be a curse.
Yes, that was scary to see that, but we are much expecting for this. So now is a good time to start the day, and I believe all the 8 teams has been getting ready for the game, right?
Correct.
So now let's start the first day of the Swiss stage to be greater than ever.
Imagine a world where two familiar teams who have long been part of the world stage now on the brink of elimination.
Why is it always you?
Who are you even?
Why every time I have a tough match, it's your face?
You never even win.
I think we're getting a little bit too close here. No.
A little too hot to start the day, no?
Anyways, you know what? We have our differences here, Leo, but Brigitte, you don't have to worry, because as you saw, you got the green fairies. You good? You get the green fairies. By the way, shout out to Blue Fairy. Shout out to Blue Fairy Mirko. Shout out to Black Fairy as well, somewhere out there. And yes, welcome to the M6 Swiss stage. You guys have seen it. My name is Afel. Alongside with me is Brigitte as well as Leo, where I gotta say, a little bit one-sided for me here today. But Brigitte, how do you feel? That was a good monologue.
I had to channel my inner Lafel
You gotta get your voice deep.
and imagine a world. Like that? No? Not yet? Still no? Still no?
It's a good way to channel the nerves, given that we're opening with an elimination match, a best of three, between two teams that the world swore would make it to knockouts.
Oh yeah, like again, who would have thought that it will come to this? Both Ulfanar as well as Aurora. This is one of the teams' final bout. It is gonna be a best of three. So even if you drop the first game, there's a chance for you to recover, but I gotta say, it's gonna be very difficult because both teams, historically, are very strong. But if we're gonna talk about historically, they changed the names. This is the first time Ulfanar is here, but it's not the first time in terms of the teams they face against each other. By the way, for you guys at home, experience the thrill of gaming with Kadia Gaming. We just like to say thank you very much to Kadia Gaming, and you guys can experience the thrill. Make sure you guys visit Kadia Gaming to get all the information. We've been to Saudi. It's an amazing place, Leo.
It's a nice place to play life.
Yeah. Shout out to Fanar, by the way. Even though this is Marcos. Do you want your shirt
Toss
back?
it back.
Yeah. Hey, see, I got a good toss. But yeah. Right now, just to let you guys know, M6 ticket sales are still here. Even though, personally for me, Leo, I gotta say, even though we can't see what's going on in front of us, I would just like to let you guys know regular sales tickets are still online. You guys keep asking for it, and we're still giving out to you guys. If you guys don't get it, then you're missing out, because I saw people trying to buy, what would you call it? Walk-in? You can't.
Oh, you gotta order beforehand.
Yeah.
Regular sale tickets.
You're the
Nothing
rich
would
guy.
make Brigitte or I happier than if you guys would come on down and join us here at the IOI Convention Center and watch the action. There's a couple more days of BO3 action happening as the teams try to struggle and get those last slots in the knockouts. There's currently one up there. The first to make it, RQ Hoshi.
Can I just say as well, so far this Swiss stage has been amazing, has been mind-blowing. This is the first time, mind you, this is the first time we tried out the Swiss stage here in M6, and it hasn't been disappointing. A lot of teams are really struggling with this best of one. So
Yep.
adaptations, this is the real test for all the teams.
I mean, even for regions who've adapted the Swiss format prior to M6, they didn't find it that easy heading into this tournament, even with that much experience, because all the teams, they just brought in so much surprises, and all those who we thought would come in super prepared also were taken by surprise by those teams.
I think it's unanimous. This is possibly the best group stage format we've had in the more than half a decade of MLBB esports.
Yeah, and now we got to look at the faded matchup here, because again, both teams, different names, but they've met against each other so many times. Heck, Alien has met up against Edwards. It's like what? M4, M3? Even I can't remember. They've been at it for every single time. Look at this. So far, 0-1, 0-1, 1-3, changing names from Bedell, Imperial, and then Fireflux. So far, Edward has always had the upper hand against Alien.
It's the out of this world XP laner versus Mr. Consistent. Actually, now that it's a best of three they're meeting here, and it's an elimination match nonetheless, I'm not so sure if this is the final chapter. I think there's a few more lines in the next few big major tournaments that these two could meet, but it's all about tonight. It's all about this best of three.
Yeah, I mean, this might just be the matchup or the time where they're meeting each other with the possible highest stakes ever. I mean, the previous ones, they've been during group stages. The most recent one, I mean, it was during the lower bracket, but this time around, it's right after you were only able to play for 2 games and you're on the brink of elimination, as we've mentioned earlier. So you definitely want to bring out that identity you've been holding on to, because this is the only best of 3 that you can fight for, and this should be the one where they're comfortable playing.
And right now, let's look at the overview of the Swiss stage. It started with 8 best of 1s in day 1. The same thing happened in day 2. And now here, Sunday, this is day 4. RRQ has already qualified. Only one more team between BTK and Fnatic Onyx Philippines can join RRQ, being the first 2 teams to qualify. But now we're looking at an elimination match between Aurora going up against Ulfandar, where yesterday Maycam Evolve lost against KBG and it was a 2-0. Aurora and Ulfandar, compared to other teams, they've been here many a times. Heck, Ulfandar, even though technically they were second place in their own region, but they're really the face of Turkey.
I think a lot of people look at Ulfandar and say they're still the face of Turkey and they're still the stronger team. But so far, it's S2G who's smiling because they got a couple more lives left in M6. My eyes are on that bracket, that X1 bracket.
Oh.
I think since they are running through their final best of 1s, our final best of 1s, all the more, every single day of broadcast has to be a must-watch.
And now we got to talk about the schedule for today. We have 4 matches where we're starting with a best of 3 and we're ending with a best of 3. Starting things off, Aurora going up against Ulfandar. Second match, Vamos against CFU. This is a best of 1, the other best of 1. TLID going up against Team Spirit. And the final match to see who will join RRQ in a 3-0 bracket. It's BTK going up against Fnatic Onyx Philippines.
You know what? I'm super excited. I know a lot of us have our eyes on the first series, but I must say I'm also looking forward to the last series, the last best of 3 we're seeing for today, because I mean, BTK, after the way they qualified for M6, I think it was a really surprising way. Like that reverse sweep, now we're in M6, they've performed so well. And I mean, hearing from a lot of their players about how confident they are, I wonder how confident will they be as well if they're facing against Fnatic Onyx Philippines.
Brigada, let's not forget match 2 and 3, possibly the most high-octane, unpredictable, high-action MLBB will ever see. Liquid ID, most improvisational team, I'd say, in all of M6, versus Team Spirit, Tavar Gaming, and Vamos. Who knows what they'll play in mid versus CF. You're stressed out.
No, I'm fine. What are you talking about?
What's Warlord gonna do today, baby?
I mean, we already saw the Gato mid. What else could happen?
Another fighter.
Hey, let me tell you, if Fanny is that true, it's not Chibi's gonna be using it, it's gonna be Zorn. All right?
Oh, well,
But, all right.
the Hellcurt was nice.
Hey, dude. Zorn, honestly, he's one of those roamers that he's a roamer because no one is taking his spot yet. If someone can replace him, he'll be a jungler. But that is game number 2. We'll expand more on that a little bit later. This is match 1, so let's set the tone here. Let's set up the tempo by actually showing a video. After this video, we're going to discuss a little bit more, but for now, you guys, check it out.
Give us 2 months before M6 at Malaysia, we will beat them. The main thing, Filipino teams are good, is stalling the game up until the point they have the items enough and then they can perform good front to back team fight. That's it.
I think weaker teams really step up. I don't think there are really weak teams. All the regions now are really evolving and they really can be matched against anyone.
the tournament that we are attending, it's most of best of 3. So this is the first time that we are in a best of 1 situation. It was hard for us because we are not expecting to go down 0-2. It's hard to like bounce back. The goal is to survive the Swiss.
Claims the series and the ticket to the World Card Final.
MTC'de ikinci olduk. Beklemiyorduk zaten bunu. Sonrasında wildcard'a çıkabileceğimizi biliyorduk.
TK is back on the world stage.
Şu an M6 da bizim için iyi gittiği söylenemez. Tek bir kaybetme hakkımız kaldı. Bilmiyorum artık. En iyisini göstererek çıkmaya çalışacağız yani.
We are strong as fuck, then go fucking FF and cancel it, like go home.
Yani aslında Bo1 bizim için iyiydi ama ne yazık ki bu sene Bo1'leri kötü geçirdik. Bo3'te umarım daha iyi oynarız ve yeneriz.
I heard that Apex and Sigi made a promise between each other and that one of the teams will make it to playoffs. And I hope this promise will come true.
Yarınki rakibiniz zor Furkan abi. Aurora ile oynuyorsunuz. Umarım birlikte ilk 8'e girmeyi başarırız.
Yun, yung motivation ko syempre, yun pa rin, hindi pa rin naman nagbabago. Pati yung drive ko nandito pa rin naman, mas...
For NJ, I know there is a lot of responsibilities and there is a lot of like decision that you need to make in-game and outside the game. And I believe in you. Just make sure that all of us has your back and we trusted you as a captain.
We're come back stronger in best of 3.
Şimdi her şeyimizi verip kazanmamız lazım. Çünkü başka bir şansımız kalmadı.
Seni seviyorum Furkan abi. Annem bizi özlemiş ama mecbur biraz daha özleteceğiz annemizi.
That last line, man, that really, let me just say the atmosphere here is heavy because this is the tough thing about competition. And it just happened that in M6, everyone stepped up. No team has really been lacking. And now we're at a point between Aurora and Ulfandar. Only one team can keep their promise.
The beauty and the brutality of this Swiss rears its ugly head. And the layers in this storyline, the brothers, Sigiboom and Apex 47 promising each other, calling mom back home, hey, don't expect for us to come back just yet. We're still trying to make it the knockouts. The fact that Renegade came back, worked hard. What is this? Almost 6 months of your life.
Yeah.
Down the drain because of 2 best of 1s?
Yeah.
And we're seeing so many similarities in terms of these teams, in terms of what they're trying to fight for, in their, like the stories behind what they want to prove as a team here in the world stage. And I really feel like there are a lot of aspects between these two teams that are so similar, which might potentially clash as we head into the game later on. I mean, when Coach Osprey mentioned about how he thinks the specialty of Filipino teams is really about stalling the game, I was thinking, could that apply really to Aurora MLBB? Because we know for one that that's kind of Aurora's struggle.
That might actually be the pain point, because right now, if you ask me what the strength of Filipino teams is, it's finding that one thing that they need to get and going for it, bar none. Just all eyes on that goal. Aurora and Fnatic Onyx, the Philippine representatives, that's what they're good at. And the fact that, was it just me watching those interviews? Please tell me if I'm wrong, there was a bit of a hesitation in the eyes and in the words of the Thorned Queen.
Now, gentlemen, I have to put you in a tough spot.
And
yes,
lady.
I called you gentlemen. No, she's a gentleman. She's one of us now. She's one of us.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, I'm putting you guys on a tough spot. In 3, we're going to show our predictions, including the score here. So I hope you guys got everything ready, because in 3, 2, 1, predictions.
Oh, score.
Yeah, even the score.
Yeah, this is mine. Okay.
I gotta keep it real. I brought the shirt in. I'm all for Ulfandar. I'm a 2-1 kind of guy. And looks like Brigida, Aurora 2-1. And looks like, at least we're unanimous by saying it's not going to be a 2-0
Yeah.
here. Every one of us is going to be a 2-1. But you guys are going for Aurora. I'm going for Ulfandar. And one of the things is that I really believe in them. I really think that they're strong. And I believe that losses make you stronger.
Oh. I mean, honestly,
Mentally, if they're there, they can do it.
honestly, like Ulfanar, they've been here for quite some time, right?
Yeah.
I feel like they just really were a little bit surprised by the sudden change into best of ones. But Aurora, it's different. It's a transition from best of one. Now it's just really best of three.
I'll tell you now, I think the worst part of being in a rut like this is when you're not sure of what's actually going wrong. Is it the draft? Is it the execution? And in my eyes, contrary to my prediction, Ulfanar have it cut out for them. They know what they need to work on. Their patience, the fact that they sometimes overthink their execution, and for Aurora, it's still up in the air. There's a lot that they need to work on.
Now we're going to expand a little bit more on Aurora MLBB, but we're going to look at their team lineup first. The ones playing today is going to be Domang, Renegade, Yue, Demon Kite, as well as Edward.
Yep, we knew for a fact that this is a new name that entered the MLBB competitive scene. They just debuted last season, but their chemistry, it clicked. It just suddenly clicked. But it didn't apply for the same when it came to their performance. It wasn't as consistent as we expected it to be heading into the season. So now, we know that Aurora tends to really take their time, but it's now or never that they're heading into this elimination match.
Chemistry can only take you so far, and I understand what Matt said about having so much on the shoulders of the hitman Renegade. Over the past few days, the opening hours of the Swiss here at M6, he just can't find a hit, man.
Oh, I see what you did there. But now we got to talk about their opponents. We're going to talk about Ulfanar, their team lineup here, and they have been impressive. They just haven't been able to close out games. Sunshine, Apex 47, Rosa, TNZ, as well as Alien. And might I remind you, Alien has gone up against Edward every year for the last 3 to 4 years. He has to do it again.
I think one of like the biggest parts or contrasts between Aurora and Ulfanar, which we have to see, is really playing out the early game. Because I think it was previously mentioned by a lot of us that Ulfanar, they really do great in the early, but they're just, it just so happens that come mid or late game, a particular mistake in the objective takes or a slight miscommunication costs them the game. So it's really just maintaining that lead and not allowing those windows of opportunities to go into the hands of your opponent.
563%, I agree. I think TNZ needs to stay on point. And Rosa's shown us amazing moves all throughout the wildcard. Even in Swiss, even in the games that they lost, Rosa's moves are undeniable. But once you get past Turtle 2, once you get past Lord 1, TNZ needs the help of everyone on the team to maintain whatever momentum they have to start with, or get a better position so that Sunshine can actually shine. It's been so hard for gold laners these days to win, especially when the opponents get their hands on like a Bruno. That's another trigger word, I think, that opens up a whole can of worms.
Don't get me started, but panelists, I got to talk about something here, because we can talk about the draft all day, every day. But something, especially after that video, is we really got to talk about the mental state of both teams.
Yeah.
Because might I remind you, Ulfanar, after their win against Dianfeng Yaguai, TNZ broke down. He was in tears. Like, he was happy, but at the same time, it does show that the games affect them really, really deeply. So in a game, if Aurora puts on too much pressure to the point where Ulfanar does not know what to do, that might be their downfall.
Yeah, but I hope Aurora themselves, they also aren't being pressured as much because they're in a really tight spot. And the past 2 games which they played, I didn't feel like they were really able to perform the way they wanted to. It feels like they were really held back. I really want to see a lot more options come in for Aurora MLBB, like their plan Bs coming into play, their plan Cs even, because for the past few games that we've been seeing them, it really felt like they had this idea, they came in prepared, but once it doesn't fall into place, it becomes so hard for them to look for another way to deal with everything.
Yeah, and right now, as we're watching the ping test video over here, by the way, thank you very much to ROG49. Like, they are the one enabling the players to actually be able to do their very best on stage. You guys are witnessing the ping test here, but we heard the take coming in from Brigida. Now I gotta ask you, Leo, as a panelist as well, what are your thoughts on the mental state of both teams?
Here's what's odd. A lot of Aurora's players, a majority of them, 4 out of 5, have international experience. Doming, the next standard, I'm not so sure, but a lot of pundits, a lot of critics say he's just not the same on the world stage. So if they can fix that here in this best of 3, then all should be dandy for Aurora. Ulfednar, it's less about the mental. I do acknowledge that TNZ, whatever happened after that match against DFYG, that's real. Whatever's going on right now, that's real. It's just, that's less of a problem in my eyes.
And now we have an M-chat with Osprey. We asked him, what did you learn from your recent losses? And then he said, we made some mistakes on the second turtle, which had led to a shaky performance. Because of this, securing the consecutive Lord or turtle became harder. Basically, we weren't able to execute the draft properly. Honestly, if they're referring to their game against Selangor Red Giants, I don't mind saying this. I rewatched the game, and I put it on 0.25 speed to see. I don't think they made a mistake. They did every single thing right. The only thing is, like, again, I'm being real here. Sakai's got lucky. He got lucky. The retribution was more than enough to actually secure the turtle, and after that, they control it.
Yeah.
Ulfanar is still amazingly strong.
If there's anything that chat with Coach Osprey revealed is, it's not mental. It's in-game. It's nerves. If that's what he saw in his players, then that's what they gotta fix.
Yeah, actually. Even for the last time against BTK, wherein we saw that jump, that spatial migration from Shark on the Guinevere, I'm really thinking whether or not Ulfednar really saw it coming, because it was just so, the timings were perfect, and it was just that one single play that really turned things around. But this is the real deal, Fel. I mean...
Yeah, right now we're jumping straight into the drafting phase. The first draft of the day between Aurora as well as Ulfednar. It looks like they already got a head start here. We're going to see, it looks like Aurora is going to be first pick. Ulfednar will be second pick. Betting out the Hilda as well as the Eve really shows that they're aiming for getting an assassin or that alpha. They're really making sure that the jungle is open here. They're banning out the Hayabusa as well. Ulfednar, the last ban. This is going to be very interesting, Leo.
The fact that Blue did not ban Bruno means Aurora is setting up for it. It's usually there that you set it up. Cho is also open still. If Ulfednar does not ban that, then all the more this first pick power swing from Aurora is going to be difficult. It's going to be heavy.
Yeah, and I'm also starting to think about how this Eve may also suggest that Aurora MLBB once more wants to get that Jushin probably for Yue, since Eve again is one of those heroes who play well against the Jushin, and for the past few games they weren't really able to get their hands on that Jushin, so it's either going to really be a trade. What will be the priority for Aurora?
So much open. You mentioned the Jushin. That's a power pick for Blue. High Loss is also open, and there's the Cho.
Now Aurora, it's on them. The Bruno is still up. Do they want the Jushin? What do they want?
Bruno, Jushin, High Loss, Suyo.
I personally would say Suyo, it's okay for you to let go. After the recent nerfs, Suyo is still strong. Don't get me wrong. We've seen it work.
You can still trade it for the Alpha.
Exactly. Like, they already banned out the Hilda as well as the Eve. They could even still opt for a Joy. So I'm looking at the jungle being a little bit more open here.
Yep.
Aurora is taking their time. They're picking up the Jushin. Ulfednar. If they don't take it here, Aurora's going to take it. And I can see your reaction here, Brigida. I feel like Bruno really has done quite a number on us. I already called my therapist, and she's like, I understand.
High Loss Bruno will be good.
Yep. If they don't secure
Suyo
that,
Bruno, Joy Bruno,
Gatot Bruno.
Gatot Bruno.
Aurora does tend to really reserve like the Redigy here for last. I mean, they do often go for flex picks in the beginning, but I'm starting to think, will they really try to adjust this time? I mean, one of the most comfortable picks for Edward really is the Edith. So I'm wondering if like will they be considering it this time around?
Not
because
in the
like
first phase.
recently, yeah, it hasn't been so
Whoa,
well for them.
okay.
But they did not get the Bruno.
All right. I'm looking at the reaction of Mirko as well as Ingan, and even they're a bit shocked here.
This is one of the few heroes who can actually make a beeline for the Bruno.
Yes.
We've seen it happen.
Yes, Dax. Don't give me flashbacks, Leo. Don't give me flashbacks.
You
But yeah.
still see Innocent falling now.
But this time, Aurora, they can opt for more crowd control to deal with the Joy, because it's one thing to deal with the Joy and Bruno. It's the other thing just to deal with the Joy.
The last time they actually reacted to the Joy and picked up the Kaja,
No,
things didn't
don't
really
do
go
that.
well for them. So I think they won't be as reactive as much.
The Phobius is a soft answer. I think the Phobius is a soft answer. because you're always going to have a beat on the Joy.
Can we just say, I feel like Aurora won the draft.
First phase.
Yeah.
For sure, because they're going toe-to-toe. The trade for trade, right? And also, if worst comes to worst, and I'm not saying they're not going to ban it, but they can put a Ruby in the roam too, just to stop that Joy.
No, I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you loud and clear. They're picking up the Granger here. Production, if you guys are listening, can you guys work on the head-to-head matchup between Bruno and Granger? Like, I'm curious. I want to see the numbers here, Prod. Bring it down in game 2, game 3. I don't care. Bring out the numbers, Bruno against Granger. How is it actually looking like? But now we're looking at the bans here. Looking at Aurora, the ones that really is you can target is the jungler. And it looks like they're targeting the Fredrin. The Fredrin is good, mind you, against the Joy. So they're really looking to make TNZ shine.
But that's not all. Fredrin also has an amazing win rate in M6 so far.
Shoutouts to BTK, man. Shoutouts to Mobazine.
Shoutouts to Sutsujin, the mercenary, the babyface assassin.
Yep. And the
shoutouts to MLBB Sports.
Shoutouts to MC. Shoutouts to my mom and dad.
But at this point, right? Like, they even I'm so surprised by Aurora deciding to ban both the Hayabusa and the Edith themselves. I mean, the Hayabusa, it's like one of the best performing assassins for Demon Kite, really, if they want to stick with that, since I think they'll need a little bit more of physical damage as well, heading into the second phase of the draft to really complete their lineup. But now they even took out the Edith. So really,
I would argue I saw TNZ play on that Haya. Like, if you're second pick, taking Haya first when the Hilda is already out is not a problem. Yep. Right? Once you know, oh, there's no Hilda, what's stopping me from using the Haya? So actually, a little bit disagree. I kind of feel like the Haya is fine.
Yeah, it's a two-way, it's a two-purpose ban. You're taking it out to, again, take it away from TNZ and to protect Doming.
Yeah.
Yep.
Last ban here.
It's just mostly the alpha, like the remaining junglers here for Demon Kite.
Or the Gatot.
No, jungler.
Oh yeah, no, but bans for Aurora, I'm saying.
Got it. Honestly, the Gatot is a pretty good man. But yeah, the Alpha is there if they want to go for a bit crazy, but we've seen the Ling.
Ban the Gatot, ban the glue.
Ban the Gatot, ban the glue.
One or the other.
If they, I would say Gatot, because if the glue is open, they could be a, actually, yeah, either Gatot or glue, either is fine. I do agree.
Yeah, more ways to attack Doming, but more for mid. There is nothing picked so far for Rosa.
It does show that they want an alpha. They ban out the Edith, they ban out the Aurora.
Yeah.
Right? So
Heart stoppers.
Exactly. So alpha jungle here is going to look pretty good.
No. And what are the, like, for Turkey at least, or for Rosa, right? Like some of the meta heroes we see, the Farsa,
Yeah.
I mean, they're still available.
And I mean, he might try it.
Or Sicilian.
Or Sicilian.
I mean, like, if you want to fight against a Jushin, you need some kind of range.
That's right.
So whatever it is, Sicilian, Farsa, whatever it is, have a little bit more, like, look at the siege composition that they have. The oddball is honestly just the Joy, but the Granger, Farsa, or Sicilian, they can just boom.
Okay, so they do.
The Farsa, it's a safer pick. That is a Thorn Queen special. Now we're going to see finally what they put into the hands of Jan Cedric Caranto, Demon Kite, the smiling demon. He's not smiling today. Not to start the day off.
No, not today.
It's a very tight face.
It's intense.
Everyone chose me to vanquish the
Wait,
shadow.
that's the Ling.
Suyo.
Oh no, it's a Suyo.
Yeah, they pick up the Suyo. The Suyo was left open, and it still can do pretty well here. But now, the jungler. They need something to protect against the Joy.
The Ruby.
There are no shortcuts in life.
Oh,
Wait,
they got a chip?
Oh my god.
It's open, but I don't know if that's what they need.
I agree with you, Leo.
I don't know if that's the right call unless they want to do exactly the opposite of what Coach Osprey read the Filipino meta as and just go full on aggro.
Just speed it up. You think we're going slow? Excuse me, my man. We have layers to how we play.
Just fold the map in half, bear down on Sunshine, bear down on Rosa, forget about what TNZ's gonna do.
All right, final hero here for Ulfanar. The Hylos still flex. Can be XP.
Gatot's still open.
Gatot is still open, yeah.
Glue is still open.
Glue.
Arlot's a good answer to the likes of the Lo Yi and the Chip. Like, whoever comes through, just...
This place.
It's like blood.
Wait.
Carmilla!
So there have been a few isolated cases of Carmilla XP, so we don't know what Lunar's gonna pick here.
This is all in my eyes.
Alien rather.
This is all in. This is all in on team fight. You got a good one, you're gonna win that one. Thank you very much to our panelists. Now we're taking it over. We're giving it to Mirko and Ingan.
Oh man. Oh man. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the caster desk here. I'm here with Ingan. It's Mirko. The hunt continues for Ulfednar up against Aurora, the Northern Lights. And just as a reminder, this is an elimination match. Both are in the 0-2 bracket.
Now the question is, will history repeat itself? Will Aurora once again upset or overtake Ulfednar? Just looking at the draft, Mirko, it was really intense right from the start.
Again though, for Ulfednar, their main vision, their main sight is still, we're gonna counter the Bruno. We don't want to pick it up just yet, ladies and gentlemen. Without further ado, I know you guys are all hyped for this. Aurora MLBB takes on Ulfednar in game number 1. Momentum is very, very important in the best of 3, and both these teams are no stranger to the best of 3. Welcome to the land of Dawn for game number 1. Tianzi and Demon Kite both starting on purple.
Okay, so both of them are actually used to pressure, because if you can recall during MSC, Rosa actually said, and the rest of Ulfednar said that they always have a first game series curse where they always lose the first series, but this time they lost 2 already. And Aurora's used to climbing out of the lower bracket, so they're used to this pressure now. It's just going to boil down to who is going to rise above that pressure.
Well, you guys can certainly rise in-game if you guys want to get, you know, some cool skins for you, some actual exclusive skins too, like the Claude M6 Challenger Spark. Go ahead and complete all active tasks during the event to reach level 75 for free. Get amazing rewards, including the Claude Battle emote too, and also that Glory Avatar border. Ulfednar, early on, I mean, taking a look at the Sunshine actually going for the Quantum Charge. Usually we see more of the Impure Rage for the Granger in the lane, and it is still the same though for the Festival of Blood and also the Rupture. Master Assassin for Domeng.
Yeah.
He's really gaining that confidence on the world stage.
Again, he's not going to be considered the next standard if he hasn't proven himself, but this time he has to. Okay, an early engage coming in from both of these teams. A first blood onto the Hitman. Not looking good, but Yue wants to answer, and there is the Revitalize, the Sustain coming in from Ulfednar.
Great start to the game for Ulfednar. Good timing too. Despite the fact that Renegade here has gone for the Concussive Blast. The mid-prio still, Ulfednar was able to fight it off. And unfortunately, they're going to have to wait a bit longer. Edward on the Brave Smite. It's all about sustain here in these team fights. And Edward with Yue, they'll both be able to get level 4. Apex 47 still level 3 with Renegade. And Alien's going to be delayed quite a bit. Ulfednar have to concede.
And Aurora MLBB looks like it's going to be an uncontested turtle for them. Hey. But they still want to go for the clash.
There you go. With the Curse Blood coming down. Rosa in the back just free hitting. Apex 47 staying alive. Renegade falling. Apex picks up the kill, Yue!
Goes in and brings down one more, but the counter attack coming in for Ulfednar. There's the Feather Air Strike to bring down Yue, and it looks like Aurora bit more than they could chew during that clash. They already got the turtle, but I think they got a bit of greedy.
Oh, Domeng! Sunshine's gonna go and gun him down for a bit. He's gotta respect the damage. Tianzi!
Okay, Tianzi. Very, very, very in a peculiar spot there. Got taken down once again from Aurora, so Aurora still, they're relaxed. They know that they can look for the trades that they're wanting for. They know their power spike, the capabilities of their lineup, so they're gonna try and be as disciplined as possible. But again, we know the playstyle of Ulfednar. They really rely on the mid-trio, the aggression. They invade as much as possible, and they could do this with the current composition that they have. Again, they have the Joy. And at the same time, we've seen this yesterday with Ulfednar, when they were actually ahead 4K gold lead in 5 minutes up against SRG. But for some reason, SRG was able to turn things back. So if Aurora managed to do that up against Ulfednar, they could take game 1.
You got to be clinical in these initiations, though. We heard exactly what Lofel said earlier in the panel. Ulfednar, they played the game perfect up until turtle number 2. Even in turtle number 2, it was right. Apex stunned up, no pressure here. Apex will just take a bit of damage there. But Ulfednar's setup has been really, really good. It's just the fact that Skies got that crazy retribution in turtle number 2. So Aurora, can they do the same thing? They have a chance to do it. They have Suyo. Now they're going to try to look for a possible dive, but Sunshine's holding in this lane so well.
Okay, so this is where the discipline from Aurora is showing once again. They're showcasing their discipline, their macro. They know that they can go for the over-aggressive, over dives that they've been showing for the past 2 days. They really want to play this as safely as possible because they have the Bruno. And again, looking at the stats, Bruno has a 72% win rate all throughout the M6.
Both teams are hovering over turtle number 2. This was the spot that Ulfednar lost their swing, their gold lead. It swung back to SRG. We also heard from Osprey, the coach of Ulfednar, that the PH teams, they like stalling the game. And so far, I think Aurora has been doing a good job at stalling, despite the fact that they are 3 kills down. The gold lead is non-existent. Ulfednar neutralized. It's completely neutralized, that gold lead. And Aurora are actually taking things real slow. They're not rushing into the neutral objectives.
Because again, they have the chip. That when it comes to those neutral objectives, the late game objectives, the Enhanced Lord, the Evolved Lords, they have the chip. And we saw what Twisted Minds did against RRQ Hoshi for game number 1. That chip was crucial for their macro play. That's why they were able to turn things around. Even losing all the inhibitor turrets, they were able to still win. And now Ulfednar wanting to get the higher ground on this turtle pit as Aurora MLBB looks to find the trade up top, get the turret instead.
Granger is already very low. Renegade pops a shortcut.
Okay, here comes a shortcut, but will they go there in time? Trying to go for Rosa. Defender Extra takes there with the flicker.
Renegade taken down. Alien brought back to the team. Edward going for the Inferno Pursuit. Tienzi gonna go on towards the turtle, but Demon Kite wins the red tree battle. Edward caught against 5. Jumping in with Inferno Pursuit. Alien knocked up and taken down by Edward. Now it's Domeng, who slide tackles forward. Will be thrown back again, and Apex can't run away. Demon Kite severs his soul.
This time perfectly executed for Aurora. We have to give a lot of Edward for forcing out the flicker out from Rosa when he casted that feathered airstrike, really displacing the members of Ulfednar there. That's why they weren't able to maximize the capabilities of their skills, and now they have an established lead of 1.5. Hey, look at Renegade on the back line, stopping Rosa's feathered airstrike once again. Yue with the lantern there. Here comes Tienzi, but Renegade is a bit too deep there, and Ulfednar will punish that.
That was an interesting dive. I thought the crash course was ready together with the shortcut, but it turns out no. It was still on cooldown, so a bit of an off flank there. Ulfednar was able to just punish them. Apex wants to continue the charge.
And charging for Domeng. Glorious Pathway is there. 3 members of Ulfednar might be able to take down the next stander. That was a good initiation from Ulfednar. And now it looks like they're giving Sunshine huge amount of space to work with.
Renegade looking for the flanks. Tienzi catches him.
Okay, does he have the shortcut though? Again, Renegade looks like he's gonna die, but he was able to cast the crash course right on time.
Sunshine taken down. That's a killing spree for Edward. Tienzi's going wild in the back though as Edward gets isolated completely. In front of Pursuit with the Crimson Beacon. It's a shutdown.
Oh no, Yue. Looks like he's gonna fall down, but Demon Kite jumps in.
No.
Once again, one more kill will bring down Tienzi, but gets caught up by 3 members of Ulfednar. The answer is there, but Demon Kite escapes.
Woo! Demon Kite, the smiling demon at the start of the game. He wasn't smiling, but I bet you he's smiling now. A clean escape, but still, it was Aurora losing in the trade. Ulfednar were able to clinically get the targeting down in the fight, and Renegade's got to be way, way more careful here. He's in the bush. Are they setting up for something?
Let's see.
Okay, they're chilling. They're chilling for now. Turn number 3 will spawn in the game. Sunshine spots him out, and Ulfednar have rotated Sunshine together with Domeng. Domeng's actually almost 2 levels ahead.
Yeah, and so far, Aurora MLBB still holding on to this 2K gold lead. They're gonna approach this final turtle tick clinically. Yue just doing out his work, trying to zone out the members of Ulfednar with the Lantern Flare. On the other hand, Demon Kite working on the bottom lane. Again, they have the chip, so at any given moment, Demon Kite can be present in the clash, but they're going for Renegade!
Renegade with a flicker route. Tienzi takes him down. Turtle not taken. Demon Kite looking for a trade in the bottom lane. That's a tier 2, and Rora should be able to get, the tier 1 in the mid lane. Ulfednar set their sights on the neutral objective. Sunshine clears out the wave. Apex.
Here comes the Glorious Pathway. Domeng has to use the flicker out. And Edward into the midst of everything, just casting the Infernal Pursuit. They want to fight it out because Demon Kite is right on time.
Goes for the damage, and Edward cleans him up. Now Yue popping Sunshine out. That's a flicker. And Ulfednar disengaged. They get the turtle and trade it for Apex and Alien. Tienzi, no. There's no way he goes for that. Just goes for the wave clear in the mid lane. Whew. We got some action here.
I did not expect this game to go this way. Action-packed, 8-12 scoreboard, 8 minutes in. Domeng gonna safely get the turret up top. So that was a good play coming in from Aurora MLBB. They were also able to get the turret down below when Demon Kite was working on it. And the rest of the members of Aurora bought enough time actually for Demon Kite to catch up all the way from the bottom lane to the top turtle pit. That's why they were able to take 2 kills. Although they traded for the turtle, it was well worth it for Aurora MLBB. And now they're ganging up on Renegade.
Electrifying beats. Tienzi looking for Renegade, gets caught. The immobilization situation. Tianzi goes to the back. It's pulled down by Doming. Edward caught low.
Edward was able to flicker out. Here comes the counter attack coming in from Aurora. MLBB team and Kite onto the back line. Gonna bring down Sunshine. Another kill. Alien as well will fall down. A double kill for the smiling Demon.
The Demon smiling, all right, especially with that flank. A phenomenal play from Demon Kite to swing it again back to Ulfednar. 4 members down, and Domeng has that Malefit gun.
Rosa goes in with a feathered airstrike to clear out and zone out the members of Aurora MLBB, saving the inhibitor turret down bottom. And now it's not looking good for Ulfednar. They have a 5.3k gold lead. Again, it looks like the meta is Bruno wins games. You have a 5.3k gold lead. You also have the chip, so it's not looking good for Ulfednar right now.
You've got that Malefit gun too, man. Ulfednar, they stuck to their guns by trying to counter the Bruno. Something that all of us kind of, reacted to already. It was like, oh man, they didn't go for the Bruno on second pick.
Yeah, we thought it was Ulfednar's chance to showcase the Bruno, especially onto Sunshine, one of the best carries in the tournament. And if you know the rotation of Ulfednar, they feed a lot of their resources to their jungler and their gold laner, but this time around, it looked like all 5 of them are hungry for gold, are hungry for resources, just to match up the damage and the sustain Aurora MLBB has over them.
Despite the talk about the Bruno, though, I will have to say, the shining member of Aurora so far, it's been Edward and Demon Kite. They've been the one holding Ulfednar back. Now, first Lord going to be contested. Renegade goes in with a crash course.
Okay, feather airstrike coming in from Rosa, but Aurora MLBB will safely take away the Lord and will be disciplined enough to back away, not force anything. They want to actually use the Lord to their advantage as Doming picks up a Rose Gold Meteor.
That's a Rose Gold, dog. A clean, neutral objective take for Aurora MLBB. 6,000 gold lead, and now we see the Filipino discipline. Now we see them take things slow. They were playing in the early game a bit aggressively, but now as they have that gold lead, there's really no reason for them to risk anything. You win?
Oh, it was too close, but they were able to pop you as Flicker though. So still Feldnar, they were able to get the purple buff and at the same time expend a battle spell. So still win for Ulfednar. At the same time, they still have resources to defend up against an incoming Lord down bottom.
Okay, let's take a look at the items here. Still for Sunshine, building towards his third. You can see a big gap in gold for the gold laners here. 9.4k to 6.9k, and that's why we're talking about the Bruno so much, It doesn't look like in this game he's doing too much based on KDA, but in damage department and the fact that Ulfednar will have to save some of their resources for Doming, like the feathered airstrike, it's kind of tough knowing that he can just outrange so many of Ulfednar's members. Good clear though for Ulfednar. They have a Farsa, they have a Granger. It should still be okay with First Lord, but man, Rora, they're gonna go in.
Doming just working on bringing down a bottom inhibitor turret. Now they're gonna transition onto the top lane. Ulfednar still has a lot of resources to expend for this defense, and the Aurora MLBB, no overextensions, even though Renegade was off to a shaky start, 2-3 early kills onto the Hitman. He's playing this disciplined enough. He doesn't want to be over-aggressive, even though he has the flicker. He's just playing it safe right now.
The poke from Sunshine, though it is great, it's not great enough to actually throw Aurora away from the siege. Doming Worldy.
Look at the range.
The poke from Aurora. They're the ones winning out of the poke battle despite the range disadvantage. And now we get to see the player head-to-head. Plus 408 damage per minute, 226 gold per minute ahead as well. It's Bruno. Tianzi still gets that. Gets the red tree down. Demon Kite doesn't want to commit that retribution. So Tianzi is still a threat that is growing. We saw just how threatening a Joy could be in the late game yesterday in the SRG versus Falcon match. But now it's a bit different.
Yeah.
Aurora have the Bruno.
Yeah. Or at the same time, we could see a repeat when I believe it was Twisted Minds. I forgot their opponent, wherein there was also a chip on the opposing team and a Joy on the opposing team. And the Joy who was defending actually used the shortcut to their advantage to get a win. So who knows, we might see a deja vu moment for Ulfednar with the Joy.
It's all calm now. It's the calm before the storm as Aurora look to utilize their lead again. You mentioned this, Ingan, early on with the chip. They're waiting for the late game power spike so that they can use the macro advantage, similar to what Twisted Minds did yesterday. And for Ulfednar, it really is fight or flight. They're gonna have to look for a fight one of these days here. Aurora can play it as slow as they want to.
It's going to depend a lot on Rosa effectively utilizing the feathered airstrike, because so far it always gets cancelled, or he always has to use the flicker to walk away because of the dives Edward is bringing in along with Yue. Yue almost all the time, Crimson Beacons in, Flickers in, just to make sure Rosa doesn't capitalize on the utilities that they have. And Aurora MLBB again will successfully take an uncontested Lord.
Now it's an 8,000 goal lead, and it's an enhanced Lord in the 14th minute of the game. Though Fednar have good defenses, is it enough to deal with Domeng on the Bruno? Just constantly shooting from so far away with so much utility. Yue, Renegade, we'll see in the siege. Domeng already sieging mid lane.
Oh, Lord coming in. Rosa in an opposition there. Casted the Feather Airstrike, but canceled it right away as Ulfednar trying to save their mid lane turret. They will successfully bring it down, and Domeng!
That's a goal! The worldly connects Apex, 47 will fall. Domeng's going wild!
Renegade onto the backline. They're going to bring down Alien. 2 members left. They're working on the Crystal. Domeng with a Maniac, and Aurora with a Game 1 win!
The Northern Lights shine again! They start the tournament off 0-2. But this is Aurora. They always come from a deficit to defy expectations, to defy the odds. And in game number 1, finally, they get their first game win in the Swiss stage. For Ulfednar, this is a 3-game lose streak. The Hunt, what do they need to do?
A few things. First of all, the Granger, Sunshine was already in the fountain, and Bruno still killed him, still had enough damage to get that Maniac. Where do we even begin? Let's talk about Bruno Granger matchup. Looks like, looking at the numbers here, Bruno has won 3 times, Granger has won twice, but now Bruno has won 4 times.
Okay, to be fair, the draft was sound because they wanted to open the Bruno, take it down with the Joy and the Farsa.
And I guess the Granger.
Sure, but it just did not pan out because they didn't attack the Bruno enough.
Yeah, and there was a response to the chip even. Like, they weren't so limited in terms of options. Even for their very last pick, they were able to adjust it a bit and pick up the Carmilla, which I think Ilion was able to play and use the Curse of Blood several times, quite on point. But it seemed like Aurora really found their timings already. They weren't really shaken. They could just wait for a bit until the Curse of Blood's already baited out, and then that's when we go in. And Renegade could even position himself appropriately. So I put it here, but I attack the other people, so you don't have anything else to think of when you just go into the portal.
Gentlemen, including Brigida, you're a gentleman now. You're a gentleman now. Honestly, when we're talking about this game, I want to look at the macro here. I want to look at the trades, because if we're looking at the draft, I agree with what Leo said. Honestly, the draft, they're looking pretty good. Both sides have their logic, have their win condition, has their losing condition, but the way Aurora played, you take the turtle, I take 2 turrets. I'm a numbers kind of guy, and I kind of feel like 2 turrets for 1 turtle. Heck, they didn't even get a turtle.
Exactly. Yep. They still take it anyways.
Yeah.
And I think that's what made this win for Aurora so vindicating, so I'd say relieving for all of the people watching and saying, what's wrong with Aurora? Because for the first time, I think, in all of the Swiss, they're able to draft a lineup that has a straight line towards victory.
Yeah.
Talking about Ulfednar, let's look at the other side of the coin here. They drafted a lineup that can answer the Bruno. I'll tell you now, I think the way Ulfednar was thinking, they were still thinking of the Bruno even in the second phase.
Yeah.
And if you do that, you're already fighting a losing bout.
Demon Kai was free. Heck, Yue was free.
Hell, the last pick chip made sense.
Yeah.
So, I get it. You were talking about the Curse of Blood, Brigida.
Yep.
You were talking about how Renegade, all he had to do was lead the team post Curse of Blood.
Yep.
I think even that was part of Ulfednar's strategy. If you can, again, pop the Bruno even before he can start setting up his free hits, even before TNT can cut right through, you have to hit the Curse of Blood. So that it's extra combo, it's extra damage, it's extra setup. As long as you got that out of the equation, it was still Aurora's game.
Yeah, and also, both of these teams, they really came into this game, they seemed well prepared. Ulfednar, they started it strong, supposedly, with those really fast rotations coming in from Tianzi. I mean, Joy is one of those junglers who can really rotate fast, even towards the mid lane. But this also feels like one of the most, I would say, one of Yue's most careful games ever. He wasn't the easiest target to look for in the early stages of the game. I mean, yes, Renegade, they found the kill on Renegade during the first 2 minutes of the game, but after that, they did not hold back. They were still just as aggressive as ever, and they were able to shut down a lot of possibilities from Openar.
Safe to say, Aurora gave up the kills that they could afford at that point in the game, and that was an economic trade that played into the long game. They were feeling the benefits of that decision 12, 13 minutes in the game one.
Can I talk about, like, bringing it back? We were talking about the mentality of the players, and we saw at one point TNZ was chasing after Renegade all the way to the territory of Aurora. No one was there, but the shortcut was there, and it turned around, and Ulfenar, the rest of his team, had to pay for that. Was that a big mistake going all in on Renegade?
Well, I feel so. I mean, Renegade already knew what he had to also prioritize as his first build. Like, the only person he had to think of that would really go after them in the early stages, so it was really the Radiant Armor, and then he didn't like think of anything else after that. It was actually like a sort of, I think, the Leather Jerkin, and then immediately the Fleeting Time.
Yeah.
So once he was able to sustain just a bit of it, it was an easy punish for Aurora MLBB.
I get it, but I don't blame TNZ for it, because we were talking about how he should pick up the pace and how he should always stay on point. He had to make that decision, split-second timing. And if he didn't, well, the inevitable was going to happen anyways.
Yeah, and now we have our MVP, Domeng, on that, Bruno. 64,000 total damage. Mind you, we saw at one point of the game, the highest damage was Yue, far above everyone else. Domeng kept up. He's just like, okay, I got my items. I got my Malefic Gun. Heck, I got my Wind Talker. Now it's time to shine. He got a Maniac when someone was in the fountain.
He didn't even need to sell his boots.
Yeah.
That just shows you how locked in, how focused Domeng is. And we talked pre-game how of all of the members of Aurora, he's the one who, you know, is stepping on international soil for the first time in his career. This match, this performance, a revelation.
Yeah, I also really want to see like what happened right before that kill he got on the fountain, because it started with him taking down Rosa in the bottom lane. So it seemed like somewhat of a 1v1 situation, if I'm not mistaken, but these are like, this is the one you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, so called in, the cavalry came in, Aurora, and then everyone just piled in, and Demon Kite was flanking all the way, and it was easy shutdown on the Sunshine.
And look, even after Renegade pulled back, he concealed and looked for more targets in the back.
There.
You don't put a hit on the hitman.
Look at Domeng, just hitting
Here we
away.
go. This is what you're talking about.
Triple kill, Sunshine in the base, in the base. The damage is higher than the healing. Do we have any other heroes that can out-damage the healing of the fountain?
To be fair, now that we've played the tape back, I reckon Sunshine only really got maybe 1 or 2 ticks of the heal. And watching the numbers, 900, 1,000, 1,000 again, I think that really does outscale the heal on the fountain. So, crits, man.
Yeah.
The crits.
But again, I really want to talk about draft amazing, for sure. But Leo, I think it is because of the macro. I feel like Aurora won that because of the macro.
I think it's because of the speed at which they made decisions, and safe to say it's also because they were rocking the ROG Phone 9.
Hey, you know what? Let's take a picture, right? Let's take a picture. Come on.
Okay.
Come on.
There it is. That's something that they actually worked on and improved since the ROG Phone 8 series. They made it more of a everyday kind of phone wherein you got good gaming, great gaming, got a good and great camera too.
Unleash unmatched gaming performance with the ROG Phone 9 Pro. Mobile masterpiece. This is what it does. It creates memories. Because, Brigitte, I haven't worked with you much, but now we get to keep the picture.
Yeah.
Right here.
Come on. ROG Phone 9 Pro. If you have that, then you're not a disappointment. Get that phone.
It's literally what they're using on a world stage, like the best of the best players in the world.
Can I try holding it?
Yeah, of course.
I feel like that phone is the reason why Bruno is that strong. Because before this, we were just like, it's Bruno, it's whatever. But now,
I would usually, you know what? No, I disagree.
You disagree?
I don't think it's the I think it's the players. The phone is great, but I think it's the players.
It's always you. Why do whenever I fight, it's always you.
What's
wrong with you?
You listen to me.
Okay,
You know
again.
I'm right.
Let's take a picture again.
Okay.
You'll be the one to hold it this time.
Okay. This is your phone, right?
Yeah.
All right.
No.
All right.
I can't take pictures when I'm hungry. No.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
But we have this.
Oh, thank you.
Wait, what about me? Why does he get the Hello Panda and I don't? Bring it up. What are you doing?
Okay, wait. Come on, let's open it. Let's open it. Let's dance the task first.
Hello Panda,
Hello Panda.
Suka biskuitnya. It's semua suka biskuitnya, which translates as everyone likes the biscuit. For you guys at home, fuel your game with Hello Panda. Crunchy biscuits filled with creamy chocolate, the ultimate snack to keep you energized. Level up your day and visit Hello Panda website for more.
I can take a selfie now if you want that.
No, I'm good. Okay. I already got my Hello Panda. Yeah, that's what I was saying.
All right, switch your song.
Did he give your phone back?
All right, here you go.
ROG's gonna hear about this.
Hey, if they send me a phone, I'll love it.
Me too.
Rita, you take this.
Okay, wait. What's this? So,
From
I'm
the
saying this
18th of
correctly,
November.
From November 18 to December 29, you guys have to participate in the M6 Lucky Gift. So guys, join the draw for a chance to win Claude's new Epic Skin, Challenger's Flare, and Beatrix's new M4 Epic Painted Skin Light Seeker. Don't miss this rare opportunity to get Beatrix M4 exclusive and M4 Prime skins returning for a limited time.
You finish it?
We've been told by Prod, keep some of it.
Oh!
Okay, so that's one out. Okay. But you clearly see that there's...
And Aurora is one away.
I got it.
You can... I think you can still...
It ended up in your suit. You're fine.
You're fine. Why is
There
it
you
slow-mo?
We talked with Dexstar, by the way.
Okay.
In case you guys didn't know. We were able to catch Dexstar, and we got a quote from him. So now we have to see. That's really good, by the way, even though you entered a suit. We talked with Dexstar, turning setbacks into comebacks. He said, since this is our last chance, we're fully committed for the upcoming matches. In terms of drafting and execution, we'll go all in. Since our remaining matches will be a best of 3, we can adjust and adapt as the series progress. Unlike a best of 1, where we don't have a chance to switch the tables, I believe we will perform better under a best of 3.
I think a lot of us would agree that Aurora, again, is really a team who takes their time. So, like, the best of 1 series, it felt like a struggle for them. So, I mean, it's a lot of pressure since from this point onwards, you're just on the brink of elimination. But, like, this might just be where they're most comfortable playing.
The best of 1s were already them taking their time. I think the way they're looking at this is just an extended BO7. And we know that they do well in BO7s. For the first time in months, they were the only ones to really make the defending Filipino champion sweat in Fnatic Onyx. So I trust Dexstar and them saying, this is it. Come the BO3, they're looking at it like an extended BO7, extended BO5. This is game 3, technically.
By the way, small tangent. You know how every coach talks to the players and always tell them to have a best of 1 mindset?
Yeah.
Now we can see it's harder than you think. Right? Best of 1 is much harder than you think. So I believe after the Swiss stage, next time when the coaches say have a best of 1 format, they'll be like, we got it. Now we get it.
Just last night, I talked to the very triumphant coach RC of Falcon Sports, right? After they took down SRG. I know the wounds are very fresh.
Ouchie.
But he told me the same thing. It took months of training to tell your players, play like it's a best of 1, even if it's a 3, a 5, or a 7. And it really just, it clicks.
I feel like this is a wake-up call, Leo. Like, after actually experiencing a best of 1, it's like, okay, you know what, coach? Now I see it. Now I see it. And then the coach be like, whew, thank God, it's been months.
Yeah. Yeah, and the payoff is literally not having to fight for your life. Because that's what Ulfednar's thinking right now.
That's stressful.
Everything, once again, for them, once again, from now on, is a best of 1.
I talked with my doctor. Doctor says stress is bad. This is not good.
The makeup artist earlier found several white hairs and I thought it was stress.
On your youthful head?
On my youthful head.
Brigada 16, by the way.
I am? I'm not sure.
Okay, you know what? now we can establish the lore. You're actually 42.
Wait.
That would be more impressive.
It's one or the other.
Can it be a little lower or something?
No.
It's either 42 or 16.
You guys decide.
All right. So it's this time Ulfednar on the play. They ban out the Cho. And maybe this time, Lafel, for your sake, maybe this time, they're setting up for that Bruno first pick.
I don't know, man. Ulfednar, looking back at their games, I had a talk with Marco. And then he was like, we've seen plenty of times it was open for them and they refused to take it. And I'm unsure if Sunshine is unable to play with the Bruno, or
not as confident on it,
or the team is just like, we don't feel well with the Bruno. I don't know. Mirko, what do you think? Yeah, there you go. You guys can't hear what he said because he doesn't have his headphones on.
But like Aurora has had a history of banning out the Bruno.
Yes.
At least here
Yep.
in M6, so...
Yeah. Ulfednar still has to ban the Hilda. This is usually where you ban Hilda, this spot right here. And for Aurora, they still can take care of business by... Hilda is either here, red 3 or blue 3 ban, and then they set up for the high-loss trade. The high-loss Bruno and Suyo trades.
Oh.
There it is. Finally, respect.
Okay.
Finally.
I think...
I mean, at this point, I'm kind of sick of talking about it.
Yeah, a lot of people are happy with this ban.
Prior to this, Bruno was only banned blue side 3 times.
Yeah. I remember, yeah.
So this is a change in tides as we see it live.
And now Aurora, they can ban on the Hilda if they want. Oh, but they don't. They banned the E.
So the Hilda's open.
The Hylos is open.
Hylos, Suyo, even Phobius earlier, which was used by Edward pretty well. It's still open to this point for Ulfednar, but
honestly, now that the Bruno is banned, it feels very open. It feels like, yeah, a lot of good picks are here. And yeah, Ulfednar, I kind of feel like this is kind of a tough spot where this, in my personal opinion, second pick feels better because you always have two, right? You can pick up, say, okay, the Cho has been banned. Hylos, Gatot, maybe Hylos Suyo.
Maybe Hylos.
Yeah, up to now, especially after game 1, I think we're sitting at a 51-49
on the red side.
Blue side. Oh yeah, red side advantage. So it's relatively healthy. There's the Hilda.
And now, honestly, Aurora, they could pick up a jungler that kind of doesn't care about the Hilda, right?
The Alpha.
Yeah.
Alpha, like as long as you stay away from the Joy, from the Hayabusa, and then you're fine. But this does mean.
Speaking of,
Ulfednar can pick up the Hayabusa if they want.
Yeah. That's the only thing you'd probably have to consider if you're Aurora.
And the Joy. Genji would be more comfortable.
Now they have a lot less to think about, so would they go for the safer options right now?
Is there a prio mid laner
the
here?
Valentina, it's open.
Yep.
For Yue, if he wants to go with that.
It's a little too early though.
But then
I'm not the only one.
It seems like they are going for the Phobius Vexana.
I mean, I was thinking picking up a mid laner here that can really dictate the flow of the game. Vexana wasn't in my radar, but okay, we can start to see maybe just move around a little bit more and having more bodies on the table. So I'm actually looking at Demon Kite, and maybe he does want something with a little bit more damage.
Maybe he can play the Joy.
Yeah, maybe he can play the Joy. Now that you have a Vexana, it's possible.
After seeing what comes through in the blue 2-3. So you got to make sure, because Hylos is still at large.
Yeah.
And I'm really thinking about that Hayabusa as a possibility.
Will they pick it up here? But then...
If you don't pick it up here, it's going to get banned. For sure.
Though the... I'm thinking of like all the possibilities here. If ever Aurora does want to still go for the... Since the Hylos is likely going to Ulfednar here, the Edith Vexana combination in the mid sounds nice. If ever Energy wants to consider that, like against this lineup of Ulfednar. But for now, they might want to like pick up something else because that would reveal too much of their draft in the first phase.
There's no rush. And they can even bait Ulfednar to banning the Edith, and then they'll have more choices after.
But now having the Luyi as well, Aurora really needs to make sure they have all the bushes covered. So whichever marksman or, well, yeah, whatever gold laner they pick up has to be something like a B-trick, something that you can just shoot your shot inside of the bush just to make sure it's safe for you to move around. So that's something that you have to consider whenever you're fighting against a Louis.
Yeah. The Malefic gun, like marksmen who benefit from the Malefic gun.
Oh, but they want the Moskov.
Oh.
So far, Moskov has been such a polarizing figure in M6. Like, the good Moskovs are great. I'm thinking Vanix.
Yeah, Vanix. Vanix is always on my mind.
And then there are... Have you not now?
I think this is really Doming's super comfort thing. Like,
it's more comfort. So I'm guessing they said Red 3 is where we wait for Ulfednar to respond.
Yeah, especially because we were talking about in game number 1. Junglers, there's a lot of junglers still open here. And if we're talking about roamers as well, there's still a lot of good roamers that you can still utilize. Something like the Kaja even, if they feel like they want to.
Not with what Aurora have picked so far. I wouldn't want a Kaja here.
But I'm just saying, it's very open. We already saw the chip. Whatever that they want, a Tigreal, a Ruby, what else? Heck, even the Guinevere, right? There's a lot of options.
yeah, but isn't like the Hilda Hylos?
Yeah, I wouldn't Guinevere there.
What else is still there for Renegade though? Like the Tigreal and more?
We don't know where the Joy is yet. So if the Joy comes through in blue 4-5, they can Ruby red 5.
That's true.
I think that'd be good because that also triggers the passive on Phoveus and the Infernal Pursuit.
So could like Aurora still target ban another gold laner at this point?
I think
like
so, just to protect Doming, just to make sure he wins that lane.
So like, is it going to be the Grandeur?
Honestly, it's a pick that we haven't seen so much. Honestly, the Iridel is pretty good.
Iridel is just way too in your face these days for it to matter. Because imagine the lineup, the matchup between Iridel versus Granger, Iridel versus Bruno, Iridel versus Moscow.
But at most, I think it's like against the 1-1. It's like mostly used against the 1-1. Oh, okay.
Great read by Ulfednar. They don't want cheese. They don't want cheese because it's so easy, especially with the open picks for Aurora. They could have easily picked the jungler and then suddenly the Angela.
Yeah.
So
now keeping them honest.
And like the suggestions, they're still there.
Yep, your Edith combo.
The Edith, it's still possible for Aurora if ever they want to go with that.
It's a good way to shred the hardy Hilda and Hylos. Safe on the Alpha, so you still don't know.
Oh, okay.
This is good. The Alpha into the Hilda is good.
And they can't even pick up the Edith for themselves. They already have the Hilda as well as the Hyla, so yeah.
Okay. What is the goal lane here going to be for Ulfednar? The Beatrix is still there.
I mean, if you want to be safe, I guess the Beatrix is still fine.
They could go Beatrix Joy.
The Nolan also still available?
That's true.
Wait, is Suyo still open?
It's
yes.
Yeah, Suyo is still open.
Right.
So I'd say Beatrix Suyo is safe. Beatrix
safe.
Suyo.
If they want safe.
Beatrix Nolan allows for you to play the map a little better.
Yeah.
So they go for either that or the Joy. Or
if they want to go crazy, they can pick up a Claude with the Louis combination. I don't know if they want to go that local.
Okay.
They go for the Joy, and they go for the Granger.
It seems like Sunshine really likes that Granger.
I mean, Granger is fun to play. Let me tell you that. Granger is fun to play, but one of the weaknesses of a Granger is closing out the game. That's just one of the things.
Yep, and closing in on range.
Yeah.
Despite the Death Sonata being almost at an infinite cap, theoretically, that's just a finisher.
Yeah.
It's just an initiator. You really can't win fights off of that alone. You're technically a mid-ranged marksman.
So it's really like Granger just chunking everyone down and then letting Joy clean up shop.
Yep.
And does Aurora respond to the Joy? Like, do they react to it or pick a different option? Okay.
I'd say this is both a reaction and a proactive move.
Yes.
This is a Renegade special.
Joy comes in. How is she going to run away from the implosion? Thank you very much to our panelists. And now we're throwing over to Mirko as well as Inga. That might be the end of the game.
I agree with you, Lafell. That might just be the end of the game. Welcome back to the caster desk here with Mirko and Ingan. And man, I don't know which one is worse, leaving the Bruno open or giving Renegade the Tigreal.
Giving Renegade the Tigreal, obviously it's a staple. That's why we call him the Hitman. And the Hitman is looking to be good with this pick.
Let's see if he can hit, man, on the Tigreal. Oh, dude. we haven't seen Renegade on a signature pick this Swiss stage at all. And now we get to see it, the Hitman on the Tigreal. Ladies and gentlemen, match point for Aurora. The Northern Lights shine brighter than ever up against Ulfednar, who must climb, who must try to equalize. Welcome to the land of Dawn for game number 2. 102 Aurora. And again, that signature pick with the Alpha 2 in the jungle against the Hilda. This is looking great for Aurora.
You know, Aurora's really going to have a good time, especially if they don't get picked off, especially in the early game, because we know the power spike of the Alpha. Once the third turtle comes and they've secured it, it's going to be huge advantage. They can snowball and end the game early. And at the same time, I do agree with what Leo has been saying with the Granger. Although the Death Sonata is indeed a range type of attack skill. But the problem is when it comes to basic attacks, when it comes to pushing, it's not as wide as compared to a Bruno or a Moskov that could easily take down turrets without having to position themselves close to the vicinity of the turret.
Okay, so Sunshine tried to go for the kiting route, you know, a bit more movement last time around with the Quantum Charge. Now it's back to the usual emblem for the Granger. It's the Impure Rage. Does seem like Domeng, though, will still stick to that Master Assassin and work for him. Great Terrify from UA just to provide a bit more poke. But also, this is a safer choice from Rosa. Usually we see a lot of low Yis go for the Lethal Ignition. Renegade trying to go for that. Apex reading it really well. Everything else, though, quite normal, except, wait, Alien! Revitalize, Vengeance is usually the case for the Hilda choice of battle spell. This is Sprint from Mr. Alien. All right.
Yeah, I think they want to go for the chase. Want to really outmaneuver, outposition Aurora MLBB, and I do agree. Although Rosa's pick is quite safer compared to what we've seen him using, I think it boils down to the macro of what they can do. Again, this team loves the macro, loves to pick their fights. They know their power spike, and with the presence of the diversion, they can actually play the type of the type of game Aurora MLBB is playing, which is dominate the macro later on.
All right. Both teams taking it slow. First turtle spawns in. You would expect Aurora MLBB with the Alpha to just go in, but man, wait! Edward just won out that skirmish against Alien up top. Has to regen. Now Demon Kite's on at both junglers, level 5. Edward walking in.
Okay, Edward just trying to clear out the zone. Alien has to walk away quite low. Edward goes in with the Infernal Pursuit, forcing out the Flicker, and Kenzie will get the turtle. But here comes the Spear of Destruction, but a Spear of Alpha. 2 spears connecting to bring down 2 from Ulfendar. Edward still on the chase with the Infernal Pursuit, forcing Rosa to recall.
Do it? Okay. Try to go for the Curse Blast. Won't be able to find the range on that. The double spear from Aurora. It ends up being a trade. The turtle for 2 kills. And certainly I'm going to have to say Aurora definitely got the value out of that trade. Way better than just getting the turtle. Tianzi, though, now he's got to be very careful when he decides to go in. Because earlier, Renegade didn't have ult, bro.
Yeah.
He got 2 kills just because of the setup from Demon Kite. And that's what's so scary. Demon Kite has been popping off in the Suyo earlier in game 1. Now we give him something like a playmaker, something like an Alpha. Sunshine.
Oh, Sunshine.
Oh.
Okay, no more Death Sonata. Domeng, although he got all the Death Sonata attacks coming in from Sunshine, he was able to out-sustain it. And this is what you can see. Why Sunshine is aggressive. Again, he has the Festival of Blood plus the Impure Rage, meaning he has a lot more sustain compared to Domeng. So let's just see how it boils down. But Demon Kite goes in with the Spear of Alpha to bring down Rosa.
That Alien can't get the trade. UA just flickers out. Rosa wasn't even given the chance to flicker out. He had the flicker. Demon Kite and UA comboed in and chained their CC together so well. Well, Fender's got to be very careful here. Sunshine. Oh, man. Now.
Oh, okay.
No. Okay, we're good.
We're good.
Man. Renegade.
No flicker for Renegade, but he has the implosion, and Apex 47 will spot him out. So looks like Sunshine, the sun is still shining. He's safe on his lane.
All right, let's calm down here, right? 3-0 for Aurora MLBB. Currently, Sunshine gets that first item priority on the Hunter Strike, so a bit more movement speed, a bit more penetration as well. Ulfednar, though, they're running a bit low on resources to actually handle the neutral objective, I would say. You know, the Hilda, really good against the Assassins, but against the Alpha, I don't really think it's a tool to actually threaten the neutral objective at all. Demon Kite, Renegade, Edward, all these picks are so good at contesting, and that's why you see Demon Kite on it.
Okay, Apex 47 casting Glorious Pathway. Renegade just trying to zone them out. Alien on the other hand pops a sprint onto Demon Kite. Who's gonna get the turtle? Still gonna go onto you, and the clash is still going on.
Electrifying Breeze from Tindy gets knocked up. The Spear of Misery misery. Over to the back, UA trying to go for the kill curse blast. Barely hit it.
Doming trying to chase for TNZ as Rosa has to back away. Got hit by the tower. Here comes Sunshine to the rescue with the Death Sonata. And it seems like TNZ will save himself from harm's way.
Woo! Again, another close battle. And again, it's Aurora who walk away from it with the dub. The turtle secured by Yue. That was a cursed blast coming in from Yue to secure it. And man, now it's 1,000 gold lead for Aurora. Ulfednar somehow actually, I would definitely be thinking the gold lead would be a bit bigger here for Aurora. But again, they're all chill. They're still waiting for Domain to hit those power spikes anyway, right? For Ulfednar, I guess they can still play for the mid to late game as well. So the third turtle, I think that will really be the neutral objective to fight for and to determine who has the swing of the pendulum.
Yeah, at this point, Ulfednar, although they have the diversion always ready to be expended, they know that it's not yet their power spike. That's why they don't want to make those crucial mistakes, those crucial overplays, those outplays. So we're just right now we're just really waiting for Rosa to be activated, make those right calls, catch Aurora MLBB off guard, eventually gain an upper hand, gain the lead, and stop Aurora MLBB from hitting their power spike.
Okay, Sunshine gonna try to clear this wave. SOD?
It's gonna connect onto Sunshine, but they're not gonna overcommit. They're not gonna dive deeper though. They just want control over the bottom lane.
And they get the control over the bottom lane. The crab will be taken down. That gold crab has been a big priority for a lot of teams here to try to get that gold crab, get your gold laner ahead. And Domeng, wow, they're actually going to give him so much more gold, double laning at this point of the game. Turtle number 3, you can see how much Aurora wants the third turtle. They know how important this objective is, especially if they're able to get a winning fight. This might just be the game-winning team fight. Because Aurora, once they get that snowball, it's going to be real scary. Apex trying his darn hardest to keep it away from Aurora. But they have 5 members rotating there already, posturing up and now clearing up mid lane for Pryo.
Okay, this might be a huge match. A lot of battle spells are here. Doming, though, has to walk away, coming in for the damage of Ulfednar. Renegade, important to note that he has the flicker, plus the implosion play. Let's see who gets the setup first. Here comes the glorious pathway, plus the infernal pursuit. Renegade to the 10Z!
Implosion, now with a shove back. This is going to be the Spear of Alpha from Demon Cat, not connecting. Alien jumping in, Renegade falling. Turtle was secured by Aurora!
And a double kill coming in from Rosa, and they're not even done. Edward goes in with infernal pursuit, but they might be able to out-sustain him. He's going to bring down Sunshine. All of a sudden, the tides have turned. 4 members are gone from Ulfednar. TNZ is the only one left. A triple for Rosa, but a shutdown for Doming.
Oh, man! Aurora! You see them take control of the fight, and it was Edward on a Phobius. Is this M3 or what? The last time we saw that kind of crazy Phobius carry the game, it was Edward, Mr. Man. Let's take a look at the highlights again. What the heck happened in that team fight?
I'm not sure, and we have to clarify, but it starts things off with the glorious pathway coming in from Apex 47 as Renegade goes in with the implosion to try and zone out TNZ. But this is the good thing, Edward just dishing out the damage, being the sandbag at the same time, keeping Ulfednar at bay, enabling Doming to just burst down Sunshine. And a huge play for Doming also to cast that Spear of Destruction, and it connected to the backline. That's why they were able to chase down Ulfednar and get 4 kills of their own.
That Spear of Misery landed on 3 members, I think. That's what enabled Edward to do that. Edward just constantly going at it. Rosa still respawning. Renegade there. Oh, SOD? No, it's just to zone them away. They're going to get a tier 1 off of this. And Ulfednar are back, just going for the defense. They didn't get the turtle. They didn't even get the favorable trade in kills. Aurora in a slow game. They're the masters at this.
I like how Renegade is responding right now. He's not after those flashy hitman plays that we're used to see with the 3-man, 4-man implosions. He wants to go for the proper target. And for that previous clash, the proper target was TNZ. To have Ulfednar zoned out. Although they got the turtle, Renegade's play was able to misposition the members of Ulfednar. That's why Edward was just actually able to wreak havoc and give enough space for Doming to just do the free hits. 2-0-6 for this Moskov compared to a 0-1 for Granger. It's not looking good for Ulfednar. And if Aurora MLBB manages to pull off something like that once again for this major objective, it could be the end for Ulfednar.
9 minutes, 31 seconds. The Marksman Trinity build. DHS Golden Staff and the Corrosion Scythe already completed by Domeng. Sunshine, I think, is, again, falling behind when it comes to that gold, man. Domeng has just been farming out of his mind the last 2 games. Yep. only a Hunter Strike and the Melfic gun, so a lot of penetration. Renegade.
Okay, Renegade getting poked down by Alien, but Doming is here to the rescue. 5 members are here. TenZ goes in. Apex 47 with a glorious pathway.
Goes in. Oh, Eternal Guard catches them. Implosion.
Renegade manages to get caught off by Sunshine, and Apex 47 and TenZ will fall down. A kill spree coming in from Doming. Alien caught in the midst of everything. 4 members are there. Doming has to walk away. Here comes the dispersion rotation coming in from Rosa. Ted goes in with Spear of Alpha, and the clash will stop there. But the Lord will be safely secured by Aurora.
Oh, Fednar tried to play it quick. They tried to go on Renegade, but he was still able, with a sliver of HP, to get the implosion down. And that's the turn in momentum again in the team fight. What looked to be an Fednar win was turned around. You don't give the Hitman the Tigreal. Aurora capitalized on it and went in. Now, Lord going to be cleared out. It won't be a full Lord advantage. Apex going in for the stun. Both teams understanding that at this point, I don't think it's time to fight. You know, they already got a little bit of a dub there, and the gold lead will be rising for Aurora. But for Fednar, not the worst trade considering their position. Actually, yeah, keeping the Lord advantage low is all right for them. That's the best they could do, I would say, right? Oh, Doming, though.
Okay, Doming, look at the attack speed just literally bursting down the mid lane turret there. And so far for Fednar, although we witnessed the damage, the dispersion rotation that Rosa can dish out onto Aurora MLBB, it's not going to be enough. We have to see huge diversion plays like what we're seeing right now, but the problem is it gets spotted out by Aurora MLBB, so they have to make a play. They have to be proactive. It's not the time to be reactive up against a team like Aurora MLBB, but again, the problem is even if Fednar manages to find a good diversion play, there's always a counter initiation that can be initiated by Aurora. They have the Spear of Alpha from Demon Kite, who's not afraid to cast it, go in the front line. Even if he dies, he doesn't care as long as Doming creates, they create enough space for Doming to just dish out the damage. Looking at the KDA, I believe he's still deathless, untouched with his Moskov.
This is the Doming I kind of expected in the M6 World Championship. You know, so far, I think a lot of criticism has been placed on the man.
Okay.
It's diversion. All right, just get back to mid lane. But yeah, Doming really coming online here in this series. It really feels like, you know, Aurora, what we've been talking about might be true. They might just need the best of 3. They might just dislike the best of 1 a bit too much. It's a bit too volatile for them with their systematic playstyle. Rosa, though, that's a Divine Glaive. So if you've already seen the damage that Rosa can actually throw out against Aurora in these skirmishes, now you're going to have to be extra careful against Rosa with this Impure Rage. He can constantly just dish out damage, especially with Impure Rage. I think sustain too, right? I mean, like, you're in these fights for such a long time, it could act as good poke. But I do feel like Fednar, it might have to come down to the diversion, not necessarily the damage from Rosa. They need the diversion to be clean. They need to somehow catch Aurora off guard, because if they don't, it's looking like an Aurora 2-0.
Yeah. And I mean, it's not just Rosa that needs to step up. I believe it's also Alien. Alien really needs to zone out the damage dealers of Aurora MLBB. Try to go for the backline. Try to put Yue and Doming out of position, because if he's not successful, then I believe the sprint is almost non-existent or is useless. Because right now, Doming is having such a good time looking at the gold lead that he's established, clearly has enough space to work with. And now Aurora MLBB, they have a huge advantage when it comes to this Lord. So Fednar, you really need a good diversion play to catch Aurora MLBB off guard right now.
And it almost just seems impossible for them to look for a good diversion. Aurora are occupying all the bushes that the diversion could come through, and that's why maybe Fednar are so shy to use the diversion. Every single... Oh, that was a good shot over the Doming. Good poke. Aurora, they've occupied the bushes enough. They have the pressure. TNZ zone, a glorious pathway. They'll just bait the resource. Conceal from Renegade.
Okay, 18,000 HP for this Lord to conceal. But Aurora MLBB standing strong still. Demon Kite gets with Spear of Alpha. Apex 47 has to walk away. And now Doming going right after Alien. Demon Kite gets the Lord plus the kill onto Apex 47 and Rosa. Aurora MLBB executed that to perfection. Now wanting to extend the lead by taking down TNZ. Sunshine gets to pick up onto Renegade, but Doming goes in up against 2. And Aurora MLBB will safely secure a Lord as TNZ cuts off the minions.
2 for 2. An amazing Spear of Alpha from Demon Kite to catch TNZ. And he's looking for it again. Doming, he wants to go for the cut onto TNZ to mid lane. They will be the focus of Aurora. Let's see Spear of Alpha. TNZ
Oh,
buying some time.
Electrifying beats coming in from Teddy. Domin goes in after Sunshine. They still have their Lord as Alien tries to delay. The Lord push coming in from Aurora. MLBB. Domin just trying to work on the crystal. Killing spree coming in from IOI. And it looks like they're able to clear out the Lord, but Aurora MLBB is still here.
SOD to the back. Demonkai looking for the angle. He's going for the base. Coming! We'll go for the SOD. It's a 2-0 clean sweep.
And the Northern Lights will once again illuminate Aurora's path back to greatness with a flawless play in a 2-0 sweep over a familiar foe in Ulfednar.
A 0-2 start does not mean the end for Aurora. The best of 3 has only strengthened them even more. But for Ulfednar, we will have to bid our farewells. GG, well played. Panel, we're gonna throw it back to you guys.
You guys have thrown it over to us, but I'm just looking at the stage and yeah, I mean, like, competition, right? Someone's gonna be happy, someone is gonna be the opposite of happy. Congratulations to Aurora for winning a clean 2-0, but that does mean this is it for Ulfednar. One Turkey representative is out, one more still remains.
Regardless of what happened here, as the Filipinos rejoice in IOI and wherever they're watching from around the world, this is still an upset, ladies and gentlemen. None of us expected that it would come down to this early in the Swiss. That would be either Aurora or Ulfednar going home, and it's sad that it's the face of Turkish MLBB that had to bow out.
The dynamics of the Swiss stage, we're really starting to feel it right now. From transitioning to the best of 1s to the best of 3s, all of the surprises, they're just starting to come in. And we've seen the beginning of possibly Aurora becoming really, really comfortable in what's to come. Although they've already put themselves in this very difficult position, if this is where they really want to play, then teams who they might potentially come up against should really prepare.
The 1-2, the 1-2, it's very scary because SRG is there as well.
Yeah, I like that, Brigida. You brought up the dynamics. I call it the deadly dynamics. Because all the more now with the best of 3, that's something more veteran teams can play around.
Yep.
Yeah, best of 3 is scary for a lot of people, but also comfortable for a lot of people as well. But again, we got to stay on topic here. Aurora as well as Ulfednar. After this, we're going over to the stage because I already see them standing by. After this, we're going to dive in a little bit deeper. But yeah, I hope Ulfednar keeps it up, and I hope we can see more of them.
I'm looking forward to seeing absolutely more of this team. I mean, their hunger, their passion for the game, each and every time they come back on the world stage, it just seems to keep growing. So now I'm excited to see more from this team in the future.
For now, we're throwing it over to Rose on stage with both teams.
From the wild card, the team that tried to defy the odds, trying to claim the last M6 ticket, the team from Turkey. However, as fate dictates it, this is the end of their journey to be greater than ever. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Ulfednar. And on a count of 3, I would like you guys to give a final bow on the M6 world stage. In 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much to Ulfednar, and we wish to see you guys come back stronger in the upcoming tournaments. And the team that has just survived elimination, the team that also just defied the odds, Aurora MLBB, and with me here we have Demonkai. First of all, Demonkai, congratulations. Welcome back to Malaysia. How are you?
Masaya nakabalik ako sa Malaysia. Tapos parang pangalawang best na MSC, ganun lang yung feeling eh.
Okay, he said he's so happy to be back in Malaysia, and it feels just like MSC once again, because back then he did get an MSC championship back here in Malaysia. So who knows? History could repeat itself. We don't know. Okay, now Demon Kite, before anything, maybe you could take us back to what happened to the past few days of the Swiss stage. What really happened inside Aurora? Did you guys struggle with the best of 1, or were you guys actually struggling with the meta still?
Feeling ko na-overwhelm lang kami sa meta ng M6. Kumbaga, nag-shift kasi yung meta agad bigla nung pagpasok pa lang ng Swiss Swiss stage. So, medyo nanibago kami. Tapos ayun, nag-hard reset lang kami. Tsaka, Phoenix lang namin yung mga kailangan ayusin.
Okay, he said actually Aurora kind of got overwhelmed since when they entered Swiss stage, there was actually a new patch for M6. So they haven't really adapted to it, giving them a hard time through the first 2 days of Swiss stages. Okay, now, sorry, Demon Kai. Yesterday, you guys had an off day, right? So what did you guys do to prepare for the match today? Because this match is very, very important to you to ensure that you guys still have another life.
Parang binalikan lang namin yung root problems nung naging talo namin sa mga unang laban namin. Then nag-prepare kami ng maba sa sa lahat sa execution, sa drafting. So put kami ng maraming effort sa preparation namin kahapon.
I see. Now, he said that yesterday they looked back at the root cause of their losses, went back, redid everything, re-strategized, redrafted, and had pretty sure heart-to-heart talk with the team as well, right? Okay, now, Demon Kai, was the best of 1 hard for you guys?
Para sa akin, kasi iba yung mga hero na nilalabas nila, yung mga strategies talagang kung ano yung ginugol nila para sa preparation dito sa M6, lumabas lahat. So, prepared na prepared talaga lahat ng teams.
Now, he did in fact struggle with the best of 1 because he said that all the strategies that teams actually have prepared all came out in this best of 1 because I'm pretty sure everybody wants to get the upper hand. Now, Demon Kai, I have a question. Your upcoming matches are now best of 3s. Are you more confident to get a comeback?
100% confident kasi feeling ko parang nasa comfort zone ulit kami na kahit anong laban namin, kaya namin parang may download game ganon or kaya namin bumounce back palagi.
Okay, he said the matches moving on forward will be a best of 3. He's very happy and very confident. He even said 100% confident because he said they're back to their comfort zone, meaning best of 3 is where Aurora truly will shine. Now, Demon Kite, maybe one last thing. We all know that the Auroras, the fans of you guys, struggled these past few days through criticism, and it was a hard time seeing your favorite teams fall. So maybe a message for them?
Maraming salamat sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa Aurora, tsaka gagalingan namin palagi sa mga susunod na matches namin. Di namin kayo bibiguin.
He said, thank you very much to everybody who's supporting Aurora. We will do better for the upcoming matches, and we will not let you down. Thank you very much to Demon Kai. Congratulations on surviving elimination. And with that, let's throw it back to the panel to break down what happened in this game against Ulfanar.
Thank you very much, Rose, as well as Demon Kite. A lot of insights here, and I believe after he said that, even Muntan is like, I think we will have more best of ones. But anyway, we got to break down about what happened in game number 2, where, let me just say, first of all, before we even get into it, I'm so happy watching a Bruno this game. I'm just going to put it out there. A game without a Bruno feels fair.
All right.
It does.
I, on the contrary, would like to see the limits of the Bruno. I want to see how far we can go to answer
Leo,
it. And
Leo, Leo,
Here they go again.
Leo. I get what you're saying. I respect it, but bro, thank you, but we have to save it for the second batch. At least for elimination. Respect it, Like, Vamos. Me, Vamos could ban it out. I'm just saying.
This was good to ban it, though, here specifically.
Now let's look at the itemizations here. Ulfanar going up against Aurora here, where, again, the idea was there, but again, the execution coming in from Aurora is very clean here, Brigitte.
Yep, and I think majority of the fights, it was really Aurora who started it all. Like, even during the first turtle where the implosion did not necessarily connect. It slightly missed, and it wasn't as perfect as you would say. But then they were still able to capitalize on it. The SOD though, it was able to accurately target the team fight. And once they were all together, even that early into the game, no, Doming just from that point onward, it felt like he decided no, he wants to shine in this game.
Weirdly enough, I'll say the game plan and the path for Ulfanar's victory was clearer and more sound than it was now. Despite them actually banning out the Bruno, because look, when you do get the diversion, right? Come the mid to the late game, That's where they specifically struggled. What happens when you do send out, full send, your units through that portal? Because what's the best case scenario? You drop a Glorious Pathway, and then what? Renegade just answers you with an implosion.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Because look, there's really very little interaction between the Hilda, the Granger, and the TNZ. Because more often than not, you just see TNZ.
Yeah.
What are you doing over there, son?
Yeah.
By the way, no Purify.
That too.
Just saying, no Purify. So
they seem to invest a lot in that Revitalize.
Yeah. Well, except for Alien, which I thought Alien would use Revitalize as well. He went for a sprint.
He did in game 1.
Absolutely. Yeah. And it did feel like Aurora was so, like the frontliners at least, for them, they were so confident in doing all of those phase checks that I think even our casters earlier mentioned how Ulfenar could not even decide on where to use the diversion.
Yeah.
Because they were no longer in control of the map, and a majority of like the rushes, they were under Aurora MLBB's control. Even just like putting Edward in one, then Renegade in another, they could just like quickly follow up and support all those potential attempts from Ulfenar. So it was such a tricky game to pull off, considering that Ulfenar, they weren't really entirely reliant on just one person to set things up. It's like they had to collectively decide on engaging in a team fight, but even then they couldn't find the perfect timings to do just that.
Again, juxtaposition to game 1. The term I'll use to describe Ulfenar's approach to game 2 in their draft is macro acrobatics. They had to consider, all right, what's our attack? Yeah, but wait, what if, and then they had to improvise along the way, and that's what led them to get the 8 kills, the few towers that they did, and even securing TNZ's buff halfway through the game was a struggle.
Yeah, honestly, it looks like option paralysis for them, where anything that you want to do, you second guess yourself too much. But now we got to look at the MVP, and it's Domeng again. And he is, despite all the maybe because of the criticisms, now he's like, okay, you know what? I heard you guys. Now it's time for me to show up.
The next standard is now. Domeng understood the assignment, and in that analysis paralysis that Ulfenar put on display here, I'm sure even the most casual of fans will see and watch Ulfenar here and say, that's not Ulfenar.
Yeah.
Domeng was the one who slipped right between those cracks and said, you know what?
I mean, like, here's the thing. I completely agree with you, Leo, when it comes to you coming with your diversion. People are waiting, right? And it's not just the Tigreal. Even Domeng with the Moskov can just push all of you guys together, and then what?
He's like Arlot's baby brother.
It's like right now, Aurora, they have the heroes to be like, we know what your game plan is. But let me just tell you, if you guys do it, you're done.
Yep.
We got you.
And these are the multiple times that Domeng was just so ready to fight. Like, at this moment, Tendi was able to escape, but like following all those other clashes, all of the implosion plays, they were just so decisive. It was timed perfectly to allow Demon Kite successfully get the retribution on the objectives, and they were still, either way, ready to sustain and fight, led by Edward. I mean, this was one of the moments where, surprisingly, Edward was able to sustain everything.
All right, this right here, 7.5 minutes. If only the fight went slightly more towards Ulfenar, that would have been their winning image. If they were able to diversion in, scramble Aurora, pick them off one by one, and then TNZ to clean up, but that didn't happen. They lost it along step number 3.
The problem is, Ulfenar, they're clumping up against a team that wants you to clump up.
Exactly.
That's the biggest problem. Aurora, every single hero that they have, the Vexana, the Moskov, the Alpha, the Phobius, everyone is like, if you guys clump up, we can punish you guys heavily. And this is one of the reasons why I like this Bruno-less game, because you will see these kind of compositions where it's like, we have a draft that counters how you play.
Yeah.
Not necessarily the heroes, but how you play, we have the heroes to counter that.
Well, to be fair, I feel like Rosa wanted the same. Like, he wanted all those combinations, those dispersion rotations, but every single time, the damage wasn't enough. And Rosa was actually one of those heroes who was repeatedly punished by Demon Kite. Like, Demon Kite had his eyes set on Rosa. Those surprise Spear of Alphas towards the mid lane, he couldn't even press the flicker to get out of all those attempts. Those continuous layers of crowd control. As mentioned, like, it's the Pollution, it's the Spear of Alpha. There are so many ways to set things up for Aurora MLBB.
And already that's a huge point of contention. The Nombo that is the Lu Yi coming through her own diversion, which will put her in danger. because there's so much when it comes to Aurora in terms of range, in terms of, again, immediate CC, and just interacting with a lineup that just wants you in one place. So I think Ulfenar just walked into the wrong alley. Aurora was waiting for them.
Yeah. Right now, this is for formalities. This is to officiate that, unfortunately, Ulfenar has been eliminated from M6. Now they join Makeup Evolve in the 0-3 bracket. They are number 15 and 16 of this tournament. And speaking of upsets, I guess this is our one of many possibilities, because again, only half the teams can make it to the knockout stage because 2 have been eliminated. We have like what, 6 more?
Right. The casualties of the new and I'd say much needed, but still brutal Swiss format.
3 is really the number to watch out for. Like, you get 3 wins, you're in. You lose 3 times, you're out. I remember how like Kid Bomba tried to say it in a way. You just get so surprised one day you're 0-1, another you're 0-2, and then you're 0-3. You're so embarrassed. Like,
yeah.
It's just really how it goes because you have so little chances in the Swiss format with a best of 1.
Now the next match. The next match, it is Vamos going up against CFU from Cambodia. And let me just tell you guys, CFU is very strong. I don't know how you guys are feeling.
I'm here for it. I'm expecting.
Oh, you are?
I'm expecting high octane, balls to the wall action.
Me too,
MLBB.
me too.
Yeah, you too, yeah.
I am so excited for this.
Great match. Wish it could have happened sooner, you know? For sure. Not elimination match. But whoever loses goes into the 1-2 bracket where Aurora is there, Selangor Giants is there, KBG is there, so yeah. You kind of don't want to be there.
Fighters in mid, baby. Fighters in mid.
Okay, they've used the Khalid, they used the Gato Kacha.
What's next?
Arlet? Don't laugh.
No, because those are such exciting picks. I mean, I want to try casting one. You know?
Jong in mid?
Lapu.
What I need is time. I'm going to give myself time. As the host, I'm dictating. We're going to a break. After this, we'll watch Vamos against CFU.
starts now.
M6 スイスウォッチ明治 Hello Panda, Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak isinya lezat rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak isinya lezat rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
In MLBB, each of the 5 players plays a distinct role.
Whatever it is you want to believe,
But how do these roles work together on the world stage?
Going Sons, who picks up the
Mid laners and roamers are the bedrock of the team.
looking for the knockup, not able to find a sense who he wants for, takes him out.
Whether it's picking beefy tanks, mages, or sustain, together they provide crowd control and damage in the early game, making space for the team to farm or secure objectives. Then we have the EXP laners, usually playing tanky heroes. They poke and zone the enemy to create opportunities.
All right, let's see another fight commences here. Gear goes in. It's going to be a lot of damage plays.
While the roamers pick to fill the team's needs and support if needed. EXP laners must win their lane and protect their tower with aggressive, confident play, ensuring map control for the team.
Ooh, final slash.
Finally, we come to the junglers, the early to mid-game finishers, and the gold laners, the mid to late game finishers.
Irie, the god in the jungle, takes a double kill.
For junglers, whether it's frontline tank utility or assassin early game assassin burst, they form the core of the team. They act on the space created by their team to finish off objectives, utilizing power spikes with the early game advantage they get from farming the jungle.
Should be a retreat from the Burmese gold, and they get sent down into the ground.
Gold laners focus on farming for gold to become late game monsters.
1v3.
They are savvy observers, staying out of trouble and positioning well to deal the most damage with their fragile heroes. Do you agree? How would you describe the roles that make MLBB greater than ever? A new era begins at M6. But who are the rising superstars leading the way? In Latam, Maycam Evolve emerges as the new gem of the region. With Aurora's fierce adaptability and rookie sensation Super Nahuel, the Dynasty Enders made history, toppling the undefeated RRQ Akira after a 2.5-year reign. At MTC Turkey Championship, S2G Esports rises as a new challenger. Led by Sigibum's superstar performance at the gold lane, Pagu's playmaking, and Begin's rotation, they are ready to shine on the world stage. In their M-Series debut from MPL Cambodia, CFU Gaming is ready to strike. With M2 veteran Poppy and core members Detective, Z, and Wadu. Can the Sharks are primed to make waves on the world stage. Returning to the M-Series is RRQ Hoshi, the Sang Raja.
Looking for a train as he finds the triple. Looking for the maniac.
Reinforced by Sutsujin's lethal skill, and led by Skylar, this squad of young stars is on a mission for global dominance. The Indonesian cavalry made a bold gamble by swapping their lineup with MDL rookies, uncovering gems like Fabian, the deadly jungler, a calculated roamer in Witty the Wise, and King Aaron Shiki, the next-level gold laner. Team Liquid ID rises as a new M-Series challenger.
The double overlord goes down one by one. It's a maniac.
MPL PH Season 14 saw the debut of Aurora Gaming with rising gold laner Domeng and MSC 2022 champion Demon Kite.
Yo, the Phil.
LaFell, we're live.
Come on.
Why, I don't care. I don't care. I'm not okay.
The Phil, we're also excited for this. Come on, we gotta be excited.
LaFell, is it because of the Vamos thing?
No, it's shush. I'm not ready. Okay, give me 5 more minutes. Give me 5 more
It's
minutes.
a best of one. It's not elimination, man. I think it'll be fine.
Yeah, but if they lose, what would happen if they lose?
You're not doing the draw anyway.
They'll be the same bracket as SRG.
Am I not the one doing the draw?
Are you? You're not the one. I'd be nervous if he was the one doing
You
the draw.
don't know that. You don't know that. Don't say things that you have no knowledge about.
Hey, come on. Don't say that to break it.
But come on.
I'm the one that's sad, Leo. Comfort me.
What can I do?
Comfort me.
What can I do?
What can he do?
Tell me. Tell me, what can I do to comfort you, LaFell?
Well, we can first talk about Kadia, if that's okay with you.
Can I take you to Kadia to discover the beating heart of Kadia City, the gaming and esports district, the world's first real-life gaming hub, and a beacon of gaming futures where you can play live.
Okay, that helps. That helps.
Are you
and
okay
now
now?
it's sad again.
Until he sees the Bruno band.
Okay.
Bruno's band.
If the Bruno's band, I'm happy. But for you guys, grab your tickets now, and you get to witness the remaining 14 of the world's best teams clashing it out on day 5 and day 7 of the Swift stage.
Literally just the 14
Just
left.
the 14. Soon it will be a little bit less. And now just to let you guys know as well, from the 22nd of November to the 29th of December.
Not enough fingers.
Yeah, I do. M6 support chests will be available for a limited time. Purchase the support pass for 50 diamonds, which, by the way, 50 diamonds is also one of the tasks that you can get. Anyways, to get a large amount of pass EXP with a chance to obtain a basic M6 pass, use that basic M6 pass to instantly activate the M6 pass, unlock additional pass rewards, and immediately get Claude Challenger Spark. How much am I? I think I'm 40 something now.
It's Claude with Dexter.
Technically 2 figurines.
Yeah.
If you
Yes,
do
technically you
end
get 2 figurines.
up getting it.
I would grab it, but my filthy hands, it's not
worthy yet.
Not worthy. I'm not worthy. I'm not
level 75.
I'm not level 150. You need 150 for this one. Okay, let me just check. I think I'm 40 something. Let me
He's
see.
okay now.
I'm 48.
Level 48.
Let's
Let's take him away from the reality, the harsh reality of the upcoming
Oh
best
no,
of
now
one.
you remind me.
Oh.
Now you're reminding me. Do you guys remember how much your past experience is? Level something something. 40. I think I'm doing okay as 40. I met people that's already 150, by the way.
Who? Where?
You gotta.
In my live chat. He could be lying though.
We don't know.
We don't know.
We don't know.
Now let's talk about the matchup. Vamos against CFU. Right. So we have a topic here for the matchup for today between Vamos and CFU. From villains to heroes, can Vamos hold back CFU? Because they're the anti-heroes here. But after what SRG has faced, now Vamos is looking like the heroes of Malaysia. So CFU, in a way, is the villains here going up against Vamos.
It's an interesting use of words. Holding back CFU, holding back Cambodia First United. I think this is fair enough, given how aggressive Vamos can be. Watching Khmer MLBB, I can also say that CFU have their moments.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm so excited to watch this match, is because I know that this is going to be super bang bang MLBB, you know what I mean?
Dude, let me just wipe a little bit of my tears. Oh.
With your Dragon High genuine leather strap,
Oh, yeah.
M6.
Yeah,
Dream watch?
just gotta put it out there just in case of. Brigitte, do you have the watch?
I don't.
This watch? Are you asking if she has this watch?
That watch? You don't have it? You don't have it?
With crystal sapphire?
It's okay. You're the.
Dragon hide, by the way.
And
Dragon hide leather.
Swiss movements.
It's made by Dragon.
Dragon. I mean, it's okay. I have the green fairies.
Yes, you do have the green fairies.
Right here beside me. So like.
And now we got to talk about Zoran here because we were able to catch him doing this pose, and he talked to us, and this is what he has to say. All right, so see, I did it right.
No, it was on the wrong side.
Whatever, Brigitte. Semantics, proving ground. If you ask me now, we're still relieved. It's not like being 0-2, which would be even more nerve-wracking and pressuring. I believe many teams would feel more relieved to be in our position too. Going to this match is still a best of one, and we want to prove that Malaysia still excels in best of one matches, which previously was a Todak thing, but now Vamos is like, no, it's a Malaysian thing. We like best of ones.
Yep. And honestly, I think one of the things I'm really looking forward to is like how tight the chemistry is. Like, how are we going to see that in action this time since they're going up against CFU? Because I think CFU is also one of the teams who like.
Try to post.
I just saw you from my peripheral vision and I had to do it. But again, going back, I think CFU is like one of those teams who's also been together long enough. Like at least for Detective, Wadu, like their coach, and Z. I think they've been together for like since 2022. But we could say the same for like a majority of Team Vamos, like 4 out of 5 of them.
Yeah.
At least they've been together for such a long time. So now that we're still in the best of ones and that they're actually quite excelling in it, so I'm really excited to see who will emerge as the tighter team, the closer team.
Let me just say, we haven't spent a lot of time together, but our chemistry's not bad, right? All three of us, right? We haven't spent that many time, but we have to move on to the topic. Our chemistry is not bad. The topic is Clash of the Silent Vanguards, Smooth versus Wadu. Do you know why they're the Silent Vanguards?
Why?
Ask me a question.
Why are they the Silent Vanguards?
I'm not so sure that's a good thing. And I'm not so sure that's exactly the reason why they're the Silent Vanguards. Yeah, no.
I thought they just don't talk.
Versus Wadu come in from very, very proactive teams. I think they're the ones you can rely on to hold things down, to stand on business when your jungler is constantly trying to invade, when your mid laner constantly tries to play fighters.
So it's like big stepper, underground methods. That's kind of how they roll.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I'm talking about? Exactly. You know what I'm talking about? Oh, she does it again. Oh my goodness.
It came out in a different order, but what I'm saying is when your team is, stepping on the gas and are, turning everything up to 11, you have to have the guy who says, all right, hold up.
Yep.
Wait a minute. 10, 2, 6.
Yeah.
There you go. So, no, because for reals, Wadu, low-key guy. Smooth,
very low-key.
Smooth. Regardless of what squad you find him in. So I think they're the perfect, temper.
Let's put it this way. When Vamos wins, everyone stands up and it's Smooth is like, oh well.
Exactly.
He's that kind of guy. But now we got to look at the team lineup here. Vamos, we got Nets, Zorn, Warlord, Chibi, and Smooth, where their defining factor here in the M6 is that their major lineup lacks magic damage.
Non-existent.
Non-existent.
So far, they got to the 1-in-1 bracket without playing a single mage. Eve, Aurora, Vexana, Valentina. Forget about it.
Forget about it.
I think I'm honestly heading into this match expecting the unexpected already. And I just hope like it works. It works for Team Vamos because they're known to do that anyway. And in some ways, it's been successful.
Warlord, known to play a Sicilian too. I think one of the pioneers hasn't played it yet. I think that's a personal handicap. You say,
Well, we're going to look at the lineup that does use the mage. And honestly, I've been in Cambodia and they love their assassins. Let's talk about CFU Gaming, seeing Opie, Z, Detective, as well as Wadu. Detective is only like, what, 17? We got these youngings coming in and then they're popping off.
Not even 17 yet. He's 16 and 11 months.
Get him young, man. Like, these young players are amazing.
Mechanics.
Advanced happy birthday, if ever. It's like
2 weeks.
It's in 2 weeks, right? So I hope he like has a.
I wonder who
birthday
else
here,
has a
though.
birthday coming up.
Well,
Look in the mirror.
Yeah.
so we know a lot who recently had their birthdays though. But like for CFU, I think I'm watching out majority for Opie. Like he's going up against, I mean, Zorn, right? So we've seen a lot of players and roamers try to like attempt to spam the recalls as well. But
Here's the thing. Zorn might not be using a tank. Think about it.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Oh, wait.
In their last outing, he played a Hellcurt.
I
in
understand.
Rome.
People hate it when he recalls. So when he's using the Natalia, the Hellcurt, you can't see it.
Only when you're dead. And that's what sucks. I think in their efforts to quell the advance of CFU gaming here, they have to play the mind games. And I think that's a legit part of their strat.
But here's the thing, Zorn, honestly, between him and Chibi, I would even say that Zorn has the better mechanics than Chibi, which is very interesting when you're comparing a roamer to a jungler. Twist the point, if the Fanny is open, Zorn's the one's playing it. If the Hellcurt is open, Zorn's the one's playing it. If the Natalia is open, Zorn's the one's playing it. Who's to say he won't be picking up something like the Gushin?
Oh.
In Rome?
Hey, crazier things have happened.
That's Gila.
That's Gila. Gila,
True. I really like Chibi's joy though. Like I think way back MSC, it's also one of the heroes who really like made its mark for me, and he's been using it pretty well like previously. Unless Zorn wants to.
It's meta.
Rome joy.
Gentlemen, are we ready to pick our votes on who's going to be the one winning this? All right. Ready? In 3, 1, 2, 3.
What's yours?
Wait, what?
What's yours?
Is this? Are you doing what I think you're doing?
Did you get the?
Oh no! I picked CFU Gaming. Oh no! Whatever shall I do? Well, oh well.
This is mainly with the caveat of them playing so out of meta that CFU's aggression won't work anymore. That's why I'm saying Vamos.
Yep. I'm also watching out for Soren, like how he's going to set the tempo against a hyper-aggressive or a team who wants to be hyper-aggressive. Because if they do just that, then how are they going to work around it?
So I pick it because it's a shark. And Vamos is supposed to be a snake. Just follow me on this one. It's supposed to be a snake.
Is it not a symbiote?
Snake. Let's just call it a snake.
Okay.
Okay.
I've never seen a snake eat a shark. Technically, I've never seen a shark eat a snake, but you know what I mean. Can sharks eat snakes?
We need a marine biologist in the house to figure that out.
Do they even like meet each other? Aren't they like underwater?
There are sea snakes.
There are sea snakes.
We know more about snakes. No more about snakes. We know more about space than the ocean.
That's true.
The ocean is very, very deep.
Deep.
The known universe, though.
Yeah. We can travel this season. We chose no. We're going up. We're going to space.
Neither here nor there.
So that's why I picked CFU. They're underwater creatures. That there's multiple movie franchises like Jaws.
Well, it has been scientifically proven that tiger sharks will eat anything, even highly venomous snakes. They don't distinguish between that. So thanks to Manny for covering that. Are these venomous snakes though? I think they are.
They are.
I think there's a level of cheese and poison that Vamos comes in with. Can see if you overcome.
So, Grok Venom skin.
Gushin Venom.
Angela Venom skin.
Hey, you know what? Harley Rogue. Harley Jungle.
Harley mid.
Harley mid. Warlord picking up the Harley. Ooh. We have an M chat here. We're talking to Zorn. What was the reason behind Vamos' defeat on day one? He said the main reason was that our communication was really poor because we were nervous. So on the second day, we worked on that, and as a result, we managed to secure a victory. Now we feel comfortable on stage, and we're confident that we're 100% ready for this match.
That's extra gila, because even hometown advantage doesn't help with the nerves.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
And it was against
I'm nervous.
Twisted Minds. That was their first game, right? It was against Twisted Minds.
Could you stop talking about history? Could you like move forward?
Thousands miles away from home. And
Thousands of
they're
miles.
the ones. They're the ones who are comfortable.
Hey, let me tell you, man. Temperature does a lot to you.
Oh, for sure.
For sure.
I would know.
And now we're jumping here in the drafting phase. Game number one, the only game, because this is a best of one. And we'll see which one will be the first pick. Oh, I hear the Khalid band, CFU, banning out the E. Just in case, banning out the Khalid. Vamos! Ban out Bruno! I hear claps.
And they did.
I hear claps in the audience. They're like, thank you for banning out the Bruno.
All right.
You know, now they're heroes when the Malaysian crowd is clapping for a ban.
I hope he
What
does
a
the
change. And it's Zorn who asked for the fist bump.
Oh.
Because he's like, you know what, I don't care. I'm banning out Bruno.
Coach, do it.
Coach, do it.
Coach Babs, Coach Bobby do it.
I wonder.
I've never heard a crowd cheer for a ban.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. There you go.
Vamos is looking to open the show. Leave open the show.
Yeah. And Zorn's like, guys, relax. It's just a ban. It's just a ban.
Fine.
Yeah. Honestly, CFU, they draft pretty standard. So I'm assuming they'll be going for like the usual priority picks. Like for the past few games that they played, I think they were going for the Hylos.
Fanny's still open.
Oh.
No, but I feel like Vamos should not let it go though.
Yeah.
You told us like, what if Zorn does?
Yeah, but Detective will pick it up. Why would not? I've never seen a detective that can't play a Fanny.
It skews your draft so much if the opponent picks up Fanny. You have to lock her down. So Fanny being second most banned red side prio, take it out now. Coach Babs, do it.
If you're doing that, what is open? The high laws, Phobias. But Phobias we haven't seen first pick that much.
Here and there.
It's just really mostly the Hylos.
The Cho, maybe the Cho.
Open. Maybe you can trade for that. Suyo just got banned there.
Oh no, they banned the Hylos instead.
Yo, Fanny. The Fanny's open.
Wait.
Is Vamos planning to fight against a Fanny with a fighter mid? Is that what we're going for?
That's possible, actually.
Oh my God.
That's another way of locking down the Fanny, because usually there's very few mid-lane mages that can do that.
What if CFU doesn't pick up the Fanny and calls their bluff?
And they see it coming from a mile away?
Wait, what's that? Oh,
That's the Cho.
Not giving it to Zorn. Not giving it to the man.
That's the Cho. That's the Cho.
Not giving it to Raja. Recall.
Okay. So what do they get for themselves?
Here's the thing. GB can't play the Fanny. I mean, he can play, but you know, like against the best of the best.
It's not a go. It's not a.
Yeah. So if we see a Fanny, it might be Zorn, unless behind the scenes they've been practicing. Gata, we don't know where this Gata is going.
Literally.
Joy.
Okay.
And they reveal the joy. This is a tell. Having magic in the jungle makes a mid-lane fighter for Warlord all the more possible.
This could be a mid Gata. It could be an EXP. It could be a Roam.
Oh.
Valentina picked up.
I won't hold my breath just yet, because they usually reveal that fighter mid in the second phase.
This is a Valentina though, so they get their own
beats.
Electrifying beats.
So good.
Dun, dun,
So like
dun,
whichever Nets decides to go for, gotta be careful. Like this is a Cho. This is a Valentina who might get her own electrifying beats.
And she can flicker, dash in, and then beats in your face.
Oh, I hate getting beats in my face.
You and I both. There's There's the Phobius, already great triggers on the Infernal Pursuit. And still, we don't know what's in mid, because this is just confirmed for Rome.
Dark Knight Falls.
Oh, that is so good.
Thank you. I've been practicing. Vamos bringing in the double assassin meta. And like you said, Leo, this does not mean that the Gatot is going mid. Can still go Rome, can still go EXP, can go anyway, man.
It's huge flex.
To me, fun is all that
They're
matters.
taking out gold laners because they're first. They're first. I would not be surprised if Red 4 was the marksman for Nets. And then we go from there.
Probably some physical damage.
Coach Taimigo. Coach Taimigo is forcing Pabs and Coach Paui to say, okay, we're taking out the gold mages. Reveal what Warlord is gonna play, because that's another tell. If there's a mage in the jungle, a mage in gold,
then
more so fighter mid.
Exactly. And at this point, why we have to talk about double assassin here, because Zorn is gonna be the one farming. He's gonna, which is very interesting because I watched the game. Zorn takes the jungle of the opposing side, but you know what's interesting? His farm is never above Warlords, which means his roam keeps on triggering as he's farming. So Vamos have figured out some kind of rotation that allows the roamer to pick up farm, but still has that roam passive activating.
And that's why all the more what Coach Pab said about their communications being on point, day 2 onwards, made more sense.
Hilda band out.
They needed to take out the Hilda if that's the plan, because you can't like afford to revert to a jungler who really has to farm slow if you need to keep up with all the pressure that Vamos would potentially put on the table. So yeah, they go for a physical marksman in the gold lane. They're sticking with the Moskov for nets. So what jungler would be the safest option now for CFU? Will you like still risk it, even though?
Something a little bit tanky, because all of a sudden the Helka can be in your face. And we have a fun fact for the 16 years, 11 months, and 14 days. Detective is the second youngest player in M6.
Yep, second only to Hiko, of Team Spirit. All right, talking about the junglers, what's available for Detective? Again, the
Alpha's
second
here.
youngest.
Alpha.
Alpha's good, maybe even a Fred, but that's not enough damage.
Double farm slow. Oh.
They go for the Hayabusa. It's gonna be tough. It's an assassin versus an assassin. Sword's gonna play man-to-man.
Nathan, but I don't know.
Damage from CFU, no?
I'm just worried that the Hellcrit can have a field day.
On both of them.
On both of them. Final pick for Vamos. Will this be the time where they're like, kidding, we have a mage?
Or more of a tanky presence, because I don't know if that's enough peel and that's enough of
Fredrin mid.
Few's done it.
Few has done it before.
AP Brent's Few's done it.
Terizla.
We've seen Rosa do that.
A lot of things have happened in our careers.
Bane under Drian.
Yep.
Have we ever seen a Benedetta in mid? Badang in mid?
Lapu.
Lapu in... We've seen Lapu in mid.
Lapu in mid.
And IP
Breaker
Flashes,
in
Kurt
mid.
Easy's done that.
The Fanny still.
Hold it. Take it easy.
Oh,
Glue.
wow. Okay.
Still don't know.
I still don't know.
Hold on. Warlord's holding on to Gatot. Warlord is saying, muscle of iron, bones of steel.
That must be it.
All right, now we're going to pass it to Bovingan as well as Mirko to cast for this one. A mageless Vamos.
Hey, man. Lofel, Brigida, Leo, thank you so much. But did you really expect a normal mage? Did you expect a mage?
No, but considering this is Warlord,
exactly.
I'm not surprised.
It's in the name. He's a warlord. He wants to go in. Ladies and gentlemen, 1-1. That is the bracket that we have here. It is a best of 1 for Vamos. The villains of Malaysia, that might just be the heroes by the end of this. CFU trying to shut down the Malaysian hopes here of qualifying to knockout stage. But ladies and gentlemen, let me hear you. Vamos and CFU Gaming go head to head. We're gonna dive straight in to the land of dawn for our second match of the day.
You know, from right off the bat, CFU, we know that CFU is a disciplined team. That's how they beat NIP Flash. If you're gonna go back to the very first day of our Swiss stage, they were able to turn things around in the mid-game. because they were punishing the over-aggressive plays of NIP Flash. This time, we all know how Team Vamos plays. They're going to go all in, all the time, dive as much as possible, and CFU might have a slight advantage.
It's just pure damage, and if you guys want pure damage in your games, go ahead and get these battle recalls, these rewards, man. It's phenomenal. Claude's battle emote, M6 Glory Avatar border, Baksha's battle emote too, and the new special skin, Baksha Dauntless Shield, all for free. You can reach to level 75 actually, all for free. So go ahead, get your games in and get that M6 pass. Because CFU, they're looking to pass through the 1-2-1 bracket over to 2-1 with this crazy aggressive composition. Speaking of aggressive, though, I don't know which one is more aggressive here, if I'm being honest with you.
Clearly, Team Vamos, they're going right after Detective. Chibi is already level 4. Electrifying beat to bring down Detective. The second youngest player in M-Series has fallen down in the hands of a veteran.
That's uno kill for Team Vamos. They got to get the Dos Tres very soon, man. But it's all about the aggression. Like we said earlier, they got to just push the pace with this kind of composition. Everybody can fight. The glue can go in. Warlord, he's a Warlord. And Nets, very early on in the first hurdle, I think he can be online much earlier compared to Sing, right? Yeah. It's a good matchup for Sing, but he needs to farm up. Vamos can constantly just look for 5v5s around the neutral objectives, and that's going to create a very scary threat for CFU Gaming, especially for Detective. He's not level 4 just yet. That means it's a 2-level lead right now, at least, for Chibi. And Opie, he ain't gonna take that. There's respect.
Yeah. The right call for CFU Gaming might be just to give away the Lord for Team Vamos and just wait for their power spike, especially since they have an ultra late game gold laner in Sing with the Natan as Team Vamos successfully gets the turtle. So right now they're starting out strong with the way they expected it to against a glass cannon type of lineup. Although they have a tanky mid laner, when it comes to the late game, things can turn around and go for the favor of CFU Gaming because they have a much more balanced lineup.
So the early aggression from Vamos is working really. Ooh, that was close. Nets almost just sniped it down. Warlord level 4. Seems like Zorn is 2. Detective still fallen behind compared to Chibi when it comes to the farm department after losing that early fight. OP won't really be able to push in, but man, Chibi.
Electrifying beats, getting chased down. Chibi again with another kill, extending the lead to 1.1k, and already you can hear the fans of Malaysia excited for what's happening in the early game.
Now puts a lot of pressure on Sing. He needs to start winning this lane. He needs to start being able to farm. Oh, careful now, Sing. Chibi doesn't have the electrifying beat, so there's no kill threat on him, but you can see the damage already. We expect Joy to be a threat in the late game, and now Smooth.
Okay, they're trying to look for the kick. Here comes Wild with Infernal Pursuit.
Warlord caught in the midst of it all. Great kick to cancel the AOG.
That's a good response finally for CFU Gaming again, but look at Zorn. But a beautiful knockup. Jit can do combination for OP to save the remaining members of CFU. They're going to commit the AOG, wanting to go for Zorn, but Zorn will safely evade. So right now, CFU Gaming, they tend to use the over-aggression that Team Vamos is showing to their advantage. But again, once we reach the mid-game, once Zorn gets a lot of items, he can easily burst down anyone, even by himself. So CFU Gaming, the clock is also ticking for their side.
And you can definitely see Z going for the Brave Smite, going for the Tenacity. That really helped him. If it wasn't for the Tenacity and Brave Smite, I would definitely confirm a death there, right? With Zorn jumping in. Also, this is like, the way Zorn plays the Hellcurt is a bit different compared to Mr. BBB that we know in MPL Indonesia. Up top, SOD.
It's gonna be a 1v1 entropy, and who's gonna get the first kill? And Sing sings his heart out to bring down Nets. Warlord tries to answer with a chase of the AOG, but CFU Gaming again using the over-aggression of Team Vamos to their advantage.
Wow, the 1v1 of the Natan. They're gonna group up here in Natan in the bottom lane, looking for the fight. OP.
Detective goes in with a Wiki Shadow kill. Dark Knight falls for Zorn, and Zorn gets a kill onto OP.
Detective securing it now. Infernal Pursuit, the split mounting him. Z has stolen it now, going out to Warlord. That's deep.
And look at this, caught in the midst of everything with the Petrify. Zorn picks up another, and the Raja emote with the signature emote after that kill.
Woo! Zorn on the Petrify. That's the difference between Zorn's Hellcurt and BBB's Hellcurt. BBB, he always goes for the execute usually. So far, the Petrify has been great at dismantling a lot of the initiations from CFU, right? You get the Petrify, it's a good disengage tool. You can definitely see Chibi there. He's starting to get online. We were talking about this already. The fact that the Joy is online so quick in the game is scary. Usually you expect him to be scary a threat in the mid game.
Yeah.
He already has a Genius Wand. 2 kills up. Wadu, everybody's got to be careful here. He's taking a lot of damage on a Phoveus. Imagine Sing. And we know that the Natan can be dove on by Zorn plus Chibi, so he's got to be very careful. Wadu gets caught.
And speaking of dive, they're trying to go for Wadu. 3 members of Team Vamos. Wadu trying his best to out-sustain, but you cannot do that against a 3-member Team Vamos. Open wants to answer right back. Okay, gonna get spotted out, and the clash will stop there.
Okay, they get the kill onto Wadu, but CFU Gaming are doing a good job still. They're holding Sing back. Zorn is in the bush. He's waiting for the time. Nope. He won't get it. No Spear of Misery. Z comes in.
Z comes in, trying to go for a 3. Here comes the Dark Nice Balls. A kick coming in from OP.
Great kick. AOG stolen away. Not connecting. OP walking forward with Chun-Poo. A Smooth walks in. Chibi got soloed in the mid lane.
Okay, here comes Smooth with a split, and Zorn goes in to try and bring down C. He's going to do it successfully. OP goes in with a Jeet Kune Do, but the damage from Sing might just be too much. Detective has a Wiki Shadow Kill. Not going to overcommit, though. And just the trade after trade for this game. Everything's happening so fast. 6 minutes, 30 seconds in, 5-7 already. With a kill scoreboard and not even done. Spear of the Shrek is gonna connect. Here comes Nets.
Nets coming in. The Spear of Misery locks him down. Zorn will lock Sing down. He's still hiding away.
And just like that, Zorn with a favorable shutdown onto Sing. The last inch of the deadly stinger connects before he brings down, but Wadu brings down Nets also.
And there's another fight in the mid lane. OP looking for the kick. Won't go for it just yet. He'll play it safe. This is why I asked the question earlier, Ingan. Yeah, Vamos are aggressive, but CFU can definitely hold their own. Z's walking up, Wadu going in.
Okay, Z has his own AOG, but they're trying to zone Team Vamos out, keeping at them at bay. CFU Gaming just focusing on the turtle. And they will get another objective to their name. Just look at the lead the Team Vamos established in the very first minute. It switched to CFU Gaming because of the favorable trades that they're getting away from the aggression of Team Vamos.
And now we have the Natan coming closer to the item power spike. This has only been a feathered airstrike Starlium Scythe Natan. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not the Holy Crystal just yet. So he's been doing that much damage, winning in a 1v1 against Zorn's ambush with only a Starlium Scythe and a Feather of Heaven. Once he gets the Holy Crystal, even Smooth might not be able to take it. Nets though, very quick into that second item. Actually, later than the Natan. So he might get his items quicker.
Oh, a kick, but that might be the wrong target. Get Smooth just cast this split. Here comes the AOG. They're going to burst down. Smooth.
Gotta get Chibi. Locks him down up top. It's another 1v1. OPG Kundo AOG.
He had his own AOG, but Nets managing to deliver the damage and keeping CFU Gaming at bay. Look at Detective. Want to go for the Wiki Shadow Kill, but might get bursted down though. He has the Quad Shadow so he can get out safely. Oh! Almost! How many pixels was that before Detective got hit?
That's 1 pixel. 1 pixel, Ingan. That was a jump scare. Zorn's still looking for him, trying to find Detective, but he's a bit too witty for that. Warlord in the mid lane, trying to go for it again. OP, conceal? No. We have to slow it down right now. We're gonna wait for the next neutral objective. And like you said, all of a sudden, now it's CFU Gaming who hold the momentum. And we have to keep our eyes on Sing. This guy in Cambodia has been phenomenal. He's really been breaking records by getting crazy GPM stats. And on a Natan, you would expect, all right, yeah, he should be able to get the GPM. But not like this. You would expect him to farm. He's been farming heroes.
Yeah, and you can give a lot of credit to CFU Gaming's mid trio because they're keeping Team Vamos preoccupied. We've seen Sing go to the bottom lane, but another kick coming in from OP.
Kundo, another kill to Sing. Now it's a Holy Crystal. That's an AOG.
Oh no, Spear of Destruction did not connect, but Chibi goes in for the backline with Electrifying Beast, bringing down Sing.
OP with the Kundo. Chibi locked in, still able to escape. Now Wadu comes in as well. Z pops in AOG, that's still kiting away. Wadu caught in the midst of it all. Now he goes in again. Finding the infernal pursuit mounted on.
Oh, and they're trying to go for him, but Team Vamos manages to get him. As Wadu falls down, here comes Detective. He has the Wiki Shadow Kill onto Warlord, and he's gonna bring him down with the help of Z.
Woo! That was only 3 kills on the board. That was 2 for 1. And Vamos seems like they got the better trade there. Chibi will try to go for the Lord, but Detective is waiting for a target. Zorn doing the same thing. Fighting for the Lord is what they must do. Zorn will zone Detective away. OP's looking for an opening here, but I don't think he should go for Smooth. Good reset on the Lord. OP wants to go for it.
Oh, they commit the way of the Dragon, but here comes Sing with the entropy and burst it down Smooth. That was a smooth play from Sing.
Damn, that's some damage right there. Did not expect Smooth to be deleted, evaporated AOG.
AOG, Z gets the Lord, and here comes the counterattack coming in from Team Vamos.
Detective shut down. Optional went away. Sing goes over the entropy, and it's Sing who just evaporates everybody he touches. Nets next. He goes for the Spear of Misery. Sing!
Flickers in, trying to bring down Nets with a Shadow Strike, and will do so. Sorn, will he go in though? He has Chibi by his side as CFU Gaming with the last strike of Z. Got down Nets plus the Lord. And now CFU Gaming is in full control of this game.
Wow. All right. We finally have some downtime here at CFU and Vamos. They finally take a step back. They finally let go of the pedal. Never mind. Opie, he might be going for it.
Okay,
Opie.
Deadly Stingers is here, but Sorn manages to dash away. CFU Gaming, okay, they're gonna wait for the Lord to reach the bottom lane inhibitor turret before they make a set. But look at Sorn, the damage of Deadly Stingers, half HP already for OP.
That's a Divine Glaive for Z. Zing in the bottom lane, good clear from Nets. Great blinks from Zorn to escape from the G Kundo. CFU Gaming will just go for the sieges. It will be a tier 2 in the mid lane and the bottom lane taken down with the first Lord of the game. Slow push up top, 2,000 gold lead still. And Mr. President is well fed. Sing is on the way to a Divine Glaive.
Okay, let's see if Team Vamos will try to go for initiation. They did, however, save all their holy shields, made quick work of the Lord down bottom, but this is what CFU Gaming wants, to extend the game, to reach Sing's power spike. Even without the late game, Sing is already activated. And that's the gameplay of CFU Gaming. They're unbothered, unfazed. Even if you're very aggressive towards the early game, you get a couple of kills. But they don't care. They know the power spike of their team. That's why they are patient, they are waiting, and certainly they are protecting Sing from the aggressiveness of Team Vamos.
And for the first time in 12 minutes, we don't have a fight. It's all chill. It's all calm. But usually, when this happens, it's only a build-up for a big play. Opie, he's trying to look for that big play. He knows that he can kick anyone. That's what's scary for Vamos now. Usually you have a glue, you have a gata, then you can be like, all right, you can kick one of us, and then you're going to be the one punished.
Okay.
Sing, entropy, defensively.
Okay, AOG coming in from Warlord. OP, though, manages to kick someone. Sword from the backline, and AOG for Z himself. OP's immortality will be popped, but Detective working on Warlord right now.
Still in the midst of it all, OP gets the G Kundo. Wadu in the back, getting the in front of pursuit. Warlord is next, falling down. Wadu gets 2. Nets gets the kill, but Sing goes on a killing spree.
A 3-for-2 trade for Team CFU Gaming. They have a clear advantage right now. They also have Sing in their presence. They can actually take down an inhibitor turret against Team Vamos.
Base turret number 1 worked on. Nets looking for the play. He's got Rose Gold. Oh, but is it enough?
Oh, Entropy in onto Smooth. Smooth with a split. Just trying to delay as much as possible. Detective going on for the backline to Nets. Even on the base, he gets down Nets. And CFU secures the win.
CFU Gaming will not let Malaysia parade in Malaysia. What a performance with a Natan. They snowballed with a Natan. They went through Vamos. Vamos were supposed to be the aggressors. But CFU will prevail.
Oh no, Nats was saying at least they're not 0-2, but right now they're 1-2. So Team Vamos in a crucial position in the standings.
What a performance. What a game. Panel, break it down.
You called it.
I said CFU was going to win, yeah. I'm not Daijobu.
You're more Nani.
Nani's...
Say Sumi Masari.
He's actually sad now.
The reverse curse.
Okay.
Called it.
You did.
I got a prediction right.
Here's what I was hoping for. That the cheese that was obviously put on display once more by Vamos would be enough. And for the first 5 minutes, it seemed like it was so. But they seemed to have reverted to their day 1 antics.
They were so stable. I mean, if CFU foresaw that this is going to happen, that their jungler was not going to have the best time, their gold laner was the complete opposite. Sing was just so stable in his lane in the 1v1 matchup, and they were able to seemingly funnel everything into Sing, and he just did the rest for his entire team. Like, even when it came to a point where Vamos already knew, oh no, we gotta look for Sing. They couldn't even look for Sing.
And for Vamos, the X factor seemed to be Zorn. Not so sure that's such a wise choice to put your eggs in the roamer basket. That just wasn't enough.
Let me just say, shout out to Secret Lab, man, because I don't think I can be sad on any other chair. Because here I can lie down, I can tilt my head back, look at the ceiling,
contemplate,
and
comfort,
and not worry about anything. You know, shout out to Secret Lab. It's not their sponsor time yet, but I love the chair, man.
These are
it allows. It's better to be sad in the Secret Lab chair than on the floor.
You can actually tilt it a little bit more, right?
I know, but I need to look professional.
These are the M6 Titans. They're specifically built for miserable moments for Lafel like this.
Is the interview ready yet? I mean,
yes. CFU is prepping up on stage, and we have to ruminate on the fact that Vamos have now fallen into the same bracket.
They can meet Aurora
as SRG and Aurora
and KBG.
But we don't know yet.
KBG, they're in a.
I don't want to do the draw.
They have a best of 3 lifeline.
You're not gonna do the draw.
You don't know that. You don't know that. Stop saying things like they're for sure.
Just so that you won't think of it yet.
You're not helping.
I'm trying to help.
Regina, you're not helping.
There's an interview.
Throw it over to Rose. Rose is on stage.
The Cambodian team that has just taken down the hometown hero Vamos. Give it up for CFU. And right now, I am with Detective. First of all, Detective, how are you after that intense game?
Normal.
Normal. Okay, now, Detective, we know that Cambodia is not new in the international scene. It is, however, CFU's first time. So, are you guys nervous and feel extra pressured?
No, since it's out. It has been a long time, and now we've finally given a chance, so we cannot be nervous.
Cannot be nervous. Now, what would you say be the reason that you guys are playing better than ever? You guys are super close to knockout stage.
It's the trust I have in my teammates and the confidence I have in myself.
Oh, that's so cute. So do you trust your teammates a lot?
Yeah.
Does your teammate trust you?
Yeah.
I like that. So that makes you more confident, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now that you guys are like 1 match away from knockout stages and you guys will be playing a best of 3 from now on, are you more confident?
Of course.
Do you like best of 3s?
Yeah, because best of 1 is so 50-50.
Yes, best of 1 is so 50-50, I agree. Okay, now that M6 has a new patch, kenapa, yes?
Yeah, I just said to him,
yes?
Please speak more Cambodian so I can translate to you. So I don't know what to do right now.
It's okay, he's feeling confident, Poji. Okay, now I have a question. Just now, in my earlier interview with Aurora, they said that M6 has a new patch, so a lot of teams actually struggle. In your opinion, how does this new patch affect the jungle?
This new assassin patch?
Yes.
I'm quite happy with the patch because I can finally play assassin, and ever since our team was great, I already play tank.
What other assassin do you want to play on the M6 world stage?
That's a secret.
That's a secret. So I guess more high mechanic, fast-paced assassins is about to come up then?
That's a secret.
That's a secret. Okay, I like this kid already. Okay, Detective, just last one. Since you guys are 1 match away from knockout stages, who do you want to meet next? Okay, there is Twisted Minds, Falcon, NIP Flash. Now, either Team Liquid Indonesia or Team Spirit. Who do you want to meet?
I want to meet Liquid.
Why Liquid?
I want to face Fabian because he look like me.
You want to meet Fabian because you guys look alike. You think you look alike?
Yeah.
Okay, you want to see, you guys look alike, but who plays the jungle better?
What?
You want to see who you look alike, but who plays better, is it?
We will see.
We will see. Okay, I am looking forward to that matchup. Thank you very much. Okay, do you want to close? Do you want to throw it to the panel, Poji?
It's all right. I'm sad already.
You're sad already. It's all right. Thank you very much to Poji and to Detective. And with that, let us throw it back to the panel to break down what happened in this match against Vamos.
Thank you.
It's okay, Poji. You're not the only one that's sad.
You know what? I'm going to speak some Khmer on behalf of Popoji. Akun and Homoy Mao. To all of the Khmer fans watching, that's CFU moving up to the 2-1 bracket.
And let's not talk about
Bali,
the other one.
Ay.
Moving to the 1-2.
Let's talk about the game, shall
LaFell's
we?
sadness knows no limits right now. Even if they ban the Bruno,
Zing was good. Then Natan, man, choke kicks anyone, and then Natan's like, pop, gone, so fast.
the draft was sound. Truth be told, looking at Vamos
Well,
setup,
as sound as it can be, you know.
sound as cheese can get.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, you always have that cap. And I think that cap ran its course at the 6-minute mark.
Let's talk about the difference in goal between Zing and Nets, and how different was the experience of playing this game.
It felt so hard for Nets, honestly.
I think as a MPL Malaysia mainstay, you would agree that Nets is not a laner.
Yeah, he's not a laner.
He's not a laner, and from minute 1 to minute 6, it was already clear.
Yep.
And when we had hope of Nets crawling back minute 7 to minute 10 or 11, he kept himself safe.
Yeah.
I think you should have switched that up. He should have switched up the tempo and kept himself safe from the very start.
So maybe it's also why it slightly felt like they weren't able to really get a grasp of what they wanted to do, because all of the fights, they came at the most chaotic timings and they were just happening all over the place, wherein you couldn't really project or dictate when you wanted to go in as the Moskov. You would ideally get to prepare a little bit, gain a little bit of information, drag the map, and like
it's
all the fights.
Every time he goes in, he just dies.
It didn't happen. Like
5 times.
5 times to be exact.
Everybody saw that. The world was watching. And it did not benefit Vamos that CFU had a one-track mind. Get farm on Zing, detective cleanup. Everyone was playing to that end. Watching Vamos on the map, it was clear. Smooth dead lane. Everyone else, that's the thing. Do what exactly?
Zing did 84,000 damage. No one from Vamos scratched 50. Stop laughing. Brigitte, be sensitive.
Even if you put Nets and Chibi together, Zorn and Chibi together doesn't come close to Zing's damage output. That just shows how a one-track mind, a good plan, goes towards a victory.
Yeah, and speaking of Zorn, I think it was OP from who we saw the recalls and all that hyper-aggressive plays and setups on the True.
To be fair, Zorn was invisible, so even if he did, we couldn't see it.
But we were on spectator view.
No, we were not. Let's look. Ingan, are you okay? All right, all good. Zing, MVP. I wonder why. 84,000 damage. And let me just say, he got his items fast, boy.
Quick. We were wondering, did he have to build a Divine Glaive against Warlord? Because of all of the members of Vamos, it was only really Warlord who had struggled killing. Even Smooth, once he clicked split, was easy pickings. So that last slot that was actually built, the Blood Wings, was going to be either that. I think this last item would have been a Divine Glaive either way.
Yeah, he had so many ways to also survive and just escape all those threats from Team Vamos, which came at separate timings. Like it wasn't like it wasn't like an attempt to work together. It was like just Zorn individually trying to jump in, and then we see Warlord attempting to go for the follow-up. Chibi trying to make his own play, so he could like reserve his Purify in the most crucial moments.
LaFell just died a little inside.
I died a lot inside. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, it started off with Zing winning that 1v1. After that, winning multiple team fights, and OP. The caster said it. OP can legit kick anyone. The toughest of the toughest. Like, Zor gets kicked, Smooth gets kicked, Warlord gets kicked.
Here you go.
As we're seeing Zing's highlight, we're also seeing OP's highlights.
Yeah.
And I think that's the worst of it. The fact that any kick that OP can find is a valid kick. And that made that first pick show all the more worth it.
They worked together so much that we didn't see it from Team Vamos. Like, the amount of teamwork we saw from TFU Gaming, it was the exact opposite of what we saw from Team Vamos trying to make their lineup work. And so they get the win, and LaFell seems...
I'm okay.
Okay, he seems okay.
I don't know what you guys are talking about.
So this proves that even if you ban out the Bruno, there's a checklist of things you have to follow through with, and still, a sound plan goes a long ways in confirming a victory. this is something that Vamos has to look back to as they go back to the drawing board, going into the 1-2 bracket.
After this, we have more coming up for you guys. It's going to be a best of one between TLID against Team Spirit. It's going to be a very interesting one. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. It's going to be greater than ever. Marker here.
Luckily, you no longer have to call this match. You can wallow in your sadness.
Yeah, you have all the time.
You're off for the day.
What are you writing? Ooh.
Big L for LaFell. Big sads.
L for LaFell.
It's sinking in.
I think he's ready to like.
Leo.
Yeah.
Would you mind closing?
Of course. Let me take care of business.
I need some time.
As LaFell goes ahead and takes off his headphones, we'll wrap it up here, set it up for the next set of talents. You guys are still watching the M6 World Championships. You got a couple more matches. Stay with us.
ultimate glory starts now.
모바일 레전드 M6 スイスウォッチ明治 Hello Panda, Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak isinya lezat rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak isinya lezat rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
In MLBB, each of the 5 players plays a distinct role.
Whatever it is you want to believe, again!
But how do these roles work together on the world stage?
Go, it's Sans, who picks up the...
Mid laners and roamers are the bedrock of the team.
Looking for the knockup, not able to find a sense who he wants for, takes him out.
Whether it's picking beefy tanks, mages, or sustain, together they provide crowd control and damage in the early game, making space for the team to farm or secure objectives. Then we have the EXP laners, usually playing tanky heroes. They poke and zone the enemy to create opportunities.
All right, let's see another fight commences here. Gear goes in, it's going to be a lot of damage playing.
While the roamers pick to fill the team's needs and support if needed. EXP laners must win their lane and protect their tower with aggressive, confident play, ensuring map control for the team.
Ooh, final slash!
Finally, we come to the junglers, the early to mid-game finishers, and the gold laners, the mid to late game finishers.
Irie, the god in the jungle, takes a double kill.
For junglers, whether it's frontline tank utility or assassin early game assassin burst, they form the core of the team. They act on the space created by their team to finish off objectives, utilizing power spikes with the early game advantage they get from farming the jungle.
Should be a retreat from the Burmese gold, and they get sent down into the ground.
Gold laners focus on farming for gold to become late game monsters.
1v3.
They are savvy observers, staying out of trouble and positioning well to deal the most damage with their fragile heroes. Do you agree? How would you describe the roles that make MLBB greater than ever? A new era begins at M6. But who are the rising superstars leading the way? In Latam, Maycam Evolve emerges as the new gem of the region. With Aurora's fierce adaptability and rookie sensation Super Nahuel, the Dynasty Enders made history, toppling the undefeated RRQ Akira after a 2.5-year reign. At MTC Turkey Championship, S2G Esports rises as a new challenger. Led by Sigibum's superstar performance at the gold lane, Pagu's playmaking, and Begin's rotation, they are ready to shine on the world stage. In their M-Series debut from MPL Cambodia, CFU Gaming is ready to strike. With M2 veteran Poppy and core members Detective, Z, and Wadu. Can the Sharks are primed to make waves on the world stage? Returning to the M-Series is RRQ Hoshi, the Sang Raja.
Looking for a trade as he finds the triple. Looking for the maniac.
Reinforced by Sutsujin's lethal skill, and led by Skylar, this squad of young stars is on a mission for global dominance. The Indonesian cavalry made a bold gamble by swapping their lineup with MDL rookies, uncovering gems like Fabian, the deadly jungler, a calculated roamer in Witty the Wise, and King Eronshiki, the next-level gold laner. Team Liquid ID rises as a new M-Series challenger.
The double, Roy goes down one by one. It's a maniac.
MPL PH Season 14 saw the debut of Aurora Gaming, with rising gold laner Domeng and MSC 2022 champion Demon Kite.
The internationally renowned organizations are about to put on another classic esports banger. Team Liquid, Team Spirit, they are going to fight off in the land of dawn here for the M6 World Championship. My name is Renmar Santa Cruz. Welcome back to the panel. And of course, I'm joined by Gideon and Naisu. Anyone else freaking out that we're having a Team Liquid versus Team Spirit in the M6 World Championship?
Look, me and Naisu, we were able to do at least host the draw. We, with bossing him, and I mean, he called it. Yeah. He called what he wanted, and we got exactly what we were expecting here today.
Yeah, it was a little weird. You know how accurate that he was with the draw, and we got to witness that, and this is where we now find ourselves. I think either way, though, Renmar, based on what we've seen today, maybe this is going to be an upset. Maybe it's a surprise, but I love to see it because both the teams have showed great things up to this point.
Yeah, be an upset for who or happiness for whom we shall see. By the way, if you want to relate with me and know something a little bit upsetting, let's put a little tight focus on our two gentlemen over there. Let's look at Gideon first. Look at what's on Gideon's wrist. Oh, that looks great. Which colorway is that?
This is the Black Fairy, of course. The Swiss, inspired by MLBB. It's got little features on it that you guys probably can't see. It's got a little M-Series, little niceness on it, a little flashy bits on the side as well.
Yeah, there's a detailing of the M6 World Championship logo as well on the back. Yeah,
Good.
Right on the back. So luxury meets gaming with Fairy's first M6 Swiss watches. And they also have special jewelry collection based off of Jusin and Mia, and brand new championship rings and medals. Follow at Fairy World on TikTok and our website for updates. Do you have one?
I unfortunately don't. I have my own watch here, but if they want to hook me up, that'd be great. But we did get a chance to try those medals on.
You
we
did?
There.
When?
Yep. So, we had a little exclusive access on that. And I specifically put on the Mage. Was it the championship medal?
Medallion?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Super heavy, but obviously I had to try that on because, Gord made.
Oh, all right. So I want to mess with Naisu's macros. So add a little bit more sugar, protein, a little bit of fiber as well. Take a nom-nom out of that Hello Panda. Go for it.
Oh, you want me to actually eat it?
Yeah, eat it.
Let me get I got to get my tracker out.
Yeah. Let's get a tight shot onto Naisu, and while he's eating the Hello Panda, I will sing the Hello Panda theme song, but slowly. Hello Panda, hello Panda. Semua suka biskuitnya.
Oh my goodness.
That's pretty good, man. I'm feeling it. I'm really enjoying this Hello Panda.
All right.
You can keep enjoying it if you want.
Okay, you guys, you can take over.
And look at him not sharing with you.
Right? I mean, it's as expected.
Yeah.
Chex does it, LaFell does. Oh, thank you. Wow, that's a little different.
He's caring.
He's not giving me the whole box, that's for sure.
Yeah. Fuel your game with Hello Panda. The crunchy biscuits filled with creamy chocolate and the ultimate snack to keep you energized. Level up your day and visit Hello Panda's website for more. But this panda is saying hello to our next matchup. Again, it's Team Spirit versus Team Liquid Indonesia. As we've mentioned before, the storyline of Team Team Spirit is they are the long-held kings over at EECA, while Team Liquid ID are new to, well, their throne. So if you want to see this happen, or the other matches that we have here for the M6 World Championship, you can grab your tickets now and you'll get to witness the remaining 14 of the world's best teams clashing it out on day 5 to 7 of the Swiss stage. We still have the regular sale on those tickets. Now, let's first start with the Northern Dragons. So when you guys hear Team Spirit in MLBB, what's the first thing that comes to your mind?
Spirit.
Oh, I mean, that's kind of unfair, dude.
That's just off the bat, you know?
I mean, for me, personality comes to mind straight away, but also Diggy as well. I mean, I still have horror stories of Sawo just destroying it.
Oh yeah, the Sawo Diggy from last year's World Championship too.
I mean, even the year before and the year before that.
Oh, right. It seems like every World Championship, he's brought it out at least like once or twice just to mess with everyone.
Has it showed up yet?
No. Not yet. Not in this one. Hopefully, like, we get to see it. Because I feel like against a team like TLID, someone like Diggy might actually be able to help control the Stampede. What's the first word that comes to your mind when you hear TLID, Team Liquid in MLBB, Naisu?
I'll tell you what. It's the fact that I've been saying cavalry wrong this whole time.
Wait, what?
And you know what? I just was surprised because I've always said Calvary instead of cavalry.
Oh, so you mixed up the L and the...
I mixed it up, but that's the first thing that comes to mind.
Oh.
Pronouncing it correctly.
All right, so you were a proud member of the cavalry.
Yes.
Now you're a proud member of the cavalry. Let's hear from the coaches, if I'm not mistaken, of both of these two teams. I know Coach Shane DeLucas also brought something up. Yeah, it's the two coaches. So let's start first with Team Spirit. There's fun in building up veterans. You will meet great individuals with high ego because of their experience. While for Coach Shane DeLucas, he actually prefers to work with the rookies because it allows him to develop the young talent a little bit more. That's interesting that these two teams have such a different perspective on it. What do you think about it, Gideon?
I think it's very varying, right? Because again, I would say that at least from a friend's opinion, yes, it's good to have, you know, smarter players that actually show you a different perspective when you're inside the game, because I think that's the biggest problem with some of these coaches who haven't been in that professional scene. They don't know what it feels like, if not the perspective when you're on that stage.
Yeah, I think for me, you know, I think both work great because even for Coach St. DeLucas, you work with the newer members and you kind of fill that bottle of knowledge. It can actually really help build that up. And then, of course, you know, I think that's why you usually see some staff have both those dynamics filled by both coaches and their squad.
Yeah, so now on the Team Spirit side, of course, Coach Vren, I feel like he gets what he wants. He gets to work with Sawo and Sunset Lover, who's been playing and performing in the world stage of MLBB esports since the M1 days. They go way back. While on the other side, for Coach Shane DeLucas and Team Liquid ID, these are M-Series firsts. These are first-time champions who are suddenly put into this position of you have to represent a very high-pressure and proud MLBB region in Indonesia. Have you seen anything so far from the performances of Team Liquid ID, Gideon, that maybe that pressure is starting to get to them, or is it just growing pains?
I think it is a little bit of the growing pains. It has been a bunch of best of ones. I think they're going to do a lot better in the BO3s. But hopefully when they do get to the BO3s, it's for the right reasons, like advancing to the knockouts, rather than getting knocked out themselves.
Yeah, now for the side of Team Spirit, this is now a back-to-back matchup against an Indonesian squad. So are there any brimming qualities that you've seen from the performance of Team Spirit, Naisu, that you'd want to point out before we talk about them a little bit more?
Oh, you know, for Team Spirit specifically, I think, well, in general, maybe all the teams felt kind of pressure, you know, in all these best of ones that we had, especially the first day and the second day. But at this point now, too, for Team Spirit specifically, I think it's just, there's a lot of young talent there. I mean, again, the youngest player in M6 Hiko.
Oh yeah, he is.
Correct,
Yes.
right? He's like 16 years old, and this is the thing, like you have that empty bottle that we just saw from the quotes there from the coaches that you can continue to fill up. This experience alone is a massive, experience to go ahead and give these young players. But then even the more experienced ones that have already been to the international stage, they are in an opportunity to go ahead and share that knowledge, and in performances from their games have been phenomenal up to this point. I just love to see them work a little bit more on their shot calls, on how they want to approach the games and the team fights.
Honestly, the way that I'm looking at it, it's good to have, optimally and logically, some veterans and some rookies to make sure that this squad work well. But this is like East versus West, and honestly, with the Eastern side coming up with rookies that are malleable and clearly have the mechanics to do so, I think, the sky's the limit.
So veterancy, rookies, and filling up the bottle of knowledge, that is how you understand MLBB esports. It's a big theme for this Team Liquid Indonesia versus Team Spirit matchup. So to know more about this, we actually had a moment for a side interview alongside Michelle and Poji, so let's hear from them.
Hi guys, here is Michelle. Welcome to the Courtside Report. I'm here with Poji.
Hello world, hello MC. But now we have a special guest from Indonesia, Pika. How are you?
Hi, I'm fine. Okay, do you enjoy the vibes here? Yeah, I really enjoy the food and the crowds are amazing, especially today. Yeah, everything's fantastic. But I'm pretty sure you're coming here to rooting for your home team, right? Yeah, of course. So your home team, Team Liquid Indonesia, gonna face against Team Spirit in the upcoming best of one. What do you think about that matchup? I'm confident that Liquid will win this one. Yeah, you are confident about your team, right?
But now, so far, RRQ secured a knockout slot. How confident is the ID community that Team Liquid ID can also go to knockout stage?
I'm pretty sure our Indonesian community is very confident because they already seen RRQ already qualified to the knockout stage, and now Liquid also gonna face the Team Spirit, and I think Liquid will do so much better today than yesterday.
Sure, your fans has got the buff on them. And let's quick talk about the players. You think which player in your home team, Team Liquid Indonesia, gonna cut up eyes through the game?
I think Fabian will do well today.
Okay, Fabian should be. Or any suggestion to your players? You think they need to pay attention to each player in the Team Spirit?
They need to pay attention to Weedy.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a big threat for them, right?
Alright, so before the match begin, any words to the players before the game start?
Okay, I wish you guys good luck and hope to see you in the knockout stage and also in the grand finals maybe.
Or maybe you can do it in Bahasa so all the Indonesian fan can feel the hype, can feel the spirit.
Yep, sure.
Okay, halo guys semuanya, aku Pika. Jangan lupa buat dukung tim Indonesia yang lagi bertanding di M6 sekarang.
Thank you, Vika. Hope you enjoy your stay here, enjoy your watcher. So now it's a good time to steer it back to the panel. Panel, back over to you.
Makasih, Pika, Poji, and of course to our lovely side reporter, Michelle. Now I think it's time for us to talk about predictions because Pika got to touch on some key figures for Team Liquid ID, especially Fabian, so keep that in mind. So gentlemen, I think the predictions are ready for y'all. Gideon, I'm excited to actually see yours first because I'm wondering where you hit it this time. Hopefully it's somewhere we can show.
Well, I mean, calm down here for a moment. Obviously, people are seeing a little bit. They know where it's going to be, but I need people to understand that this has been a difficult prediction. I love Team Spirit, and I also love TL as an organization, ID or PH. Doesn't matter to me. My call on this one, I'm going to have to say it. It's a 2-1 victory going in for TL ID.
All right, what about you, Mr. Calvary?
I didn't know you could stick it like that.
Don't you touch this logo. It's close to the chest for a reason.
Right, well, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna put it up here for the cavalry. Wait, the cavalry.
Yeah, there we go.
The cavalry. I'm gonna go ahead and say, wait, what did you put? It's a best of one.
Yeah. It's a best of one.
You know what?
So why was it? Did you just? Oh my! Did you put up 2-1 just to mess with us?
Yeah, of course. That and also because the way that I think about this is more so if this was always going to be a best of 3, we have expectations already set. But it's always prime time for anybody to shake things up in the best of 1s.
That's true.
Mine, it's simple. It's 1, just to be clear, and then it's team spirit.
Okay.
Yeah, this one is a little bit harder to decide, but I don't know. For some reason, I woke up today, thought about it for a few minutes, and I was like, you know what? Yeah, maybe team spirit is gonna take the cake. Something about it. Maybe it's because of what we were talking about earlier. You know, veterancy and all that.
I mean, of course, but it's just one of those games where it's really difficult to tell in a best of 1, right? As much as I want to believe that this is a best of 3, I think that at this point of time, we've seen the adaptability of a lot of these players coming in from both TS and as well as TL.
Yeah, so adaptability, your ability to adjust and of course adapt to any situation.
You gotta adjust those predictions too.
And you gotta adjust those predictions too. It's flipped for me and Isu, but yeah, totally agree.
There we go.
It is a BO1. I still am leaning into the factor that maybe we'll actually see one unique pick. Maybe not necessarily something we haven't seen before, but something we're still not completely used to seeing.
The Akai. Oh, want to see that again?
Yeah, you know what? I don't mind, honestly. The Akai is it's good for countering a lot of the Team Indonesian playstyle, but hopefully Team Spirit this time just pairs it up with better damage.
Well, I mean, I don't even think that the last draft was that bad, you know? At least for Kid Bomba, it shows that he has deep pockets, and I think the EXP right now is very narrow with the way that you have to play, but coming into these lineups, hopefully we see something get really, really exciting for both of these lineups. TLID, Team Liquid Indonesia with Aaron Shiki, Witty, Yehezkiel, Fabian, and as well as Aran. I mean, obviously I want to point out Witty, but even yesterday, the day before yesterday, we see that Yehezkiel is showing off why he is a pillar for this team. And even Aran having a good game, it just goes to show that the draft has many different ways to attack, whether it be Angeling or, hey, Aran, win your lane, give me info, we win the game after that.
Yeah, I love the thing too, you know, most of the time I think even watching their journey up to this point in M6, a lot of the eyes have been also on Witty, what he's able to do in the roam, especially if he gets one of those power picks like the Cho, for example. But also maybe we see them test that limit of the hero pool that they have that they can bring against this matchup specifically. The fact that it is a best of 1, we know weird things can happen here, and this team right here, exactly the team to be able to do it. It's Hiko, Sawo, Sunset Lover, One Shot, and Kid Bomba. And I like what Gideon said, you know, part of this too is the XP lane, honestly, it needed some shaking up, you know, and what better player to do it than Kid Bomba? Yes, the Akai didn't work, you know, the way that he probably wanted it to, but maybe you go with a little more experimentation for them this time, or again, there's a lot of flexible things that can happen here. The other whole thing about it too is gold lane. There's been so much discussion, and I know our previous panel already talked about, you know, extensively what's been all said about Bruno right now, but even the gold lane can change things up, but Hiko's done an amazing job. As young as he is, I love to keep an eye on him.
Yeah, 100%. In their game against RRQ Hoshi, you could argue that he even managed to steal the spotlight from Skylar despite the loss. That's how talented this young gold laner on the side of Team Spirit is. That is Hiko. And when you get a chance to talk about or talk to coaches and players that are familiar with Hiko's game, a lot of them are speak very glowingly about the performance of Hiko. So we asked Team Spirit, you guys had a close match against RRQ. What do you think about your performance? Sawo, ever the veteran, Gideon, actually so honest.
He's very honest. I mean, if we could hear them in the player room, the way that he hypes up his boys and the way that he also criticizes his boys, you'd understand why Sawo is like that. But of course, personality still shows with Kid Bomba, who's like, honestly, we did better than MSC, you know?
Yeah.
I have to agree, because Akai isn't exactly one of the more straightforward picks. It's not as honest as Hilda, and he still played it at a very high level, coming up with some incredible creative angles.
Yeah, so now for Team Spirit, I think that's a good way to, actually that little chat is a good way to understand what they are as a team, their personalities, their blunt, they're honest, they're straightforward, and that straightforwardness in their personality, maybe that's how they can bring out those not so straightforward picks and make it still shine in difficult environments. This is the draft, Team Liquid versus Team Spirit. Question is, the Ling, Angela actually even gets taken out by Team Spirit. So even though it didn't fare well against Fnatic Onyx PH, they're respecting it.
I mean, we say that Angela, yes, it is dangerous in the hands of TLID, one of their signature combinations, but that opens up the draft so much more, right? Again, we're not seeing the Zhu Xin. Bruno, also a big question mark in everybody's minds. We've seen a couple of answers to it with the Granger and the Beatrix, obviously, but even then, it just takes one bad fight, and I'm concerned specifically about Cho.
Yeah, I'd love to see them actually contest the Cho. I think that's going to be the big thing, and same thing can be said too. Now that the Bruno's out of the picture, what does that gold lane matchup look like? I was actually glad that even earlier today, we got to see the Natan pick. You know, that actually came through.
Yeah.
There's some things happening, but one thing we haven't seen too much of, aside from maybe what the Harith, I think, is those magic gold laners that have popped up previously, even in other tournaments throughout this year. And, you know, I'm still expecting at least, what, Moscov's to come through.
Please no.
Else. Yeah, I know you don't feel good about it.
Please no.
That's the reality we're in here, Renmar.
Okay, so with Team Spirit taking out the Eve, I feel like this is them saying they still want to continue with their line of thinking against RRQ Hoshin Indonesian teams. We will still do our best to dance with them in the fights. So a little bit of a background check on the draft pattern of Team Spirit so far in the M6 World Championship. They pick at least one core in the first phase, especially when they're on the blue side, a mid laner, and then one flexible pick. We talked about adaptability, Gideon. I feel like I agree with you now. The flex pick coming up in the first phase for Team Spirit will be a big thing.
I'm hoping that it's going to be a big thing, but Fanny is wide open, and this is one shot's moment. He really needs to live up to his IGM for his namesake. Yeah, he needs to be able to accelerate this game really, really quickly, because I'm not seeing a Cho ban either, so there's still a lot of ways for TLID to completely shut down the Fanny pick. And Moskov, one of those few answers.
There it is. You know, that Moskov coming through, the Phobius too. We've seen so much of this pick right now. I'm still wondering if they go with what I like to call the purple trifecta. You know,
yeah.
At least go that way. It's true though, right? So even earlier on from Aurora, I think we saw, was it the Vexana that actually came through with a similar lineup already, but also the Valentina obviously still available. They don't have to get it now, but they can play around it, and that sounds like it's
that's
going
purple?
to be, yeah, that's purple. So it's still the purple trifecta.
Oh, but it's one of the newer ones popping up. Oh, interesting.
Well, I mean, it was old and then went out of meta, and now it's coming back into meta once again. And I think it's a great pick against the Phobius.
Yeah, 100%. And of course, they lock in the pick for Hiko. So instead of showing just one core, they show both of their cores, and they pick up a glue to instantly respond into the Phobius. And there is as well the Joy, which because of the Fanny, because of the glue, now I think Team Spirit needs another chunkier presence just to help heal for the back line, because this Joy pick to me makes a lot of sense. The two other picks paired with the Beatrix right now looks like they might actually leave the Beatrix alone, making it easy for the Joy to pop off against Hiko.
Well, I mean, we got to start thinking about answers towards the Joy, right? And I think that from TLID's perspective, it makes sense if you want to pick up the Tro on your side. It is more on Team Spirit's prerogative to get rid of it. But even then, yes, get rid of that low E, get rid of the global presence.
That's so good. I actually thought that maybe Team Spirit might want to go for a let's fight very tight together, like a Ruby low E last two picks for Team Spirit.
Especially because of the fact we saw how good the Ruby worked against those, you know, those heroes that do get away, or even the Cho, for example. They're still going to kind of focus down on those counters into a Fanny, the possibility, because that was my next question, you know, how do you protect this Fanny? How do you allow that Fanny to have that, you know, freedom to get the buffs that they need? Because you guys know it's always the same. When Fanny is picked up, it's such a high-risk, high-reward hero, and eventually if you fall behind, you don't even get a chance to really see your purple buff, you know, because there's just so much pressure. So I think part of it too is, what do they use to actually protect this and make it the best case scenario, where then again you can also shift things as the game goes on and then rely on the Beatrix later on?
Well, I've got the answer for you right here, and I think this is why Team Spirit showed their cores really early on. Well, not cores, they're side laners, right? Beatrix can force priority. Glue has a winning matchup against Phobius, but can also force priority at the cost of a little bit of health. When your side laners are able to collapse towards that purple buff side of the map, the only thing that Team Spirit is missing right now is how do we get mid to push out just as fast?
So whatever the roam mid combo for Team Spirit is going to be, it needs to be something that clears minion waves fast. We're not going to, you know what, Yeah, this Phoebus is probably going to go into the EXP lane because, again, one of the off-kilter ideas we've seen in the past that has worked.
Roam Phoebus?
No, glue mid.
Oh, glue mid, yeah.
To get that quick level 2, so that you can invade right away afterwards. But yeah, most likely because of how we've seen glue against Phoebus in the past, they're just instantly going to put it there.
Oh, there it is. Bones of Steel.
Wow, interesting. Interesting. Out of all the picks, they wanted to go for Gothard here when they could have gone for Cho, and
There we
now
go.
Team Spirit going in with the Belleric on top of that?
This might actually be a Belleric EXP, something that they've shown in the EECA.
Yeah.
No, but then they've got, wait, then glue goes as a means to an end? Can Casablast glue as a roam support?
Yeah.
Could be.
You know, we were talking about leading into this, guys. We were saying, you know, this is a time, the best of one. This is the last best of one, at least for the Swiss stage, for the most part, right?
Yeah.
This is the last one, so why not actually go with something a little more flexible if they do that? Again, this is all kind of theory right now, also depending on what this last pick's going to be. But if it might be enough to go ahead and test that limit against TLID, there's the Valentina.
Really, really great stuff coming in from Coach Vren here. He's looking at it from many different angles because both Belleric and as well as Glue, well, sorry, Glue specifically, even if he goes into the support against the Gothard or even the Phoebus, doesn't matter which, that Glue is going to beat up these tanks.
Yeah, and honestly now, I'm looking to see just how well Team Spirit is going to be able to play around this Belleric. It's quite hard to read the interactions right now. Yes, the Phoebus might actually get taunted. Moskov might not be happy. Joy maybe because that'll proc the passive of the Belleric. Hey, don't you laugh? That's accurate. That's accurate. I'm having a hard time reading it.
I can agree with you because we don't get to see Belleric very often, but it's about counter engage. It deals well with the Phoebus if he gets into your back line. It deals with the Joy. It's a huge deterrent. As long as you hold on to the Wrath of the Dryads, TLID has to think twice about going into your back line.
All right, real quick, name me a team. Who do you think it goes to?
I'm going TLID.
TLID.
Yeah, the Belleric's too crazy a pick, but we'll see. Husky, Trex, what about you guys?
Thank you very much to our esteemed panelists, Renma, Gideon, and Naisu. You got Trexki here on the table. Team Spirit against Team Liquid Indonesia. It's a second encounter with an Indonesian team for Team Spirit. I'm liking what Team Spirit has brought out because I have an affinity for Kid Bomba, but we're also looking at the rookies from both ends going up against each other as we are about to head into the land of Dawn for this best of one.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be definitely exciting as we jump in. I like, you mentioned the rookies. We got Hiko, we got One Shot, but One Shot gets the Fanny, which is even more hype. I mean, it's definitely going to be exciting, but take us in, Husky.
Here we go, Land of Dawn beckons. Last series between Vamos and CFU Fanny was completely ignored, but this time Team Spirit will not let it go to waste. One Shot has a chance, and he has that one shot, and he better not let it slip. Both junglers starting on the purple buff. It will be a mirrored path over One Shot and Favia.
All right, so taking a look at both drafts, I mean, both of them quick moving. They have these aggressive junglers. They have the ability to scale, but I will say One Shot, we know how the Fanny is. We know if those pop-offs can happen early on, if he can start this game in the laning phase with a 1-0, with a 2-0, lock in some of those first items quickly. It can get really bad for Team Liquid ID.
And I'm also looking at the adjustments to the Fanny, right, with the more energy regen mid-side.
A little bit of damage, though, in there with the Litho. One Shot looking for that first kill already. Easy goal goes down. One Shot able to find it quickly within the first minute. A nice start for the side of Team Spirit.
Absolutely amazing opening. Yehescu, he had no other choice having to flicker into open area. That is just a wet dream for One Shot. Not only getting that first blood, but now able to head towards that bottom side, get that crab for himself, get that experience lead. Very good setup. And Team Spirit, you have this draft that is always ready to fight off cooldown, and they have very short cooldowns that enable them to constantly step on the gas.
And we heard it from the panel, they need something that can clear mid quickly. They need something that can get them around this map fast, and having Sunset Lover on this Valentina, having Sawo on this Belleric, it's giving them that answer, and you add One Shot on the Fanny. I mean, it's an aggressive composition that not only can have a decent early game, but has some late game potential as well.
Yeah, and not only that, you also are looking at Team Liquid ID, how are they going to deal with the glue, right? The glue is going to sandbag your Phobias. He's winning Phobias in a 1v1 in any situation, and if you try to dive him, there's always Raffle Dryad from the Bellaric, from Savo. You got to look after your backline. You don't want one shot to get on top of Aaron Shiki, because that would be a one shot for sure. Spirit looking to set up at this turtle. If Liquid ID wants to fight, Team Spirit will be ready.
Yeah, one shot, hanging out, waiting for it. Aaron and the rest of the team as well. In comes the taunt, a lot of damage. Guardian comes down, and Fabian able to pick up the kill onto Kid Bomba. Easygle in trouble though, one shot trying to get the finish, but he just can't do it. Turtle still up, Sunset Lover in trouble as Aaron fends him away. Now Fabian still able to steal it. One shot now on the run, can he get away? Aaron with Demonic Force tries to get the last hit, but he can't quite do it. Fabian does find a kill onto Sunset Lover. Witty taking the kill. One shot down, the game quickly turns into the hands of Team Liquid ID.
Very unfortunate for Team Spirit. They had the right idea, but Kid Bomba hit. The rest of his team were not ready to respond, so he ended up taking way too much damage before Team Spirit arrived to help him. Kid Bomba going down means that front line for Team Spirit collapsed. Savo couldn't hang on all of his own. He got the Raffle Dryad, but your damage dealers is in the back line, and not being able to take down your Heskio is just icing on the cake, at least if you're a Team Liquid ID fan.
I mean, I feel like at this point, we're going to have some of this back and forth, right? They already want to kind of kick things off aggressively. Team Liquid ID has a little bit of something back into their hands. They get that first turtle, but the gold is still essentially nil. It's only 650. It could still go any way. But do we think Team Spirit wants to maybe slow things down now? And does Team Liquid ID want to match that, or is this the time that maybe you press on the gas a bit?
I think if you're Team Spirit, you probably have no choice but to slow down. Like that first turtle fight is gonna decide whether the pacing remains, right? But if for Team Liquid ID, I don't think you mind playing slow. You got pretty good late game scaling, but if you are Fabian with a 2-0 lead, you're gonna be looking to fight every objective.
Yeah, so at this point, this game really, I think both teams really kind of start hitting major spikes around First Lord. Maybe nothing too early, both with marksmans that need a few items to really start popping off. Yes, one shot can maybe get some cheeky kills here and there, but other than that, the rest of the team needs some time to scale. Both teams taking it slow. Yes, we had some action in the beginning, but next turtle's going to be up in about 13 seconds.
I think FC both XP laners now moving to turtle area. Aran will arrive first, and he does have a minor lead over Kid Bomba. Here we go.
One shot, looking for an angle, decides not to go. Aaron Shiki at any point can knock him back, create that little bit of space, but down comes Bennett's Rage. A lot of damage to the backside. AOG unable to connect onto anyone. One shot trying to make his way in. The Miro's Passion finds the target. Fabian drops. Witty drops. Sunset Lover picking up the kill. This should translate into a turtle.
And that is the ideal environment for Team Spirit to fight. Team Liquid ID, they do lose the objective, but you have Aaron Shiki just feeding off of these gold, these free platings on that bottom side. Kid Bomba will try to match that lane to try and stem out the bleeding, but Team Spirit have found an equalizer, and now they can start pressing that advantage on the top side. One shot here again.
Ooh, one shot's getting aggressive. Aaron on the run. Aaron goes down. In comes Fabian. The SOD able to connect. Hiko falls as well. Fabian decides to back off. It's back and forth right now. Prime time in the Land of Dawn.
Because the Spear of Destruction landed, Aaron Shiki gets a free lane swap from across the globe, all the way from ID. Moves to top side as Hiko went down, so no one is going to be taking care of that turret, which means that Aaron Shiki continues to get free resources. So in the macro sense, I think for Team Liquid ID, they are okay with that trade. I feel like Team Spirit made a bit of an error. They want to put pressure onto Aran, but having Hiko walk past that tier 1 without much info is a bit of an overextension. But man, Trax, we got a pretty exciting game, yeah, right? 8 kills in 5.5 minutes.
We had to take the pause. We had to throw a little ice. It was getting a little too hot there. We needed to chill out for a second. Does look like Team Spirit needed to raise the hand. Sawo. So we're going to take a second till we jump back into the game. But at this point, it still feels down the line. One shot is looking for those marks nonstop. But the thing is Team Liquid ID is doing such a great job at responding, at quickly recuperating, finding those aggressive moments that Team Spirit tries to bring, like what we just saw when he went after Aaron. But then in comes the Spirit of Destruction, and they quickly counterattack. So it doesn't seem like Team Spirit is ever getting anything for free against Team Liquid ID.
Yeah, you are always forcing a trade, and that is why even after a turtle fight and even after taking out Oran, Team Spirit never really got too much of a goal lead. I would even argue it's even, right? It's like a 400 net worth lead doesn't really mean too much right now, and that's kind of what the Moskov gives you, that macro advantage. You can always join a fight cross-map as long as you land that SOD, and you can always rely on Aaron Shiki to arrive on time. So Team Spirit, they have gotten a taste of what makes the team fight tick for them, you know, having Savo and Kid Bomba in the right place and just funneling everyone from Team Liquid ID into this tight space for Hiko to kind of dish out the damage and one shot hit the back line. They gotta keep replicating that, and at the same time also watch out for Witty. So the battle spells from Hiko, that flicker is ever important, because if Witty ever gets on top of Hiko, I think Liquid ID can just take him out.
Yeah, if they can target down Hiko, it's going to be a big problem. If they can slow him down as much as possible, make sure Aaron Shiki is well ahead, locks in that Holy Trinity a little bit before Hiko can get his third item in, then it's going to be major. And another thing to point out is the Fanny's going to do good, right? The Fanny, it's going to do great once they get to that mid game, but towards late game, I would say the Joy is going to pack a bit more of a punch. Going to be a little bit easier for the Joy to dash through and get to some of those backliners to be able to find Hiko. Team Spirit kind of have this real prime time to try to get ahead, and if they're not able to do it, I gotta say that Team Liquid ID is gonna start getting a major advantage.
I agree, and this is sort of why I established that I think Liquid ID, you don't mind playing slow. You got Moskov with that SOD that, again, always gives you macro advantage. Late game damage comes from Joy. Will always be there. He steps on Hiko, Hiko will just vaporize in a second. I think if you're Team Spirit, you're also looking at Savo. If you're ever planning to go late for whatever reason, Savo is the guy that has that instant crowd control to keep Fabian in place. But then what's next, right? How can you take down the Joy? The solution isn't really clear-cut. It comes back to Hiko again, because one shot will be busy dealing with the backline. So I think if you're Team Spirit, you can go even up to a certain extent, but once Hiko gets that second, third item, you gotta start speeding it up.
Yeah, so something to point out with Hiko, in a previous game in this Swiss stage, when they were up against a Bruno, though, Hiko rushed the Malefic Gun, right? And this time he goes straight for BOD. Now, do we think that's just, do you think the Malefic Gun rush is only when you're up against a Bruno, or do you think it could have been good here? It is a very expensive item to go for Blade of Despair. Now that he's seen this death, it could set him back a little bit.
I think the Malefic Gun rush is more of a, my side lanes are already winning, like Kid Bomba is destroying his lane, the Sunset Lover is having a good time, I am not under any threat, I might as well do it.
You might as well do it.
Yeah, might as well do it. But in this case, I think the BOD makes a lot more sense because Team Spirit are actively fighting for the turtle. We saw them participate in the first two turtles, and the second one ended in a very, on a high note, I would say, for Hiko at least. So that one there was very unfortunate. He could have entirely prevented that, just trusting one shot to kind of dive those turrets. But at the end of the day, I think after this BOD, you probably will be looking at the Hunter Strike, or if you want to go Malefic Gun at this rate, I wouldn't blame you. It does buy you distance, you know, from away from Witty and Fabian.
Yeah, definitely can help a lot. You get to switch over to the Bennett, you get to have that distance, you get to have that little bit of damage with the Bennett and everything, but still, now on to the next topic is, when I take a look at these deaths, when I take a look at the people that have gone down, and I look at Team Spirit right now, all their damage dealers are hurting. But when we look at Team Liquid ID, Aaron Shiki is feeling good right now. It's 1-0-1. He's deathless. So, I mean, at this point, Team Liquid ID definitely seems to be feeling very comfortable in this game, at least.
Yeah, I mean, they have some time to kind of think about what's going on as we continue to troubleshoot the problem. We're going to hand it back to our panel to discuss more about this ongoing game.
All right, so we're around 5 minutes and 30 seconds into this game between Team Liquid Indonesia and Team Spirit. We're back here to break down a bit of the madness. I think it'll be a good point to start off with the Belleric first. One by one, how are we feeling about the Belleric performance so far?
Personally, for me, I think that the Belleric is a really interesting nuclear option, especially when you're thinking about like TLID wanting to go into the backline, right? With the Wrath of the Dryads, and especially with Hiko on this dangerous, very, very dangerous ult-dependent Beatrix, the combos can be very clean, and we already witnessed it prior.
Yeah, we did, and I think, you know, when we looked at that early game, and I was saying, you know, as long as they get one shot going, getting the momentum going on a Fanny, he did. Then they actually got punished a little bit after that, and then they readjusted. So I think we got a preview of that combo that we're seeing here from Team Spirit. But so far, I think that's the biggest question mark for me. I'm actually not sure if I'm feeling the Belric just yet. I know we already talked about this even when we, threw it in game on how useful this ultimate is going to be, how useful this hero is going to be from a lineup that Team Liquid ID brought to the table. And maybe it will work out, especially when we start getting to the Lords later on. But for now, we just have to see the previews when all the turtles are taken and how this works out for them.
Yeah, when we were talking about it behind the scenes, we were thinking that for the Belric, it's actually quite a great pick into the Phoveus and into the Gata Kacha. And we saw that in that key team fight where it was Team Spirit that won from a big combo. It was a perfect area near the purple buff. There were a lot of walls. It'll be easy for one shot to get cables off. Where in the moment you get the Phoveus and the Gata Kacha to enter, once the Wrath of Dryad comes out, they're there for a while.
Yeah.
And then if they can get free to finally rejoin and deal some damage is the question. I feel like though, team fighting wise, that's something that Team Liquid IT needs to respect just a little bit more. But at the same time, Team Spirit, they're overheating a little bit too often.
Well, I mean, overheating is one thing, right? Because at the end of the day, what exactly does the comp want to achieve? And I think that their composition needs to play defensively because Wrath of the Dryads is a very defensive spell, right? The only way to make it offensive is if you flicker on top of their carry and then unleash hell, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
But keep in mind that at least from the side of Team Liquid ID, they don't have a lot of disengage. So their fights must be extremely decisive. It's either overwhelming victory or you're going to crumble as soon as you miss those ults.
All right, that's it for us right now. So if you are just joining us, remember, Team Spirit, they have a Belric with them for Team Liquid Indonesia. They are running a lineup that has a few loose cannons, but it's a bit tough for the team fighting. Let's go back to Husky and Trex for the game.
Thank you very much, panel. We're back in it and see which team is here to win it. So far, 4-4, not really much of a goal advantage for either side. Just minor injection, minor lead for Team Spirit. But so far, I think I agree with what the panel say. A bit of an overheat from Spirit, but nothing they cannot adjust to.
I do feel like this next turtle could be huge, though, right? This could be the table flipper. This could be where we decide which team's actually going to be taking a 1,000+ gold lead at this point. The next turtle could be the decider here. Fabian trying to gain some space. Team Liquid ID as well. With 30 seconds until it, position is going to be key.
It's a bit of an initiative from Spirit. One shot trying to proxy the wave just to stall out a run. But again, Turtle still not up for another half a minute, so there really isn't nothing much to lose for Liquid ID. Spirit tried to siege the top tier 1. That didn't work out. They did steal the Eternal Guard. Fabian and Aran just showed up. Spirit has the whole team ready though.
Yeah, so at this point, Team Spirit claiming a little bit of position over the mid. One shot, I love the way he's always kind of staying in the back. He's always got a decent position to try to get to the back side of Team Liquid ID. Witty and Kid Bomba both kind of doing their back and forth. Turtle finally up. Sawo gonna try to claim position, pull it over his side as Team Liquid ID does the same.
They're going to send Eroshinki down to the bottom side. So Spirit, if you get this turtle, we are going to get that bot tier 1. If we need the Moskov to join the fight, he can always arrive with the SOD. Again, the macro advantage that Liquid ID has identified, they're putting it to good use.
Yeah, but top tower also looks like it may be going down. Spear Destruction does connect, but is he going to follow through? Kid Bomba able to get the split, or looking for the split. Finally does not connect though. Sunset Lover on the backside taken out by Fabian. Sawo in trouble. Hiko with the counterplay. Nibiru's Passion locks on. It's 2 for 1 right now, or 1 for 1. One shot now looking for Ezekiel. Ezekiel might be in trouble, does get terrified, looking for the last hit, able to connect. Kid Bomba trying to find one of his own, put the nail in the coffin, but Aaron doesn't want to go down. Kid Bomba now on the run. Down comes the dunks. Kid Bomba versus Aaron. Kid Bomba finally falls. Turtle does not compute to anyone. Lord finally gonna come up in one shot. Turns it around for Team Spirit. It's back in fourth right now, Husky.
Yeah, and Team Spirit finally finds a minor goal advantage. 1.4, 1.5k. All thanks to Hiko not going down. Fabian just needed one last injection of damage and eats the Nibiru's Passion in the face. So Hiko survives. One shot, gets 2 kills. Losing Kid Bomba was a bit unfortunate, but Spirit, they found that winning formula. Right now, they're going to try to rush down the Lord.
Yeah, they're rushing for sure. SOD, is he gonna pop it? Is he gonna come? Witty goes down. Aaron Shiki trying to connect as well, but the damage is just too much. He's stunned. He's locked up. One shot takes the Lord. Aaron Shiki still up, trying to get some free hits onto Kid Bomba. Aaron there as well. AOD with the IMU, able to connect and get the kill. Sunset Lover coming through. 2 down, and a Lord over to Team Spirit.
And what did the panel say? Belleric is a very defensive hero. Aroshiki couldn't get away in time because he was taunted up by the Wrath of Dryad, so he was stuck in the pit. Now this Lord for Team Spirit, one shot will be fine. That bottom tier 1 will be traded down. Big fat wave in the top side that Team Liquid ID needs to deal with. Team Spirit just found a 3K gold lead, and this composition is incredibly scary when it comes to sieging Liquid ID. They're gonna somehow try to defend as much as they can.
All right, they're going to try to smash down into this tier 3 on the mid side, claim some ground in the land of Dawn as Lord encroaches on the top. A nice full wave split. Look at one shot on the bot side as well. Team Spirit doing very well at syncing everything and making all lanes pressure at once.
You kind of take away whatever advantage that Moscow gives Liquid ID. Now it is the playground for a one shot, right? Fanny loves it when the enemy has no vision on the map, when the enemy has no control. One shot.
One shot doing a lot of damage. The anime battle we all wanted, and one shot wants to try to finish it. Not able to do it, but Hiko takes the tower in the top side. One shot's got to back off. Team Spirit stays to stick around, maybe sticking around too long. They're finally going to back up. It's not time to end it yet.
Not just yet. Play patient. 5K goalie. Spirit in the driver's seat. If only one shot was rocking that lethal ignition, Fabian would have died for sure. But still, Spirit got the control off the side lanes, and this is where one shot that Fanny is going to excel at, right? Controlling side lanes. You can always force Team Liquid ID to react to that macro play. Lord still has a lot of time before it comes up, so if Spirit can get this mid-tier 2, they're going to be in a very comfortable position.
Hiko just needs to stay safe at this point. He did finally get the Malefic gun in. It was a second item after that Sea Halberd, and that's why we're seeing him rock the Bennett right now. He's able to shred down these towers at a distance. He's barely going to switch that gun out unless he really needs to, unless he has to swap out some ultimates real quick. Kid Bomb up in the top side, able to get the stun onto Fabian. Fabian just trying to get away. Sabo also holding down the front line. Watch for one shot. Looking for a way around the back, able to steal this orange buff.
Every single time Kid Bomba and Sabo walks up, Liquid ID would just have to respect that space. It does not belong to them. Witty doesn't really have the same agency as this Belleric or Glue. Neither does Aran. If either of them overextends, they're going to eat a face full of bandit rockets and they will just disappear. So Liquid ID, they got to somehow be able to stabilize the macro.
Nice stun. Hiko in trouble, able to dish back, able to flick back, come out with the damage. Witty, Fabian, next might just be Ezekiel. One shot, does get knocked up, has to back off. Team Spirit, though, the counterplay continues to be key.
The idea is there for Ereshiki, but they just don't have the goal or the resources. We saw Sabo just needed to press one button. One Wrath of Dryad, Kid Bomba shows up, ties all of them down. Spirit feeds them, Banner's Rage, takes 2 kills. This Lord open for business. Fabian is still dead for another 10 seconds. Liquid ID, they're not going to make it in time. Spirit can just run it down, take the Lords, and start looking for inhibitors.
Yeah, this should be a free Lord, easy peasy. Luckily, Aaron, I like the SOD almost. We both puckered up for a second there.
It hasn't happened before.
So they do get a little bit of pressure on the bot. He doesn't get that tower, though. So at this point, Team Liquid has to defend. They do have some siege capability. Having Aaron Shiki, having the shredding ability, having some front line, they should be able to melt down this Lord and hopefully only lose a little bit.
Unfortunately, Team Spirit didn't really sync out the wave that well, so this Lord might not yield the value that they are looking for, but Prestige is still there thanks to Hiko with the Bandit. The turret stays alive. There's still one more wave that Team Spirit can utilize, but at least the burden is lifted off Liquid ID. I say the burden is lifted, but Hiko is just walking forward.
As long as Hiko is alive, that tower is not safe at all. You're not even trying to dodge minions. You're just trying to make sure Hiko can't get in range. But the AOG tries to connect. Down comes the Eternal Guardian. Witty taking off the map. A double kill for Hiko. But Fabian looking for the back line. Able to take out Aaron. Fabian does find Sabo. Fabian might be in trouble though. One shot. Finally wants revenge from the last one. Kid Bomba finds the kill. 3 for 2. But Team Spirit winning out on that one. Make it 4.
Hiko has 10 seconds left before his flicker came back on. That's why he couldn't reposition. But still, every single time Liquid ID dives, they eat the Wrath of Dryad. Spirit might end this.
Yeah, that's going to be it. Team Spirit take them all out in good fashion. Tonight, the Dragons rain fire.
From the north to Southeast Asia, Team Spirit continues that reign of terror. The mythical beast no longer a myth. In fact, taking down the Calvaries. Man, pronounce that right, Naisu. This is how you do it. Liquid ID dropping to the 1-2 bracket, something that I think Indonesian fans would not have imagined for the MPL ID champions. A bunch of rookies, but today, Hiko and One Shot showed up big time.
Yeah, the rookies today for sure. I think they were the stars of this game. I gotta love the pop-off from Kid Bomba as well. Excited for it.
We're gonna throw it back to the panel to break down this game.
In classic Kid Bomba fashion, I just gotta do this. Huh? Wow, what a performance by Team Spirit. GG, well played to both teams, of course. That was a very fun game, but the Godfather Sawa with the Belleric.
Oh man, he made an offer they couldn't refuse with the Belleric.
I mean, it was crazy. Everything that we explained on the panel happened perfectly. And I think, you know, as the game started to progress, you noticed that lead never really fell back into TLID's side. It was just a compounding interest slowly building up for TS.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. Everything just compounded little by little, and just the presence alone of every time the Gacha Phobias would want to enter, and because their engagement gets messed up, Aaron Shiki barely has any time to deal damage.
It was so good too, because just even all the way from the beginning to the end, I would say fantastic pick right off the bat. The Fanny, you know, that was the priority. They put full confidence into One Shot, and he did it. You know, he made it work, and there really wasn't an answer to deal with him at all throughout the game.
Yeah, it looked like Team Liquid ID were hoping for a tight formation to potentially help them out. The Cho was open, but I could tell why. The Cho was a bit hesitant on the side of Team Liquid ID. Actually, Gideon has a good point about that we'll share later for the deeper analysis. But first, let's go on over to the stage with Rose, with members of Team Spirit.
Team Spirit going up against Team Liquid ID and getting that win with a very interesting draft. Now, first of all, I am with Hiko. How are you doing?
Hi everyone, I am doing fine. We beat Team Liquid ID and it was pretty good.
Pretty good. Are you nervous?
Maybe.
You're a bit nervous.
Yeah,
okay, now, Hiko, I'm just gonna ask this. Previously, you guys met RRQ Hoshi and you guys lost. And then after that, you guys got another Indonesian matchup, which is Team Liquid ID. Did you guys meeting RRQ Hoshi give you guys like more preparation time for to go up against Team Liquid?
В прошлый раз вы встретились с RRQ Hoshi, и сейчас вы встретились с индонезийской командой. Думаешь ли, вы смогли бы победить RRQ Hoshi, если бы у вас было больше времени на подготовку? На русском отвечу.
Я думаю, что мы, скорее всего, бы их победили, просто мы некоторые люди переживали на сцене. Это был, первый опыт против такой крупной команды, и поэтому было тяжело достаточно.
We think we had opportunity to win the RRQ Hoshi. Some of the players was a little bit nervous, so yeah, we just needed some experience, and this is our first time here, so yeah.
Okay, now I do agree that sometimes you guys need to warm up a little bit. Now, Hiko, I want to ask, how did you guys react when you found out you guys are going up against another Indonesian? When you guys saw the matchup draw?
Как вы будете себя чувствовать, если вы узнаете, что вы будете идти против другой индонезийской команды?
Как вы себя чувствовали?
Да, какое у вас ощущение было?
Для нас это было немного неудачно, то, что попались одни из самых сильных оппонентов, которые могли быть, но в целом мы были готовы к бою и дальше проходить в knockout stage.
For us, it was a little bit nervous that we got matched up with the Team Liquid, but we had a little of time, think about it, and go through this, so we were ready to take this game.
Okay, I love it. Amazing game, by the way. Now, speaking of the amazing game, we see that you guys brought a pretty interesting draft for the matchup against Team Liquid ID. So maybe you can share with us, do you think this is just the beginning? This is just a glimpse? Because we will be able to see more interesting drafts in the M6?
У вас был очень интересный пик. Думаешь ли то, что будет ли дальше какой-нибудь более интересный пик? Или это только начало вашего такого пика?
Да, в целом у нас было несколько заготовленных героев заранее, которых мы уже тренировали на праках. Условно тот же Белерик, вот. Ну, и Гу тоже достаточно необычный пик, но в целом, ну, обычный будет для этого турнира, я думаю.
We already have like some prepared drafts for the games, and we already did train those drafts. So yeah, I think in the future we'll have more.
Okay, I am very excited to see more. Now, guys, if you guys don't know, Hiko here is actually one of the youngest, sorry, he is the youngest, not one of the youngest, but the youngest player that we have in M6. Hiko, can you share with us, how are you so good yet you're so young?
Расскажи, каково это быть самым молодым и при этом быть самым лучшим, одним из лучших.
Для меня это первый M-Series турнир, и я покажу на все 100, на что я готов. То, что возраст это не проблема, и я думаю, мы выиграем M6.
This is my first M-Series. This is my first M-Series, and for me, age is just a number. I just want to play my 100% of the game and show my best.
I think we can see that Hiko is definitely an up-and-coming star in the MLBB scene. Such a young kid with huge potential. Okay, Hiko, last question. If you could choose who you want to match up on your next match of best of 3, who would it be and why?
BTK.
Why BTK?
Because Mobazane so confident and I want to beat him.
Ooh, it is getting spicy up on the M6 World Championship stage. Thank you very much, Hiko. An amazing play. Congratulations. And with that, let us right back to the panel to break down what happened in this game against Team Liquid Indonesia.
The young dragon has spoken, and the Dragons of the North have taken down the cavalry from Southeast Asia, the champions of MPL Indonesia. We were talking about it behind the scenes here. Very confident is Hiko with how he delivers, how he speaks.
You know what? When I was 16, I was not that confident, especially speaking on stage here. That's actually really impressive, but not more so too the fact that, like you mentioned, this is his first M Series where he's playing and he's really proving that he is deserving to be in that spot, especially in the gold lane and what he's done. And we already heard him too. I mean, he even said it in English. Like he's ready to fight against BTK.
I love that level of confidence, but at the same time, hopefully, as we look at the item builds, right, there's a lot of actually minute, interesting details, and that I really want to point out here. Number one, looking towards Sawo's side, what was his first item? Straight away went for Athena's Shield. He did not go for the Dom Ice first. And initially, I was looking at Kid Bomba, right? He is still holding on to the Mana Regen necklace, and then went straight for the Dom Ice in the middle of the game when he could have been looking to rush other items. So again, these very minute details is what's helping them make their presence stick. And talking about making their presence stick, we haven't seen this item in a very long time. The Guardian help coming in from Sawo. You would have imagined that it's counterintuitive, especially with the DHS, Aaron Cheeky with the Trinity.
Yeah.
But it allows him to take a bit of damage, walk away, chill for a little bit, just wait it out, come back to full without having to take a full recall.
It's a whole bunch of healing that can be done just in that hero alone. And then on top of that, right, he went with the Revitalize to help him out, because this is something that we've talked about. Whenever a Belric does pop up, typically you might see a Flicker, you might see the Revitalize, and both obviously serve their purpose. But this time around, it was so difficult because until the end, he was at one point deathless, and he was just literally posting up in a lot of the situations where, as a tree, if you will, like he didn't want to go past that line. That was Sawo.
I find this incredibly relatable. When I would find myself playing in the Indonesian server, there's one here I would love to spam, Belric with a Revitalize.
Yeah?
Yeah, when you're going up against a young hotshot team like Team Liquid ID, who again, have proven time and time again just how good they are at team fighting, why not bring out one of the best heroes that actually mess up team fightings in your ranked games alone? That's one of the reasons why Belric is so good with that big AoE taunt that he does. On the side of Team Liquid ID, when it comes to the emblems, anything that you gentlemen want to point out?
Honestly, everything is very standardized all across the board. You can see that even TLID is giving a lot of respect over to TS. Again, 3 tenacities, even on Witty, even on Aaron Shiki as well, against Hiko. If he was looking to try and ego him, we would probably see Master Assassin. And you can see even Hiko respecting Aaron Shiki with the tenacity of his own. But the one thing that really surprises me in this particular matchup is that TLID, at some point in the draft, I don't know if it's Coach Ren or maybe even Sawo who made the call for the Belric and not to take the Flicker, because they know, hey, TLID, they're a dive composition. They always must come to us. We don't have to go to them. And the only person who can instigate those wars, Kit Bomba and One Shot, to make sure that Yehezkiel can't be the anchor that TLID needs to rely on.
Yeah, it's like Team Spirit just realized they needed, as you mentioned, they needed anchors and they needed to hold on. What's crazy is their damage dealt is quite evenly distributed amongst 3 members with the Matrix, with the Valentina, and the Fanny, all doing respectable amounts of damage. So I think that also shows why TLID, it looked like it was difficult for them to set up Naisu.
I think part of this too was throughout the game, you saw Sunset Leveler take a couple different ultimates, but especially when they got towards that, the momentum in their favor, that mid to late game where they pushed in, he was taking the Avatar of the Guardian a lot. So then that's another tool that basically Team Spirit had where they can actually use to either follow up or initiate fights. And why it was so hard for TLID to actually escape some of the fights, we even saw this where that Avatar of the Guardian clipped grabbing Aaron Shiki.
And of course, one shot. His first M series as well alongside Hiko is the MVP of the game. 6-1 and 5. And nice, you were just waiting for him to take his one shot.
He got the one shot, man. I'm still wondering how, that Gatakacha first skill kills a Fanny. Like, you're cabling over it, man. You know what I mean? Like, how does that happen?
Look, game logic doesn't matter about the verticality of the game, all right? As long as it's in the hitbox, it's going to make it land. I'm more scared that if one shot was just one of the few Spider-Man in the Spider-Verse, he's vicious. He's absolutely vicious. Again, we did see a lot of the moments, especially in the earlier stages of the game, where, yeah, there are some failed engages, but there was recovery, and then they kept back to their same game plan. Hey, they must always come to us. One shot, if you want to go for a little skirmish, by all means do so, but make sure you know where to start cabling back to so that we can punish our opponents.
Yeah, I felt like there were 2 moments wherein Team Spirit realized they just needed to recalibrate their decision-making in terms of when to actually fight it out. This is one of the moments, if I'm not mistaken, was Punish? Oh, no. Oh, yes, it was. They decided to take a fight that was just a little bit in too deep, but this is already later on when they were finally able to recover. And then, of course, the very first turtle fight, if I'm not mistaken, didn't go well for Team Spirit. And here now, the battle of the Thunderbelt between Kibaba and Aron. This was pretty cool to see.
It was. And unfortunately for Kibaba, he couldn't get that optimal space where he can keep him within the slam to keep on triggering the snare. But then, when you look at the way that these fights are actually played out, right? These Lord positions are so hard for Team Liquid ID to take advantage of. And I think one of the bigger problems is that they probably should have played the map a little bit better, right? Look to play on the opposite side. If one shot happens to come by that side, then we look for the big punish. But they kept on calling Aaron Shiki to these fights. Hey, SOD, now jump back into that fight.
And that's where you see the Belric just now in that highlight where that Wrath of the Dryad ultimate is so good in those choke points around the jungle to just lock people down and then follow up with a kill.
I feel like what we saw there also was, we also have to credit Coach Bren here. He has experience coaching in Indonesia. He knows the mindset of Indonesian players and Indonesian teams and how they want to play. Feels like this Belric was one of those picks prepared for that. But however, this pick does have precedence. They teased it a little bit during the EECA season or in MCC. And then finally, they bring it out to the world stage. Fun fact, you know what? This man over there at the end, Naisu, he wants to take a secret lab chair away from someone who doesn't even have a secret lab chair. And he has a secret lab chair already.
Yeah, but I don't have this one, Renmar. I don't have this special secret lab chair. Like, this is a very special secret lab chair.
What makes it so special then?
Well, I'll tell you what. You can play better for longer and just play better at the top of your game. If you're running for rank 1, get a secret lab chair. They're ergonomic chairs designed to keep you at the top of your game. Of course, the secret lab Titan Evo is designed to adapt to different postures like this or that. And you can go ahead and you can grab yours. So not only playing for PC games, but also mobile games like our champions are playing up here. So definitely grab yourselves a secret lab at Titan Evo chair while you can. I don't know if you can get these, but these are really special edition ones.
They are special edition ones, but they've got plenty of different skins for all your favorite titles, maybe even your own favorite animes, huh? Think about that. A lot of the shows out there, they've got skins for these as well. So get yourself a Titan Evo, especially if you're one of the taller boys as well. I know that sometimes, especially when you're playing in a Malaysian server, looking to beat those pub games, that your back gets really heavy trying to carry people, but with the help of the ergonomic side of this, there's a little knob at the side that I can't show you guys, but even with the ergonomic pillow as well, all memory foam. Remar, wake up. Don't fall in, don't go into the light. Don't fall into that sweet memory foam.
It's just that good.
Oh, I was starting to remember things I couldn't remember anymore. That's why it's called memory foam, I guess. That's secret lab for you. So, I mean, we are MLBB fans here, so why not go get yourself an MLBB themed one? I'm not sure if they're widely available, but I know, you know, they should be out there somewhere. So this is very nice. Next match, let's bring it up before I lose myself in the comfort
this
right
is a
now.
tough one, man.
Oh,
This is what we've been all waiting for.
This one's hard for me.
Why is it hard for you?
You know, this is my citizenship on the line. I'm a dual citizen. I'm a Filipino citizen. I'm also a U.S. citizen. I have 2 passports. And so please don't ask me to predict here, guys, because I mean,
Yeah, no, it's gonna be part of it later. Gideon, as a Malaysian, how do you feel looking about or looking into this match?
Honestly, I think this is going to be really exciting. I think it might just be one of the bigger upsets if BTK is able to take it away. Again, obviously, people with the red, white, and blue are going to be cheering for them, but FNOP have been looking great this Swiss stage in all manners, whether team fighting, micro, macro. It's just 10 out of 10.
Well, leading up into the M6 World Championship, Fly Chicken was vocal about how strong Fnatic Onyx Philippines is. They had a chance to scrim against them, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, even BTK admitted FNOP are strong. Let's see if BTK has learned from that and their experiences so far as they fight for qualification into the knockout stage. The second team to qualify. Will it be BTK? Will it be Fnatic Onyx PH? We'll find out.
ススイスウォッチ明治
Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
In MLBB, each of the 5 players plays a distinct role.
Whatever it is you want to believe,
But how do these roles work together on the world stage?
Going Sons, who picks up the
Mid laners and roamers are the bedrock of the team.
looking for the knockup, not able to find a sense who he wants for, takes him out.
Whether it's picking beefy tanks, mages, or sustain, together they provide crowd control and damage in the early game, making space for the team to farm or secure objectives. Then we have the EXP laners, usually playing tanky heroes. They poke and zone the enemy to create opportunities.
All right, let's see another fight commences here. Gear goes in. It's going to be a lot of damage played.
While the roamers pick to fill the team's needs and support if needed. EXP laners must win their lane and protect their tower with aggressive, confident play, ensuring map control for the team.
Ooh, final slash.
Finally, we come to the junglers, the early to mid-game finishers, and the gold laners, the mid to late game finishers.
Fiery, the god in the jungle, takes a double kill.
For junglers, whether it's frontline tank utility or assassin early game assassin burst, they form the core of the team. They act on the space created by their team to finish off objectives, utilizing power spikes with the early game advantage they get from farming the jungle.
Should be a retreat from the Burmese gold, and they get sent down into the ground.
Gold laners focus on farming for gold to become late game monsters.
1v3.
They are savvy observers, staying out of trouble and positioning well to deal the most damage with their fragile heroes. Do you agree? How would you describe the roles that make MLBB greater than ever? A new era begins at M6. But who are the rising superstars leading the way? In Latam, Maycam Evolve emerges as the new gem of the region. With Aurora's fierce adaptability and rookie sensation Super Nahuel, the Dynasty Enders made history, toppling the undefeated RRQ Akira after a 2.5-year reign. At MTC Turkey Championship, S2G Esports rises as a new challenger. Led by Sigibum's superstar performance at the gold lane, Pagu's playmaking, and Begin's rotation, they are ready to shine on the world stage. In their M-Series debut from MPL Cambodia, CFU Gaming is ready to strike. With M2 veteran Poppy and core members Detective, Z, and Wadu. Can the Sharks are primed to make waves on the world stage? Returning to the M Series is RRQ Hoshi, the Sang Raja.
Looking for a drain as he finds the triple. Looking for the maniac.
Reinforced by Sutsujin's lethal skill and led by Skylar, this squad of young stars is on a mission for global dominance. The Indonesian cavalry made a bold gamble by swapping their lineup with MDL rookies, uncovering gems like Fabian, the deadly jungler, a calculated roamer in Witty the Wise, and King Eronshiki, the next-level gold laner. Team Liquid ID rises as a new M Series challenger.
To double, the Roy goes down one by one. It's a maniac.
MPL PH Season 14 saw the debut of Aurora Gaming with rising gold laner Domeng and MSC 2022 champion Demon Kite.
Naisu, you have a very, very important decision right now. It's time to make Mobile Legends great again.
No, come on. You have the brown passport too. You can't just say it's all about the blue passport here.
You were born in America. You were born a USA citizen.
You spent more time in the Philippines. Do you really want to disappoint General Luna, Jose Rizal?
BTK. Jose,
Bayang
can you
Magiliw.
see?
Stop it right there. Sit back down. None of that national anthem nonsense here at the Swiss stage. These teams are only going to be moving on if they win this current game, and it's not going to be an easy one. Welcome, everybody, to the M6 World Championships. It's going to be BTK up against Fnatic Onic PH. Both which, I mean, I have to admit, Fnatic Onic PH looking to be the favorites, but BTK have been on the up and rising, Naisu.
Thank you for saving me, by the way.
I got you.
You know, these decisions...
It's easy.
It's too much, man.
It's stressful. It's really, really stressful.
Yeah, it is. All right. So, since we've calmed down a little bit, Trex looks like he's ready to work. I'm ready to work. So, let's... where are we at right now?
Out of breath from that national anthem, huh?
Yeah, I'm just a little bit out of breath. So, if you want to make, not like us, but you want to go to a place that unites gamers, communities, and fans across all genres and walks of life, then Kadea Gaming and Esports District is the place for you at Kadea Gaming. Search about it online, and if you want to join another place that will welcome you from whichever fandom you are in MLBB, well, you can go ahead, grab your tickets now, and you'll get to witness the remaining 14 of the world's best teams clashing it out on day 5 to 7 of the Swiss stage as the regular sale tickets are still going on. Whew,
it is getting hot.
Yeah, you get a little bit out of breath when you have a lot of Philippine pride, you know, coursing through you. So can you help me out with this, Gideon?
No
we still have
worries.
some goodies for our fans.
Of course. And I'm especially going to be talking specifically to our American Filipinos out there who are torn between both of these teams. To put your minds away from it just for a little bit, keep in mind that you can participate in the M6 Lucky Gift. You can join the draw for a chance to win Claude's new epic skin, the Challenger's Flare. As you can see up here, this is one of the models that perfectly shows. If you want to zoom in on that, that'd be great. And Beatrix's new M4 Epic Painted Skin Light Seeker. So don't miss this rare opportunity to get the Beatrix's M4 exclusive and M4 Prime skin. So don't DM me about when I can get them again. Returning for a very, very limited time.
You know, out of all the Prime skins, I'm not sure which one I like more. You know?
Yuzong. 100% Yuzong.
Yeah. Is that the same for the statue?
Oh, okay. That one's a bit
I was gonna say,
it's different.
we need a tier list of prime skins and statues.
Yeah. For me personally, I feel like it's M5, the Prime Yuzong, definitely over the Prime Claude. But this, since you're getting a 2-in-1 package deal, you get Dexter too. That's
I was just saying, I love the statue.
Yeah, it is.
Honestly, the only amendment I would wish for this is that if you could detach Dexter to have his own little thing, so you can put him anywhere you want. You know?
Yo, oh, you can?
No, you can't.
It's open.
Just wanted to make sure. All right. It's BTK versus Fnatic Onyx Philippines, and this is the story heading into it. It is a quest for the Kings of North America. You can call it a bloodthirsty quest as they look to get revenge against the House of Onyx. We're getting a little bit of a fantasy vibes here, so nicely we want to run us down through the history.
Yeah, again, you know, back in M3, Onyx Philippines, they 3-0 to BTK. That was the upper bracket final. And then an M4, Onyx ID 3-1 the Valley. Dudes, right? Yeah, I can't help it. The lower bracket quarterfinal is where that happens. So obviously, you know, this is a journey to getting that revenge. Obviously, you know, with the stakes here being this best of 3, we know what's ahead of them moving forward. And we know, too, a lot of people have been looking at, you know, Fnatic Onyx Philippines specifically and how good they've been. Just, I don't know, really, for a lot of people where they're going to be able to point out the weak points when it comes to FNOP. But for BTK, I would say they've been rather surprising for a lot of people. Obviously, this is a team that has familiar faces, familiar names, you know, and everything that said. But also, I'm just wondering, is this also a team where they want to pull out the MOBA Fred again? Because so far, that's been a big point on why they've been having their success in their previous games.
Actually, that's a really good point here. Personally, for me, I think the biggest strengths coming in specifically for BTK, their drafting, number 1, has been looking so good. Number 2, their playmaking capabilities with not only Fly Chicken, but also Shark, who has been an absolute rock for the team. Even when things start to look dire, he's the big game changer to hopefully make Mobile Legends for America great again.
I'm glad that you mentioned Shark. I gotta agree with that statement. Shark really has looked like the rock for BTK and for many years now for North America. But now they're going to be going up against the Thunder Kings of the Philippines. It's Fnatic Onyx PH versus BTK. And of course, a special match needs a special package.
I'm just speechless right now. BTK outbeaten Blacklist International. It's not gonna be able to do anything. Hey, clean sweep. What time is it? It's party time.
I think everyone's want to fight BTK because of MOBA. Mental silang mental. Kami lawan ni BTK kay Scream, soal trash talk babasin kina mental terus siya.
And this is one of the best series that I have seen here.
I think it's not MOBA Zane's meta.
Well, it's not that bad, guys.
Tingin ko, di talaga sila, parang malakas. Kasi kumbaga parang hindi sila, parang nakikita ko na hindi sila updated sa game. Parang medyo huli yung galaw nila, yung forma nila, hindi masyado maganda.
BTK is back on the world stage.
We want it more than Turkey does, the whole region. We beat both of their qualifying teams, and hopefully we can do the same to other stronger regions.
And another victory for BTK.
BTK will now become the Turkish Slayers. FNOP, make it quick.
I think they can easily win against BTK. They have a really, really good chemistry. Their bonding is really, really different. Yeah.
The Super Family once again reigns supreme.
BTK needs to go up against a team like the caliber of Fnatic Onyx. Fly Chicken has been very vocal about how strong they are in scrims.
I think Fnatic Onyx, so many hero mastery like Super Friends using Roy and Kelra using Betrick or Harit and Brusco using Chow and Gatot. And then King Kong, he using Assassin like Monster.
Very clean. Kelra going to be caught sliding tackle out again. Too much to handle. Super Fritz and King Kong will get the wipeout.
Gusto kong makalaban ang BTK dahil mukhang masayang kalabanin si MOBA dahil isa siyang trash talker. I hope the M6 teams keep underestimating BTK's strength.
BTK, baby!
That's one team that I cannot trash talk, unfortunately. We'll try our best.
Well, If that didn't explain the heat around this rivalry, then we'll try to dig in a little bit more. Interesting dichotomy there between Hoon and Mobazane. Mobazane looks like still keeping to his Mobazane trend of not essentially trash talking, but of course he was still very, how do I say this? He's still very forthright with saying that, you know, showing his confidence and stuff like that. While for Hoon, that's the most reserved we've seen Hoon. Of him just going like, well, that's one team. I can't talk that much about. I gotta keep it more stable here.
I think it's just pure respect from both sides, right? I think it's understandable from Fnatic Onyx's position that, hey, when we're coming up against BTK, we don't want to underestimate. This is an advancement match to the knockouts. And this seeding is going to be incredibly important. And I think now with the Swiss stage, things have been shaken up to this very point. And I think that any team, especially looking at the position that Twisted Minds were in, from this point onwards, it's just best of three, best of three, best of three until you finally advance to the knockout stage.
Yeah, and that's one of the things is you have to look at here for BTK specifically, because a lot of people coming into this and just in general, they've always doubted BTK or just the NA region in general. And now I feel like this is their quest, this is their opportunity. And if, let's just say this is a big upset, because I think a lot of people generally are rooting or leaning towards the side of Fnatic Onyx Philippines here. This is massive for them, but it's obviously something that they've been working towards for a long time. And I think there is some truth to that with what Mobazane mentioned. You know, let people keep underestimating them and let them prove it here in game, because I think almost every single team we've heard have said they want to go against BTK for some reason or another.
Yeah, and they've doubted BTK's understanding of the metagame, but BTK's understanding of the metagame have brought them to the spot where they are 2-0 in the Swiss stage. One series win away from making it into the knockouts alongside RRQ Hoshi. But in their way are a team with undeniable, impeccable, and dare I say, historical levels of team chemistry. Teams around the world who have faced off against Fnatic Onyx PH has said the same thing. This team is out of this world with how close they are. The chemistry of the Super family is world class. Why not said Kelra knows how he wants the team to be. He was the one who broke the ice with the new players. So the gold standard himself led the way to forming the chemistry of this squad, alongside, of course, Coach Why Not, the other member of Fnatic Onyx PH who retained from the previous season in King Kong, and of course, Super Fritz. Kelra actually first met Why Not in Smart Omega when he first joined, so there's history between these two championship figures in the Philippines.
Yeah, I think we can, you know, we've seen this, Renmar, actually happen in real time. And back in the MSC 2022, that was a time when I would say this character development, especially for Kelra alone, started to happen. And then they formed what eventually became, that Super family. And this is, when we were even calling them that, I mean, even some of the members have changed, obviously, up to that point when their first iteration, but they were still the beginning foundations of what is today that Super family. And I think Coach Why Not has done an amazing job at bringing that culture, bringing that nature to this team. And it obviously shows on, you know, in game. And I think that's a big thing, even when we get a preview here and the way they interact with the players.
I mean, even when it's not just the interaction with the players, right? It's shown in game as well. The connection, it feels like nobody is missing a beat. And again, I've heard from you guys firsthand experiences of listening to their comms. They barely say much. They just understand where they need to go, which is why their chemistry is really, really nasty. But even in that quote, Kelra understands that for him to grow, there needed to be a failure, which happened in 2022. And now he basically owes his life to Why Not, to bring him all the way. And honestly, to appreciate it, he needs that championship to set that gold standard and to tell his coach, hey, it's because of you.
Going back to MPL Philippines Season 14, Kelra was still being called the gold standard. He said, do not call me that until I start winning championships. He finally won his first MPL PH championship and finals MVP there, and now he's on the running to becoming one of the few players who can say they are an MSC champion, an MPL local league champion, and an M Series world champion. But it's not just about Kelra. What you gotta appreciate about Fnatic Onyx Philippines, Naisu, is as the season went on, new names in FNOP started making a huge impact. Brusco and Kirk especially slotted in very well.
Yeah, Brusco and Kirk both, you know, coming off of previous teams and then really slotting into this lineup that was chosen, like we just saw there, from help with Coach Wynot and Kelra. But the way that they came into the team lineup and the way that we did see them struggle a little bit here and there, but then all of a sudden, when they did come out from the last previous season of MPLPH, it was really hard to look for weak points. And I think that's still the case here for this lineup, even today, as we are now going through this the Swiss stage format and everything here. But also, across from them is a team that has come together in a lot of different iterations of NA. But of course, let's reintroduce them. We have Zia in the gold lane, Shark there in the roam, Hoon in the mid, Mobazane in the jungle, and Fried Chicken. And these guys themselves, man, I mean, they've been through honestly just a journey themselves individually and then as a team. And I feel like this might be the best version of them that we've seen in previous time.
I think a lot of the fans from NA have been calling for this team to come together, especially with a competitive scene that looks very Mad Max-esque. There are clicks everywhere. And, you know, it's difficult because their servers is split up east to west. So even then, you have to deal with ping issues. And despite that, now on a competitive stage with basically one MS, now they can really show what they've got to the rest of the world.
Let's see if the bloodthirsty Kings can take down the Thunder Kings. The super family of the Philippines is Fnatic, Onyx PH, Kelra, Brusco, Super Friends, King Kong, and Kirk. Gideon, from an outsider's perspective, as you followed Malaysian, of course, I know you hear everything going on with Fnatic, Onyx PH. Who are the stars of this team from an outsider's look?
From an outsider's look, I mean, yeah, I gotta give it to Super Friends here on that Loyi specifically. He is legitimately disgusting on this hero. He is able to look at the map in a different perspective that not many people can catch his drift, but with the rest of the team being on that same wavelength, they have full trust in him. They're gonna send them into a position where they can actually pop off, but let's not forget about Brusco. We've heard about Kirk, we've heard about Kelran and King Kong, but Brusco is very interesting because, again, he had an opportunity to go over as an import for RRQ. He comes back to this team and says, hey, I'm bringing back a couple of interesting picks, but better than that, I am coming in with hard discipline. He's able to open up the map, and with full trust in his team, if he's looking for an engage, then you know that it's good.
Speaking of good, we actually had some words with Fried Chicken. Which team do you think has the strongest chance of winning M6 and why? We touched on this earlier. He said Fnatic, Onyx, Philippines.
You know, Fnatic, Onyx, Philippines, I've been hearing this a lot, man.
Yeah.
Like, you know, in the whispers and everything else of what the teams have experienced. And that's why I'm saying it would be amazing to see maybe tonight the first team that actually finds a weak point, and whatever that might be, against a team that is as stacked as Fnatic, Onyx, Philippines. Because remind you, too, with BTK, a lot of times, obviously, they're, you know, in a way, they've coached themselves up to a certain point. They've competed a lot together and on different teams. But ultimately, they have surprised a lot of people time and time again, and maybe they do it here.
I feel like when you go up against a BTK, there's always this, how do they call this, mental asterisk, wherein there's something about BTK and the teams that we've seen them go up against, not just here, but in history, long past, the teams play differently against BTK. They lose a little bit of that discipline, a little bit of the mojo that made the team that BTK is going up against the team that they are, and suddenly BTK is an equal footing with what looks like Titans of MLBB.
Well, I mean, Titans is one thing to say, but BTK come again from that Mad Max-esque sort of competitive scene. These are the best in their individual roles. That's why they're called the Bloodthirsty Kings and not Bloodthirsty King.
And you know, part of this too is this would be, what, the first time that we get to see them in a best of three, obviously. You know, because it is very different. We've seen the nature of best of ones and now the best of three coming into play. So this is a true quest, a true test for the Bloodthirsty Kings to come out on top.
Honestly, for me, if like for our younger generation who are still going through their examinations, this test for BTK everybody else has their own different version of it, right? UPSR, SPM, O levels, and stuff like that. But when you're up against FNUP, you are looking for that university degree to get that big moolah at the end of the day.
And you see these two teams respecting each other's solidarity, with Fnatic, Onyx, Philippines taking away the high loss, and Matilda, which are options for Shark, but of course that high loss can also go into the EXP for Fried Chicken, and the Eve of Hoon, which has shown to be terrific as well. While BTK are targeting some of the signature heroes of Fnatic, Onyx, Philippines in the Fanny of King Kong, and of course the Cho of Brusco.
I honestly, I feel like they have to come in with a direct plan. With the way that the current metagame is going, teams who have a strong identity in themselves really influence the draft a lot, especially in game number ones of best of threes. I would expect BTK to start adapting afterwards if they do drop this one, but hopefully we get to see an idea of how they want to approach Phenop.
I almost think they just go, like, depending on how this plays out, I almost see BTK going comfort. Like, what's worked for them, obviously, in the past couple days to get them to this point. And maybe we see some contest go here for the Bruno specifically, but more so, like I said, my big question mark is what does Mobazane decide to take for game one, knowing that he's in a best of three? Because this Jushin first pick for FNOP, it covers so much. And we've already talked so much about Super Prince and what he's able to do on multiple heroes. But it looks like there is going to be a change here. BTK takes the Bruno, like we were thinking, but it is going to be a different jungle this time around as the Suyo gets locked in.
Fnatic Onyx Philippines have to acknowledge it. One of the cardinal sins so far of this tournament is giving the Bruno. And a surprise, Mobazane says, hey, I'm not just a Fred guy, I can Suyo too. 2 power picks right away for BTK. This means that FNOP, giving the Bruno, they're potentially going to show us their take on how to beat the best pick of M6 so far.
I mean, that'll be honestly, it'll be interesting to see how they approach it, right? I'm hearing the Joy come in very early on, Khalid as well. This will be interesting because Khalid is a flex pick, but I think that BTK, based on those first 2 picks, it feels more of denial against Phenop. Because again, Suyo, especially going Suyo blind as well, seems a little interesting considering the past few patterns of BTK.
To be fair, as BTK go for their 3rd pick, I feel like this might be Valentino would be good, considering that you see the Joy and the Khalid there. I think that's also BTK respecting the heck out of King Kong Suyo. Again, he set the fastest GPM, the fastest level 15 so far of the tournament with Suyo.
I think that's, it's almost in a way where, you know, Mobazane wants to be able to prove that he can also do something similar to what we saw King Kong do with Hansa Suyo. That last pick locked in here for BTK is the Aurora. Interesting, because I was also leaning towards that Valentina because of the fact you have 2 powerful ultimates already that you could actually take, right? Whether that's the Beacon there from the Jushin or the Sandstorm from the Khalid. And that gives you an opportunity to set things up really well. Not to say the Frigid Glacier doesn't, the ultimate from Aurora, but this still could play a part. The only thing is, I'm just worried because Aurora, obviously, when you have that passive, it's really nice, but there's already a lot of tools from over here from FNOP to deal with that and put so much pressure on the Aurora.
Actually, I'm taking the perspective of where Hoon is coming from again. Remember, they don't have a coach. This team is basically coachless, right? So it really is going to depend on their comfort picks. And I can get that Hoon says, hey, if you give me Valentina, yes, I'll be great in these team fights, but the laning phase is going to suck for me, right? I'm outranged by this Jushin. There's a good chance that Khalid goes into that roaming position. Might as well put me on that Aurora. Let me be the anchor for you guys to absorb that pressure. And if we can look for those counter-engage moments, at least I have the capabilities of the toolbox to do so.
So BTK are continuing the trend of respect banning, of course taking away the Beatrix of the Filipino Savage, the gold standard Kelra. And I like that they actually took out the Tigreal as an option for Shark. BTK, we've labeled them as sort of a Mayweather-esque type of team, where they get you on the counter punch just when you think you're going to beat them. Suddenly they win a team fight to turn things around. And I get now why they would pick the Aurora, because as we mentioned, it's within their identity. Have Hoon safe in the back line, can crowd control and damage from afar, and pair it up playing beside Fly Chicken. And good ban on the Akai, because that would have been a big major swerve that really would have messed up a Khalid and a Joy.
I mean, Phoveus is wide open, and I think that, you know, BTK were trying to, oh no, they go for the Gatot instead. They're going to hold it and give Phenop the opportunity to respond first.
So does Kirk go now for a pick that we've rarely seen so far, this M6, and go with his signature? Does he get the Edith?
Aim.
That's...
Whoa, 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 whoa!
You want to deal range for range? I heard the chat mention this at one point, but I wasn't expecting this right now.
Oh, I had this literally not too long ago, I had this conversation with Mirko. Yes, Layla is a very interesting pick because in lane against this Bruno, there are a couple of interactions that can work. Again, keep in mind that Bruno, when he gets his empowered auto attacks, it stacks up to increase his crit rate. But the main source of damage comes from those footballs coming at you once he picks it back up. You can mini stun him, right? Those mini stuns are good, but eventually, what's good about Bruno in the current meta? Long range, crit build, and Layla does both, if not grows further than the Bruno.
Interesting pick, says Fried Chicken, locks in the R-Lot for him. It's proven to be effective here in the M6 Swiss stage for BTK. While the gold standard of the Super Family ends up with everyone's first marksman in his hands. Trex, Husky, let's go.
Thank you very much to the panel. Once more, Trex. It's Trexky here on the desk, but you can feel the tension in the air. Bloodthirsty Kings against Fnatic Onyx Philippines, and the first time Layla, at least for M6 World Championship. Talk about bringing a gun to a soccer battle, so a soccer match. If you want to play range, I guess Layla is the best option, but how you feeling, Trex? How's that heart doing?
I mean, my heart is good for now. Right now, though, I mean, even with the Layla pick, you can just never count out FNOP. There's got to be a reason for it. The range is definitely helpful, but enough talk about that.
It's time to head into the land of Dawn for our second advancement match into the knockouts. This time between NH Giants and the Filipino Super Family. BTK against FNOP. FNOP blue side, BTK red.
All right. Breaking things down, jumping into game one in a best of three. You said there's tension in the air. There is electricity right now on how this is going to go. So much on the shoulders of Brusco. Already taking a lot of damage. Might have to go back. Does have some sustainability there, but still, things already getting aggressive. Now Shark getting pulled back. Should be okay. Both teams fighting out in the mid in the first 30 seconds.
Just classic Brusco walking out with that Khalid, just trying to force a trade. It is pretty unfortunate that Shark had to use the Revitalize, but again, we got to take this downtime to remind you guys that to participate in the M6 Lucky Gift from 18th of November to 29th of December, join for a chance to get the Claude new Epic Skin, Challenger's Flare, and Beatrix's new M4 Epic Painter Skin Lightseeker. Do not miss out the opportunity.
Okay, so what is the goal here for BTK? Do they focus Kelra? Do they try to put down and take advantage of the Layla not having a flicker? Wait a second, a lot of damage already. King Kong trying to get the engage. Mobazane brought down to about 20%. Pulled back. Shark now in trouble as well. Bahoon gonna get involved. Very low onto Brusco. Zia locking onto Kelra, getting a couple free shots. Wants to go for the 1v1, decides to back off. Nobody goes down just yet.
Yeah, the push and pull from both teams, because even Shark was a bit trying to go for that footsie. Hun almost loses the passive, but Brusco might have a chance to force out the flicker from Zia. I mean, BTK really adjusting well, understanding how fast Fnatic Onyx moves around the map, so keeping the crucial resources online, but we saw how fast King Kong was in not just his clear, but arriving at the scene of potential battle.
Yeah, so many Joy players normally don't try to pop off so early, but literally once King Kong got level 4, he wanted to fight. He got in Mobazane's face, and we could tell both teams knew what the plan was. Let's go for the gold lane. Let's try to get him online first. Luckily for both teams, nobody went down just yet.
It's all about level 4. Mobazane's going to arrive at the scene first. Fried Chicken.
Fried Chicken, able to get the final slash. Super Prince goes down. Turtle now still up. King Kong trying to get involved as well. Down comes the Frigid Glacier to freeze. Locks onto Kirk. Mobazane able to get the first turtle. But now King Kong getting low as well. Mobazane pushing it back. King Kong on the run. The AOG whiffs to the side. But BTK come out on top in the first turtle fight.
And FNOP not getting the objective, but were able to cut their losses. Both Brusco and King Kong got out with a sliver of health. It kind of feels bad. BTK felt like they could have gotten more, but still, this is a good start. Great understanding on how to take these fights. If we take out Super Fritz, then Shark gets unlocked, right? No one to lift him up.
Oh, Brusco getting low once again, maybe walking into the wrong bush. Forced to back off, and BTK are taking control of the river. Before they were being a bit more lax, and it seems even now they're letting themselves fall back, but we're starting to see that confidence build.
I do love this. Very good discipline. We even talk about the Fried Chicken's special Arlet pick, right? A great setup. That's kind of how they won against S2G. So BTK, good understanding. Fried Chicken might be ganked out bot, but the jump on him.
Fried Chicken low, trying to maybe get away, gets the final slash, able to get under the tower. Gets the kill out of King Kong. A nice trade for the side of BTK.
Yeah, the brace might heal at the end, actually keeping him alive. Topside, Zia.
Ooh, Zia able to flicker, the Sandstorm, the kill. Zia goes down. It's a bloodbath right now, 2-2, and gold still nil.
actually in the even state, and Mobazane able to get ahead because King Kong went down to try and take out Fried Chicken. So Mobazane a lot more comfortable with this minor lead that he's gotten. Half a minute more until the turtle comes up. BTK is all about that mid control, right? We clear up mid first, we free up Shark, and if Fried Chicken can join the turtle fight, rinse and repeat. Flicker's coming back up for the Arlet. If you can catch Super Frizz and blow him up one more time, BTK can get ahead.
Yeah, Fried Chicken's got to be careful on that boss side. I mean, all of BTK, I feel like both teams are focusing so hard right now onto these off lanes. We're seeing the attacks in the gold. We're seeing the attacks on the EXP, but BTK, on the other hand, keeping it a little bit more mid-focused here. They want to go for these neutral objectives. They want to make sure they're ready for this next turtle.
Eventually, BTK will have to start thinking about how to deal with the late up, but right now, turtle fight.
Hoon taking a little bit of damage. Fried Chicken gonna get involved. A lot of damage on Brusco. Brusco goes down. Mobazane able to get the kill. Kirk into the backside with the Earth Shatter. Hoon might just be in trouble, but he still doesn't go down with just a pixel of health. He finally falls back, gets the thing, but Mobazane does get the kill onto Kirk. It's 2 down for the side of Fnatic, Onic, PH, and BTK with all 5.
2 more kills. And 1 went over to Mobazane. So Mobazane is now 2-0, gets the second turtle, continuing to try and accelerate the game phase. But at the end of the day, Fnatic Onyx Philippines didn't really lose much. They lost an objective, they dropped a couple of members, but no sizable lead for BTK.
Oh, Mobazane's getting aggressive now, pushing back onto Super Prince. Shark, Zia up in the top side. If they can clear that tower as soon as possible, you can start getting Zia involved into these fights as well. But King Kong doesn't let anything slow him down, man. He is all over the map. The confidence from Fnatic Onic, even with being behind in kills, the goal deficit has not escaped them. Even with losing 2 turtles, Fnatic Onic is still so much in this game.
Absolutely. At one point before the second turtle, Mobazane was ahead in experience. King Kong not only caught up, but exceeded that, right? King Kong is now ahead in XP because he did take a bottom wave after 5 minutes, so the penalty on the jungler restriction has been lifted as well. So Fnatic Onyx Philippines really maximizing whatever resources that they can get for King Kong, because they know once this game goes late, Fried Chicken though.
A little bit of damage on to Kirk there. Frigid Glacier does come down, does not connect onto anybody. And I love what you said. Fnatic Onic has been sending all 4 members up to the top side of the map, and King Kong has just been getting free farm on his own jungle plus the EXP lane, which has been helping him out a bunch. And now BTK is starting to take a page out of that, send the rest of their team up top, and have Mobazane farm that EXP lane as well. Kelra finally getting the first tower of this match.
The only difference is that FNOP moves just moves faster than BTK. With Khalid, with Joy, it's so hard for BTK to keep up. They are trying their best, but sometimes you have to spend an ability or 2. Losing that top tier 1 frees up Kelra to now farm everywhere else across the map. And Zia, he's having a rough time.
And Mobazane might be in a bad spot. Kirk gonna show up as well, gets a flicker in. Looking for the Earth Shatter. Mobazane able to sidestep, but it's too much damage. The electrifying beats. Mobazane tries to get the outplay, but he falls. He goes down, and King Kong reigns supreme.
So close. Went into the immortal form for the crowd control immunity. He just needed 1 more turret shot to help him out. But still, BTK not really falling behind. 3rd turtle on the board. Mobazane still dead for 5 seconds. FNOP though, they're going to focus on taking away the jungle, so King Kong will just tax that purple buff.
Yeah, we got tower for tower in the top side now. Zia finally going to be able to get involved in this. He's 0-1-1, but Kelra hasn't taken a single death. He hasn't even stepped a foot into any of these big fights just yet, just buying time, farming, because that's what you would do on the Layla.
I mean, look at the positioning of FNOP. Look at where Super Prince is, mid-side. Thinking for a fight, not just yet. Again, push and pull from both teams. FNOP definitely have a better position. Starting to threaten Mobazane as well. You don't want to be in range of that lantern.
Yeah, Super Friends. I mean, yeah, this is why the Jushin gets banned so much. But Super Friends also has to be careful. If you step just a little bit too far on that top side, you are alone. In comes the big sandstorm, trying to get the flicker on Mobazane. Brusco goes down. Zia able to get the kill. Fnatic Onic now backing up. Super Friends pops the Leonard Flare. Not enough. Big final slash. Mobazane able to get the turtle. The knockup from Kirk. Shark now trying to lock on. Super Friends backing up, but BTK have claimed the ground once again.
Very good initiative from BTK. Another flicker final slash to try and catch Super Friends, but this time saved by Kirk with that 2-man Earth Shatter. If not, they might just end up losing that Jushin once again. BTK, sure, all 3 turtles going their way, but still FNOP not really falling behind. King Kong just hit that Holy Crystal in 8.5 minutes, and Kelra is just untouched.
We are down the wire right now. A lot of damage from Mobazane. Kelra forced to back off. Fried Chicken trying to get involved as well. Hoon showing up to the party. Brusco has been taken down a few times. Does lock on a Fried Chicken. Wait, nice final slash. Super Friend's in trouble. Super Friend's low. Fried Chicken able to get the Zill. No. Mobazane snipes him out. That puts Mobazane at 3-1-2 right now. Finally trying to break that 1K gold lead.
And ended up trading a purple buff once more, King Kong. Every single time when he sees Mobazane on the map, he's going to start taxing his jungle. So second purple buff that Mobazane will not be able to claim. And you can see the XP lead starting to build. King Kong one level ahead of Mobazane. With 50 seconds to the next court, BTK got to start thinking about when this game goes late, how do we deal with King Kong? But most importantly, how do we get to Kelra on this Layla? Because Malefic Gun is going to eventually be an item choice, and he's going to max out his range at level 12.
I mean, we don't see the Layla very often. We just got the Berserker's Fury locked in. At what point does it become a major stress point? Wait a second, final slash does lock on. BTK, though, just testing the waters. But what point will Kelra really be the ultimate threat here?
Level 12 plus Malefic Gun. Level 12 onwards, right? Because you max out your ultimate level, so max range benefits for not just his abilities, but your attack range, and then the Malefic Gun adds on another 10-15%. You are going to outrange not just Bruno, but it's everyone else in BTK.
Nobody's matching the range of Layla. The gun, I mean, it's literally her gun, right? It's her weapon of choice. You can't lose in the Land of Dawn with your own weapon, but a lot of damage lands on a Brusco once again. Has to pop the Quicksand Guard. Lord down to about 70-60%. Super Friends holding the front line, pulling Fried Chicken back. He's forced to use a flicker. Out comes the big gun. Does not connect. Mobazane around the side. Kirk able to take the Lord. Shark brings out the AOG. But Fnatic Onyx pushes them back so well. We don't even need to take a kill. We came what we got for.
It was just Super Friends and Kirk walking forward. Everyone else, King Kong, Kelra, working on the Lord. Good attempt from Mobazane, but ended up losing that objective over to Kirk, who somehow secured it with the Primal Wrath. I mean, BTK, they can definitely defend this, right? Even with this Lord take, it is still an even game. And I gotta say, BTK, they played this macro pretty well. They're not overextending. They're just testing the waters with Fnatic Onyx Philippines, but now they can defend.
Kirk gets a knock up on a Fried Chicken. Shark gets pulled back. Big hits. Shark in trouble. Kirk pops the ultimate. Final slash does land on a Kirk, but Shark still goes down the freeze. The connection. Kirk taken out as well. It's a 1-for-1 right now. Down on the bot side, Mobazane comes in, but King Kong's too much of a threat. Mobazane has to back off, and the Lord is still marching in.
Looking at the network for Fnatic Onyx Philippines, no sizable lead. Lord will be taken care of mid-side.
Look at the damage! Mobazane off the map. Fnatic Onyx now encroaching onto the base, bringing destruction along with them.
King Kong staying true to his words. He says he wants to fight Mobazane, but he's not even part of that fight. The rest of his team is taking care of Mobazane for him. And Fnatic Onyx Philippines off of one Lord gets themselves close to a 2K goal advantage, and now that Malefic Gun. Kelra has gotten the signature weapon for the Layla. Everything falling back into place. 12 minutes into the game. This is where it might get a bit scary for BTK. We've seen a couple of times they go for that engage, flicker final slash, but not every time converts into a lead for BTK. So you add on the extra range that FNOP has in their arsenal, BTK gotta be a bit more strategic with that approach.
You know, Fnatic Onyx played this so well in the beginning. They knew that maybe they couldn't take these big fights. Even at that first Lord, they couldn't exactly force a big fight. They knew it might cause them to lose. But as long as they could zone BTK back, and then throughout the whole early game, it was just kind of, they rubber band around the wall. They're doing the ropey dope, right?
Yeah.
They're letting BTK kind of waste the energy, not forcing any major fights, keep the goal at a standstill. And once we get online, it is time to push. And now BTK, they're tired out, man. Their arms are down. They can't keep their fist up to block their face, and Fnatic Onyx is punching.
Both teams playing it like it's a marathon, and that's exactly how you approach the game. Honestly, very impressed with what you just mentioned, Trex, because a lot of the teams in the Swiss stage so far, they ended up forcing unnecessary fights, but not these two teams, right? They are tangling with one another. They're trying to look for those small weakness points, trying to get the read, and I wouldn't say that any of them folded. It's more of who creates the better opportunity, and obviously it's FNOP off of one Lord take. But it didn't do too much of a damage to BTK. They can still contest. This second Lord will be very important.
I think what's big for BTK right here is don't overextend it. If you can get Kelra, get it. But Shark keeps on hanging out on this front side and getting hit by that lantern, right? And keeps getting chipped down, but wait a second. Brusco brings the engage, and King Kong into the backside with the electrifying beats. But Zia able to put out the damage. Fried Chicken goes down. Zia finds King Kong, but now Zia falls to Kelra. The guns are out. They're exploding, and members of BTK are dropping. Mobazane and Shark back to the base as Kelra just pushes them away.
King Kong might have went down, but we didn't get to talk much about the war cry, right? Extra damage, so it's all about numbers. We might have bloodthirsty Kings, but FNOP have a bloodthirsty King Kong.
At this point, the tower is falling. BTK's in shambles. It's a 2K gold lead over to Fnatic Onic. They're going to move back. They're going to go for the Lord. They're going to take their time with this.
The positioning for King Kong has been superb. He just walks out with the electrifying beast, takes out half 50% HP for 3 members of BTK. This could be a Hail Mary attempt. Mobazane needs to make the steal of his life, but Fnatic Onic Philippines will not even give them any opportunity to even go for a 50-50. That coin flip for FNOP is unnecessary. They can wait for as long as they want.
Yeah, it's definitely full advantage to Fnatic Onic PH right now. And look at them waiting. They know BTK is going to come. Brusco, the rest of the team, they're like, we're not even rushing this. We know you guys are going to come to us right now. Shark's going to look for it. Mobazane and team are going to look for it. And Fnatic Onic have the trap ready.
The bottom wave is pushing it in favor of Fnatic Onic as well. So eventually, BTK will have to deal with that wave.
Conceal play. Brusco looking for a target here. BTK maybe a little too grouped up. Concealed from BTK as well, but Super Friends able to expose them all. Bring back Shark. Out comes the Earth Shatter. Shark down to about half health. As Kelra just continues to chip away at the Lord, waiting for BTK to do something about it.
This is Lord for FNOP. Nothing that BTK can do. The best course of action is to try and defend against this siege. At least keep one inhibitor alive by the end of it, even though it is a massive ask right now for BTK.
Oh, BOD for Kelra. That's even more. Even more damage.
Even more damage.
We don't need a rose gold.
Yeah.
We don't need anything crazy like a defensive item. No immortality. You'll never get to me.
You never get to Kelra. You have to get through everyone else before Kelra even becomes a point of consideration. He even has Flicker, right? I don't think I've seen Kelra Flicker the entire game.
All right, BTK now on the defensive as Fnatic Onic break through the front walls. The Kings looking to survive out this game. We're 16 minutes in as Brusco looks for the engage. The damage from Kelra just so much at such a long range right now.
And respect Zia's damage as well. So they did accomplish what I hope they could, which is keep at least one inhibitor alive. They lost the bottom one because King Kong was escorting that wave, but if they can clear out this wave, I think BTK will have a good chance.
I thought that was Kelra, but it wasn't. He flicked back. That was the first flicker of the game, and a lot of damage on him. Mobazane, LG comes out, but it's defensive. White Chicken in trouble. Forced to go back. Super Prince low as well. Zia able to get the hit. Will it be enough to turn the tables, though? Kirk now forced to back off. All inhibitors have dropped. Fnatic Onic don't care if we lose one. We got all your towers.
The gold standard with the golden reaction. You don't even see it. If you blink it, you miss it. They do lose Super Friends, but the payoff was more than worth it. All 3 inhibitors down. BTK put on the back foot. I'm looking at the winner prediction. It's just 8% for BTK, but they're going to try to get as much map advantage as they can. King Kong, though, watch out for this man. He's coming in of an off angle.
BTK able to claim some ground there. They use the conceal just to get themselves back on the map, take a tower. You know, if they were able to take that top inhibitor, at least the Lord would have been on bottom side and their long lane wouldn't have been extremely pressured. But now with no inhibitors, it is trouble. And look at King Kong's positioning right now.
Yeah, King Kong can do whatever he wants. Like BTK, you gotta recall right now to deal with that wave. King Kong is still staying. There's a good chance that this becomes the undoing of BTK. Of course, they see that. So right now, you are forced to defend your base, and you concede the entire map to FNOP. They can do whatever they want. Brusco can park himself topside. King Kong can wait near the Lord. The war is their oyster.
Yeah, they just, I mean, at this point, BTK's hope is that Hail Mary play, right?
Yeah.
They need a crazy final slash. They need a crazy AOG. But Fnatic Onic OP is OP. No, they don't. They don't make many mistakes, man. They're not going to leave many openings. You got to meet them head on, and that's going to be tough for BTK.
Even for teams that have drawn blood from SNOP, I'm thinking of a good example, but honestly, Aurora is probably my closest one. And even that wasn't easy, right? Aurora was taking the fight to FNOP in that MPLPH finals. The BTK, they have been trying, but clearly they have been losing ground. this dance can go on forever and it will never benefit BTK.
Yeah, well, here's the thing, right? It is at 18.5 minutes. Gold is getting to that, peak point where items will start maxing out. They'll start getting to the juggling phase.
Yep.
But it needs to come a little bit sooner for BTK because, as you said, Fnatic Onic, they can just play with this Lord. They can hang out. That long lane on top side's going to push, but BTK might have to force the issue. And this is the concealed play to maybe try to do it. They find no one, though. Mobazane, it's going to come down to the 50-50 retry at this point.
FNLP are going to look for a fight. They just saw Zia on the map. They're going to look for the Lord. What they're going to do, BTK, is this that Hail Mary attempt? Both marksmen have sold their boots. GDS for Kelra, so once he drops that big laser, he's going to run straight at BTK.
And they got to go to top side. Zia going to try to clear wave. And at this point, Fnatic Onyx going to start rushing this Lord. You can see King Kong. You can see Kelra. Shark hiding out in the tri-bush. Mobazane there as well. Zia might be too late to this party, though.
He has to somehow walk out forward. That top wave will hold just for a while. And King Kong, he's just baiting Mobazane, getting teased. Here we go.
Earth Shatter does connect on to Mobazane. Mobazane a little bit of trouble trying to dash through, trying to look for Mobazane! Takes it, but it may be there undoing Fnatic Onic now on the prowl. They know what they got to do. We got to clear these three. The big flicker from Brusco doing the damage. The Frigid Glacier trying to defend, but King Kong finds Shark. Zia will be next. And Fnatic Onic Philippines take game number 1.
And that is how you start off the advancement series between BTK and Fnatic Onic Philippines. Was it a masterclass? Sure. But let me tell you, Bloodthirsty Kings put up a pretty good fight. Mobazane got another highlight reel with that Lord Steel at the end. But unfortunately, macro-wise, it was just not in their favor. Kelra ended the game on Layla with 5-0-4. Probably only using Flicker once in an entire 20-minute stretch. And even Super Friends with that flank angle on the Dusin was the nail in the coffin. And this could be a prelude to what's to come, Trex. We might get more than just 2 games. But for now, it's time to head back to all our panelists and see what they think about the Super Family against the Bloodthirsty Kings.
Well, it was her all along. The question kept popping up all throughout M6. Who can stop this Bruno? He wasn't completely immortal, but it looks like that was it. It was the Layla solving the Bruno problem, and that's FNOP taking the very first game against BTK.
I don't know. Again, I think that at the very least, it's a very greedy play style. The way that they were holding it, that meant, I mean, the itemization alone, there's so much to talk about. I'll get into it once the post games come up, but at the very least, you can see that FNOP is putting BTK into that chokehold, despite the fact that BTK was actually managing the early to mid very, very well.
Not only that, but Kelra went just total full glass cannon build. Like, I didn't have one defensive item at that point, and I think part of it too is just he knew that he had this advantage against, of course, Zia in the lane, but then throughout the team fight, he really didn't have to put himself in a position. I mean, maybe for a lot of people, this is their first time actually seeing how devastating the range is. I mean, you saw how much range she was able to cover, just Layla alone in the box of, even a Lord, for example. And it's really hard for them to actually move forward against that, because even so, even with that steal that we saw at the very end from Mobazane, you saw how much difficulty they had actually managing from the waves pushing in, but then how do they approach this team fight? Because even if they sent Shark forward, he's most likely going to get just taken out in an instant, even with a Revitalize.
Yeah, it was difficult. Like, you could see that BTK were sort of trying to put out fires as it was going, but again, they were solving them relatively well in terms of the skirmish and teamfight areas in classic BTK fashion, quickly going into 4-man, 5-man rotations very fast. It's like a BTK Ube, but they were punishing the overextensions that Fnatic Onic Philippines were making. However, the Layla was left to whittle down the map. First turrets, and then the second. It's like Kelra just said, you guys can go fight us 4. I'm going to take down towers.
I mean, it's just getting outscaled, right? That was the main name of the game. And I think that we need to understand why BTK was moving as 5 for those rotations in the first place. A lot of it has to do with the way that the FNOP was actually moving. They needed to protect the President. They needed to make sure that the President was able to get to that very late stage of the game so that Kelra can hard carry and be this walking sentry turret that anybody walking into it will eventually get whittled down. And I think that BTK BTK's only out in these scenarios is to try and go for these big plays. That's why you see that Chicken was very generous with the final slashes.
I think he had to be, because that was how you solve that puzzle. You know, you have all these tools, whether it's the final slash or whether it's the Frigid Glacier, even the jump coming out from Shark, you know, with the Avatar or the Guardian. Those were all the tools that they needed to basically go ahead and try to catch Kalra, because they knew, because he was going full glass cannon build, he had pretty much no defensive except for, the flicker, I think is literally all he had. Then if you can take Kalra out, then at least you solve a major part of the damage. But then even for King Kong obviously still a threat in terms of the damage profile, but it just felt like you had the tools to the equation, you just weren't able to effectively use them when you needed them. Because in the beginning of the game, they were actually doing pretty good. I would say BTK was holding their own against FNOP.
Yeah, 100%. And you said it best, I think, nice. Fried Chicken is locked in.
It was locked in.
That Arlot performance was fantastic. The final slashes, again, that was like one of the main tools that they were using to counteract the overextensions or the aggression of Fnatic Onyx Philippines, excuse me. But then, as it was going on, Gideon, since you weren't able to follow MPL Philippines and of course, you were handling Malaysia. There's I'm gonna share with you something here that if you could link it to a team that reminds you in Malaysia, you know. So I'm gonna say a thing about FNOP, and you'll just tell me which team in Malaysia reminds you of it. So a team that would make it look like they're overextending, be aggressive, but they're doing that to stop tempo. And actually, even though they're getting kills, the opposing team cannot get major objectives. Which team in Malaysia you think does that best?
You know, the obvious parallel will probably be last season's SRG.
Last season's?
Last season's. This season's one's a little bit different because of the way that the meta is demanding of different things from each of the players, but especially when we're thinking about like this lineup coming in from a Fnatic Onyx, they're playing around Kelra, similar to SRG last season. You play around Innocent, he'll eventually carry you the game. But let's go into the post-game because there's so much to actually talk about, and for me, it's the item progression that really makes the difference here.
All right, as we bring up the stats, currently we are looking at the emblems of each. You actually had a comment about the Master Assassin on Kelra, Gideon.
Yes, I mean, I think that, again, Kelra was playing ultra greedy. He knows that he can beat Bruno in lane by completely outranging him. As long as you're able to, proc your passive, get those empowered autos, and get the extra range, Zia will struggle to walk forward.
Well, you can rely so much on what Brusco was doing, and I mean, even to a degree, Kirk, with this Edith, and Renmar called this in the draft that Kirk was probably going to pick up one of his signature picks. He loves this Edith. I can't remember exactly how many games he won on this in MPL Philippines, but it was insane. He was able to find a lot of success with it, and it just was that set potential. But then you throw in a Khalid in the mix for Brusco, and yeah, maybe some of his Raging Sandstorms weren't where he wanted it to be, but simply having that hero, having that utility to initiate with, and then even combined with a flicker sometimes, put enough pressure on BTK, even the back line of them, where they had to react to all of this initiation threat that came out from FNOP, where again, Calro was just smooth sailing. He had what I love to call the ultimate gold lane experience because he didn't have to worry about anything. And on top of that, he didn't have to build anything defensively. He was just relying on his team, obviously. That comes with that whole bond of the super family that we talk about, but also just the confidence that he has himself as Calra.
Ultimate gold lane experience. The Oogle?
The Oogle. Yeah, for a while it was GLE. Well, now it's Oogle.
It's the Oogle. You mentioned Edith. Yeah, I can whip up the stats. Up until before the grand finals of MPL Philippines Season 14, Kirk was 14 wins, and if I'm not mistaken, that is only 3 losses.
That's what I'm talking about.
The Edith.
Honestly, I gotta give it to Kirk. Like micro mechanic-wise, there was a very obvious way that BTK was playing, right? Take away your front lines, then it'll be a lot easier to get the Kelra later in the game until he hits like 3 or 4 items, which is what they were worried about, right? When you look at the stats, he is taking so much damage. He is eating so much dirt at the beginning of that game, especially when Fly Chicken understands, hey, you're building Thunderbelt first, you're not going to be as tanky, and if we're able to get your ult out, that's when we can completely commit Shark to moving forward rather than using the GOA defensively.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit more quickly about again what BTK were doing at the beginning of the game. What I can tell though from BTK is it looks like they've telegraphed some of the more aggressive tendencies of Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Wherein if Kirk is late, he's gonna go flicker forward, Earth Shatter, try to catch someone. But then Hoon, Mobazane, and everyone else was ready to deal with that. Fried Chicken coming in from the flank to try and find Super Friends. They respected what Fnatic Onyx Philippines did in the team fights. But I will pose now a potential hot topic question for the table. You feel like BTK didn't take care of the map enough?
Yeah, I think in a way they did for a while, but then it just kind of slipped out of their hands as the game went on, and you saw that because they had the turtles, you know, all locked in, but then eventually this guy right here, the MVP Kelra, really playing a part of where we saw this when those turtles were focused on, or those skirmishes. Kelra was just off on his own, you know, doing his thing, knocking down turrets, getting that extra gold, which allowed him to get to a point where he just was this devastating amount of damage that was able to be utilized by FNOP.
Well, I mean, don't get me wrong. I love the fact that Kelra is going to be the main win condition for the team. What really bugs me is how greedy, because at any point, if he got CC'd at least once, displaced out of position, that game was basically done for. No boots, he sold it off to buy a GDS, not even thinking about getting a Winds of Nature. Goes for Wind Talker to actually keep up and more importantly, gain priority over the lane. It's an unbelievably greedy build.
Yeah, again, BTK were playing up against the PTK lineup, protect the Kelra, essentially. And yeah, it seemed like though BTK, they were always trying to look for that, but the sheer amount of pressure and it looked like sacrifice that King Kong would do, Brusco would do, Kirk, and even Super Friends, just going forward and saying, you know what, we need all the space in the world for a Layla. Let's just make sure the BTK doesn't reach it.
Yeah, I feel like even looking at these highlights, you can already see like, even in the beginning of the game, King Kong himself was mostly just trying to cause enough havoc in the back line and didn't worry too much about locking in objectives, you know, early on. That's why BTK was also going to go 3 for 3 in turtles. But then obviously when they take that Lord at the last minute, I'm almost wondering, I would have loved to see maybe the situation where, let's say they didn't go for that steal. Let's say they actually went and then tried to defend in their base. How would that have looked, you know, with the tools that they had again? Would they have been in a better position if they didn't try to steal that Lord away or fight it and just turtled up in their base? With the fact you have a Final Slash available and an Aurora, would that have fared better, you know? But that's already been done, and now they have to move on to the next.
I don't know. Personally, I think it's extremely tough because, again, it really just boils down to, oh, if we do end up like, oh, we're getting pushed all the way back down to our Crystal, it just means like Carol basically from like almost a screen and a half away can hit your Crystal for free. Yeah. And then you have, at that point, you're already in a corner. You're forced to make a play against your opponents. You whiff that, game over.
And that was game number 1. That was only game number 1. Took 20 minutes for Fnatic Onyx Philippines to take down BTK, but it was a slow build-up of just a lot of things going a little bit more right for Fnatic Onyx PH, and little by little, the right things that BTK were doing at a good amount of that game was starting to fall away. I heard something.
What was that?
You smell that?
No. Oh, that was it.
Oh my goodness. How long have you had that in your coat pocket?
It's break time. You know? I'll give you the first one, by the way, because they're almost gone.
Where does it keep going? Trax! I swear.
But he's casting. How did he lose that?
Don't ask me. Somehow, every time I'm on this panel, the Hello Panda goes missing. I usually blame LaFell, but I've noticed that Trex has really been able to sneak these away.
Okay, if LaFell does it in MPLMY, it's Trex and M6. So that's our number 1 suspect right now. So, of course, with all of the action that we've seen in the M6 World Championship, you can fuel up your game with Hello Panda. Their crunchy biscuits. Thank you. Please, can you finish the spiel for me?
No worries. The ultimate snack to keep you energized, level up the day, and visit Hello Panda's website for more. They've got a bunch of other flavors that I'm curious about.
Are there other flavors?
Oh yeah. So far, we've been consistently getting chocolate. I think during the wildcard stage, we got strawberry. Haven't tried any of the other flavors, but I can only assume because these are the base ones, it's got to be good.
This is my first time on panel, so you know this is the first time that I've actually got to eat some Hello Panda, because every single time I come from the caster desk over here afterwards of the previous days, they're gone. They're all gone. So
we're not sorry. We can't stop ourselves.
I know. It's just too good.
They're very addictive.
You should never stop yourself from enjoying the things you love. So if you love supporting your team, you love, I don't know, spending diamonds, getting goodies from the past, making progress to getting this guy right here in front of me, then the M6 support chest will be available for a limited time from November 22nd to December 29th. Purchase the support chest for 50 diamonds to get a large amount of pass EXP with a chance to obtain a basic M6 pass. You can use the pass to instantly activate the pass, Crazy, right? Unlock additional pass rewards and immediately get Claude Challenger Spark. Don't forget, when you're posting about MLBB's 6th World Championship, use the hashtags #greater than ever, #MLBB M6, and #Mobile Legends Bang Bang. I hear players in the background shouting, so that means it's time for us to talk about game number 2. Are we gonna see the Layla again?
honestly, I gotta give it to first. Gotta give credit where credit is due. BTK played a really strong game in terms of their drafting ideas. I think it's actually correct here. I think the only thing they weren't expecting was probably that Layla. However, the only adjustment that I would have wanted to see coming in from BTK is to actually lean heavily towards that side of the map to slow down that inevitable outscaling.
Yeah, I think they made like one attempt.
Yeah.
You know, where they did go up towards that lane where Kelra was in the gold lane. But then it was just sniffed out right away because Brusco was also there and they were able to kind of stop that from happening. And I think that makes a good point. Whether it's a Layla or not in the next game, obviously Bruno, unless it's banned out, probably still going to be contested. But either way, I think you do want to be able to solve that issue of slowing down the gold lane, the opposing gold lane in Kelra if you're BTK. Because usually if you look at the early game, they covered their bases really well, I would say. They did have a strong early game, and unfortunately, I think it's just one of those situations where so much is happening and they're trying to respond everywhere, and then next thing you know, you're falling behind quite a bit.
Again, which is why now my brain continues to go back to the idea of, it really felt like Fnatic Onyx PH also was responding in their own way to what BTK prepared for them.
Yes.
We were talking about it behind the scenes. Super Friends was not completely shut down, but he was respected by BTK. Every time they see Super Friends and they can bring him back, they force him to go back, bring him low, or even try to get the kill. And then they would always meet Fnatic Onyx Philippines in the river when they were rotating. But then it felt like, from in the beginning, I was just like, oh, what's Fnatic Onyx PH doing? They're a little bit too much right now. Again, it goes back to the idea of Kelra was just happy. Kelra was just there, he was breaking towers, and he was enjoying the gold lane experience.
I mean, the gold lane experience was great, but then we cut back to people like Super Friends, who was like, man, I can't even like go into my reinforcement supply line. I'm getting caught out in the middle of my own jungle. So I think that BTK came in with some really good pre-preparation for the early to mid. I just hope that they can, you know, bump up that tempo a little bit more and then play and pick their poison in terms of what win conditions. It's not just about the King Kong. You also got to worry about Kelra. It's one or the other. Ideally, you get both.
All right, so now let's hear from a key figure in the history of Onyx Philippines. It's actually Baloyski with Michelle right now, so let's hear from them.
Everybody, welcome to the Courtside Report. Here's Michelle. Now I'm having the legendary Baloyski with me. Hi, Baloyski.
Hello.
How are you here?
I'm good, I'm good.
Yeah, you can show our M6 to our audience here, maybe. Yeah, it's good. Okay, so now on the stage, one side is your old team, Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Another side is BTK. So, Moazin was here, your old rivals, right? Tell us which side are you coming for?
Sorry, sir?
Which side are you coming for?
Of course, I'm gonna go with Onyx Page.
Oh, Fnatic Onyx, sure. So, you have played with Moazin for several times, right? Before. Yeah. So, tell us more about why everybody here want to play against him.
Because he got a good personality outside like the banters, so it's fun to have match with him because it's a matter of pride.
Yeah, so it's your friend, everybody likes him, right? So after watching the game one, what is your opinion about that match for the Fnatic Onyx Philippines versus BTK?
To be honest, I can expect it to become a one-sided game, but BTK give a good fight, so I'm excited to see the game two, what BTK can do to make it even.
Sure, but one more last about the pick of Layla. It's kind of surprised us. So what is your understanding of this pick of Kelra?
Honest opinion.
Yeah, Layla.
On Onyx versus DK.
Yeah, sure.
I kind of expect 2-0. And it's gonna be for sure 2-0.
Yeah. So you think the pick of Layla is pretty cool, right?
Oh, Layla.
It's a good counter or not?
Layla, to be honest, is a good laning marksman against the Bruno. So maybe that's the reason why Onyx Peach used it, and also Layla. Kelra's positioning is always as good. So it's good to see.
Okay, I have just noticed you want to end the game by 2-0, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's check out what we're gonna find in the game 2. So it's the time to back over to the panel.
It's always good to hear from Baloyski. Interesting. My brother is starting to sound a little bit more Indonesian.
He is.
You know, but of course, currently he is, lastly, we saw him from Geek Fam Indonesia, doing very well there. So I like that it was pretty straightforward. Number one, he thinks it's going to be a 2-0 win from Iconic PH. Number two, to keep it simple, yeah, he loves the Layla. Simple as that, you know?
Gotta keep it simple, honestly. I think that, a lot of teams have been, well, especially in the Swiss stage, either overthink or they just, play to their own personality. And I think, speaking of personality, coming in with so many teams, all wanting to play against BTK specifically, it makes sense. Mobazane is quite the personality in and outside of the game. Quite a joy to be around, honestly.
To say, the guy, is known all around, not just obviously in NA. And for the most part, a lot of people want to play against him just because, again, he is very vocal. He is very vocal with his confidence in his play style and even his teams. Like, whatever team, obviously, he's playing for, they come to win, and so far they have. But now with this series, they have some adjustments to make.
So now let's hear from BTK. We got a moment to chat with them heading into this series against Fnatic Onyx Philippines. If I'm not mistaken, it's Mobazane and Hoon. And asked about being coachless in the team. Zane thinks without a coach, they all put in the work together behind the scenes, and they're constantly discussing, and they trust each other to make the right choice. While Hoon thinks it might be more beneficial to have a coach for BO3, as they can devote all their time in strategizing and preparing for the next draft. I think it'll be good if we could set it as sort of like a... Let's look at it from both angles, starting with you first, Gideon.
Yeah.
With Mobazane's statement that he thinks that even without a coach, even heading into the BO3, that they got what it takes.
I think, honestly, there is merit in both of their statements, and technically both are not wrong. I think that, from Mobazane's perspective, based on his quote, there is a bonding experience when you are with your team, breaking down these games, understanding what is the next step, and really discussing mistakes and things that could have been done better. It brings them together, which is probably how the Super Family also does it too.
Yeah.
For me, I'm more on Hoon's side here as he does come up on screen. I believe, like, even at the highest level, whether it's, esports, traditional sports, you always have this figure on a team or working with the athletes. And part of it, obviously, is, that's the thing. They're so locked into the game. They're so focused on the game that sometimes, or more often than not, it's actually really beneficial to have someone outside of that to refocus, re-strategize with you, and kind of lead the players. Like, you can still go ahead and obviously trust yourselves and do some of the drafting within the team and everything, but just having that figure on your side in high pressure moments is really beneficial across the board. Whether we're talking, again, esports, traditional sports, it's all part of the plan. And I think that would really help them, but so far for this tournament, they've done fantastic. Just without a coach so far.
I think the real argument here is whether or not you're sacrificing, everybody being on the same wavelength for the mental stress. That's what the coach brings. He's able to kind of, obviously if the coach is able to kind of do both, that'd be great. But it's a give and take here.
Yeah. But right now we see Fnatic Onyx Philippines, a team with a decorated coach from the Philippines. Well, two of them. We're familiar with Coach Why Not, but the other man standing with a headset is a man we dubbed as half man, half amazing, Yelly Hayes, a former champion, SEA Games gold medalist, and now in the running as well to becoming a world champion potentially. And of course, Coach Why Not also has M2 World Championship experience alongside, well, his fellow coaching staff member right now in Yelly Hayes as well. So it's interesting that even with a Mobazane and Hoon statement, we see it in the dichotomy between these two teams. We see BTK coachless, of course, and it's the power of friendship and the bros bring it all together.
And that's part of the reason why I think so many people enjoy watching BTK or Bloodthirsty games, Bloodthirsty King games in general, because it's almost always in a way, it's like a David and Goliath matchup. It is this kind of, I know people have been calling them an underdog for a while, but they're just this team that serves a certain purpose and a script of their storyline itself. And people love to see that story here against teams like FNOC.
And so as we head into the draft, we've already gone past the bans. It's BTK taking away the Cho of Brusco.
This is interesting. Now, it could be from BTK's position, they've lost to the Layla before because they want to pick up Bruno for themselves on that red side. It might just be a honey trap now for whoever shows these power picks first. And it goes the same way for both like Suyo into the Alpha. There's so many ways that this could go wrong.
Gideon, I thought it was Todak, as you mentioned, but no. The last game saw the first time Layla was picked in the M Series history.
Oh, I could be wrong about that. I could be thinking about Layla at that point. I honestly thought it was shown prior to this.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was kind of surprised because just in my, history, even before I was involved in the casting, I don't remember ever seeing a Layla, but it's great to see. Again, I'm always for those heroes coming through, and you can see this. Here's a hero that is familiar. It's Mobile Friend.
Yep, and of course, so one of the main conditions with the Fredrin is make sure you pack it with something like a Bruno. The Suyo experiment, or, it would be unfair to call it an experiment. The Suyo didn't work out the way it wanted to. But now Fnatic Onyx Philippines get 3 comfort picks. Interesting.
I like power picks.
Yeah, power picks. So this is, of course, King Kong Suyo, which has been fantastic in M6. Super Princess Lo Yi, which was already lauded by his fellow players here in M6. And if this is going into the hands of Kirk, it's an old favorite of his, the R-Lot. Before the Edith, it was his R-Lot that was popping off in the Philippines.
I mean, yes, but at the same time, just look back in the previous Swiss stage rounds, right? BTK have pulled a composition very similar to this, utilizing the drill, utilizing people who have CC, and then you put fried chicken on that Arlet so that you can get those procs again and again and again, having an overwhelming amount of damage in the early game that you don't really expect.
I feel like the Arlot pickup would be fantastic, especially up against how we've seen BTK play so far in the M6 World Championship. At some point, they will just gather together as 4 as 5.
But there are a couple of concerns here. I am interested to see whether BTK is going to respect maybe that Layla once more, or when you're looking at Fnop's first 3, is that good enough to be able to peel for her?
Part of this, not only the whole Layla question here now, but it's also the Lo Yi. The signature, the beast of a mage player that is across there, and that's Super Prince. And part of this, whether it's Super Prince or not, just this hero alone leaves enough guessing game for teams that are playing against it. You have to go and play against these diversions, and teams like Fnatic Onyx Philippines, they played a little bit even differently than what you would expect when you have that capability to traverse around the map that way.
Honestly, these bans coming out from Coach Why Not are actually genius. Getting rid of the Vexana is already a really good way to stop as a means to disengage is great, but also considering the Guinevere thinking that, hey, this Cho easily can be a flex pick for Fried Chicken now that we've stolen away the Arlet.
I wonder if Fnatic Onyx Philippines are going to show up anything new here, or because they know now they're probably going to be playing into the Aurora of Hoon, maybe even potentially a Valentina, a Terizla.
Throwback?
Yeah. Hell of a throwback pick.
Great initiations from the side of Fnops. This is a little tough, right? Because now Arlet is going to go, most likely, I would assume, into that support sector. And now BTK has a number of options because they have to show their composition fully, and that means that Fnop can actually respond accordingly at the end.
Yeah, there's actually a throwback to Fnatic Onyx Philippines Season 13 when their roamer was a player that went by the name of Escalera. It is a Arlot Lo Yi combo. Expect devastating flanks. Well, of course, Hoon will end up with a Valentina. And, honestly, I like this glue pick, man.
Yeah, the glue pick's great. The Valentina pick as well, because you do have a couple options now that you can actually take here. That could work in favor of BTK, but it can also backfire. Like, that's the problem with the ultimates available to them. And that last pick locked in here, of course, that Beatrix to go ahead and deal with this. So still range, obviously an option, but this is a whole lot of comfort, man, and signature for FNOP.
It really is. It's good big combos. I mean, this has been a beautiful draft.
All right, let's go on over to Trex and Husky to call the action.
Thank you very much to the panel. It's Trexky once more. Potentially our final game in this best of 3 between Fnatic Onyx Philippines and Bloodthirsty Kings. We got Kirk getting his hands on that meat tenderizer on the Terizla. Signature picks for Super Friends, Lo Yi, the King Kong with the Suyo, but we also got the MOBA Fred, so signatures on both sides. Let's see if BTK can bring this back as we're about to head into the Land of Dawn.
Yeah, I mean, and then the Arlot steal to stick it into their own position, taking away one of White Chicken's key picks right here. But BTK does get the Cho, they do get the Fredrin, they do have some power in their house right now.
see if this Bruno can have a bigger impact in game number 2. We're gonna head into the land of Dawn for game number 2 between Fnatic Onyx Philippines and Bloodthirsty King. BTK blue side, Fnatic Onyx Philippines on red. Parallel jungling for both junglers.
Yeah, it's gonna definitely make things interesting because both of them will end up on opposite sides of the map here right now. Last game we saw this battle in the mid between Super Friends, Brusco, Shark, and Hoon. It was back and forth, and it was so important on who could get to those off lanes first. This time it does look like BTK are on the opposing side of the river.
Yeah, and one of the key points of game 1 was also how fast Fnatic Onyx Philippines moves as a team, right? Like the heroes have ability. Right now, when you want to talk about that speed, the tempo, this draft enables that completely. Suyo, but not just Suyo, the Luo Yi with the Divergent will always give you that macro edge. You can put off-tempo play. I'm pretty sure BTK is familiar with that, as Hoon also plays that Luo Yi.
Yeah, I mean, here's the big problem, though, with BTK, right? We know the major issue with the Fredrin right now is the jungle clear. And he's already falling behind now. A little bit of damage on Hoon. Hoon forced to use the flicker a little bit early on. Backs off Shark, now coming in to help out. The snipe does miss from King Kong. But this is going to give Fnatic Onyx possibly a little bit of advantage when they move up to the top side of the map here.
Yeah, and Hoon is not allowed to recall because he needs to soak up that mid wave. So he's going to be late on timing, right 20 seconds before the first turtle spawns. And Fnatic Onyx Philippines is doing a very good job. Brusco forcing Hoon to path to the bot side, and that's how he ended up having to waste that flicker to get away from King Kong. Turtle will spawn it just a little bit. BTK, they need end up level 4 for Fight Chicken.
And look at the rotations from these EXP laners. Both know the assignment. A lot of damage, though, does land on Fight Chicken, brought down to about half health. The duality does proc from Super Friends, bringing down Shark as well. A little bit of damage onto Kirk. Kirk backs off. But Turtle is getting started, and BTK's health bars are looking on the low side. Mobazane never wants to give up that neutral objective, though. King Kong as well. It's a battle. Fried Chicken dashes in. Mobazane able to get the taunt. Super Friends finds Fried Chicken. A lot of damage, though, onto Brusco, onto Kirk. Kirk comes back with the penalty zone, does not connect. Mobazane looking for a target. Maybe gonna get backed off. Brusco goes down. It's 1-for-1 right now, and Mobazane doesn't want to let it up. Turtle still up, though. Watch the divergent. Kirk falls. Hoon able to make it 2-1. Mobazane is low on health, though. Brings down the Appraisal's Wrath. Super Prince down to about 70%. BTK on the backside. Fried Chicken finally getting back into this fight. And Turtle, this is his first Turtle.
It is such an extended fight. Brusco just hit 4, and Fnatic Onyx Philippines will concede the objective to BTK. Big taunt from Mobazane, a two-man energy eruption to stall out Fnatic Onyx Philippines, and sure, Fnatic got the first blood, but BTK got more than what Fnatic Onyx wanted them to get.
So now Fnatic Onyx, just like last time, yeah, you guys get the turtle, but we're still winning in map pressure. We're still winning in some of our off lanes, and our gold is still up. And look at the final slash! Hoon decimated. Fried Chicken on the run with a split, able to just survive on that one. And watch out for the diversion into the bot lane. Zia might just be in trouble. They're looking for the dive. King Kong comes through, throws a punch, throws a hit, but Zia still up, still okay. No duality procs from Super Friends. Brusco takes some damage from Mobazane. BTK shows up to the party to help.
Yeah, good read from Zia, standing in that bush, doesn't see the divergence show up, so he knows that he will be safe and able to sidestep King Kong's Blade Surge with the Immortal Form. And today, this is kind of like game 1, right? Deja vu, both teams really trading blows at the start, but no one really overextending, really coming down to the most minuscule of details. Fnatic obviously having a bit off that goal lead, but BTK have been winning in early turtles.
Yeah, winning in turtles, winning in objectives. But like I said, man, FNOP, they're just on this other level where they're able to keep their gold ahead, the farm. And we talked about farming in the very beginning. Mobazane's always going to lag a little bit behind King Kong. King Kong's a level up right now. I mean, when BTK played Fredrin in the previous games, their big spike was at First Lord. That was where they really thrived. But Fnatic Onyx also, last game, the First Lord was their big spike, so both teams know how to play around those big neutral objectives that matter.
And I think BTK are starting to understand that a little bit more. Hoon did steal the diversion, right? You want to match that cross-map movement from Fnatic on the Philippines, you now have the tools to do so as well. For BTK, they definitely are not too worried about that spike for now. Just want to buy time for Mobazane to get his restores. Every single time Fnatic makes the move, Mobazane is forced to join. That's why he's been lagging behind.
You know, it's second turtle, and it already feels like we've been in this game for at least 10 minutes. The pressure is on. Mobazane is going to get a final slash to the face. Knocked back. And a big flicker with the penalty zone. Locks on to Mobazane. Mobazane too low. Kirk finds the kill. Shark able to get a big kick. Hoon able to find King Kong. Jungle for Jungle. Retri for Retri. White Chicken in the front line. Need to watch out for Kelra. Shark looking for an angle around the side. Looking for any moment. Looking for space. But Kelra's onto him. Bruce goes onto him. So Shark has to back off.
Good shot from Shark to avoid being stunned up. Both teams have a good idea. Hoon sending himself and Fight Chicken to the back line to take out King Kong to stall out Super Friends. And King Kong ended up getting taken out by Zia because of the kick from Shark. So that means this turtle is going to be stalled out. We only saw 2 turtles in game 1 because it was so dragged out that the Lord decided to just take over his position. We might have that again because both teams are not relenting.
Yeah, I mean, literally, forget the lanes. We're moving all 5 of our teammates down to this pit from both sides. A little bit of damage does land on. Big kick onto Kirk. Kirk brought back to the team. Kirk taking some damage. Watch the diversion. Where did he go? Kelra to the backside. Zia able to take out Kirk. King Kong takes the turtle, though. But now, Brusco's in trouble. A double kill for Zia as Fried Chicken zones away King Kong. Mobazane now into the jungle. The duality does proc. Watch for the sniper, but it's not enough to take out Fried Chicken. Mid-tower drops, and BTK claim back the map.
They might have stolen Fried Chicken's Arlet, but that flicker into that slam. Again, hitting the backline. Super Free is forced to use his diversion to disengage at an instant. So at the drop of the pin, Fnatic on the Philippines knew that they could not continue that fight. That's why they gave out space. And throughout all of that, BTK didn't really amass much of a lead, but at least this time they got that mid-tier 1. So a macro advantage, a minor macro advantage. In fact, for BTK, divergence play also spotted out by Hoon. So that information relayed over to the rest of his teammates. Now Zia gets space up top.
Yeah, which is huge, right? Getting the diversion, knowing that it was coming, saves Shark from falling into that bush, saves the rest of the team, and gives a nice idea of what's going on in Fnatic Onyx PH's minds. Now at this point, Fnatic Onyx still holding an ever so slight gold lead, but we are back to nil. We are back to game 1. We are back to seeing which way this will go. Now BTK's big problem last time was not getting that kill early on onto Kelra, not being able to take him down and letting him get the free farm.
It's not going to be the same in this game because Kelra is not on the Layla, so you're not too worried about range, but you still have to contend with all these AoEs from Fnatic Onyx Philippines, right? Like the Terizla can always flicker on top of you as a Bruno. If you don't have sliding tackle nor flicker, you are still pretty vulnerable. And just like game 1, we only have 2 turtles spawning. For those who like to see the third one, we're not gonna get it.
We're never
gonna get it
against these 2. I don't think we're ever gonna get it. The way that they're treating the first turtle, like it is the first and second turtle, treating it like it is gold, it is prime. This is what's gonna decide everything. It is all on the line. It's egos. I mean, there is just so much between these 2 right now, and the fact that this gold is just going ever so slightly back and forth like a pendulum, you can feel the tension.
Yeah, both marksmen went for second item Malefic Gun, so Kelra and Zia both got theirs. Of course, Zia has that Heart's Claw for extra sustain if a fight ever drags out. Because that mid lane tier 1 is down for Fnatic, BTK will always have that minor advantage to force that wave in. Now this is the supposed power spike for both Mobazane and King Kong is a level ahead.
Ooh, final slash does lock on. Brusco dashes through. Shark gonna look for a target, able to get the kick. Zia finds the kill. Penalty zone does land on to Shark and Mobazane, but Fried Chicken still in the backside. Down comes the Appraisal's Wrath. Nibiru's passion to help fend him off. Zia looking for free shots. Kirk goes down. Kelra able to find Fried Chicken. Watch the diversion. Super Prince just trying to get away, and he makes it in the nick of time. But no! One more hit just to find him at the long range. And BTK should be able to take this first Lord. Fnatic Onyx PH on the back foot for the first time in M6.
What a fight. Brusco had the right idea, started to engage, but the convergence from BTK completely shut him down. And Fried Chicken able to get that ultimate stack enough to re-engage onto that backline. I think he caught FNOP off guard. When
what happened there?
Fried Chicken gets the stack, sticks onto Kirk, takes him down, and this is the World Cup shot of a lifetime. Look at this one.
Oh, the ball!
All the way.
All it takes is one shot sometimes.
From NA to Philippines, some might call it. 4-0 on Zia, that Malefic Gun really paying off dividends, right? Berserker Fury now online for him. He's feeling really good about himself.
All right, BTK now with a Lord pushing in on to Fnatic Onyx. Now still, it's a 2K gold lead. We've seen plenty of teams turn things around before. King Kong does get in the Malefic Roar. ready to deal more damage. BTK has to be careful about how they approach this.
This is the second stage for FNOP. Every time they're on the back foot, King Kong will start playing macro game with the Suyo. Sure, we don't have the lore, but my team can defend against the lore, and I'm taking structures. Look at Mobaze, he's being forced to respect King Kong, so now BTK don't have Mobaze with them. Fnatic on the Philippines don't really end up losing too much. Both tier 2s mid and bot have gone down, but that top lane is still fairly healthy.
Yeah, luckily BTK does have a lot of their towers still standing. They can let some of those side pushes happen if they're able to get something for it at least, right? They have to be able to get something out of that trade, but anything crazy going on in these items?
So far, no, not really. It's pretty straightforward. This is what I expected from Fredrin in this case, right? Concussive Blast, Thunder Belt, Brute Force Breastplate. First item, Blade Armor for Fight Chicken, so good luck trying to hit him if you are Kelra. But for everything else, it's pretty much in place. Though, Kirk did went for a second item, Winter Crown. He understands that right now he's going to get blasted very quickly, so he needs a good penalty zone and buy time with the invulnerability.
Yeah, Kirk and Brusco both been having a little bit of trouble engaging, trying to make these fights. The moment they go in, the damage starts unloading from Zia. Zia just locked in Windtalker. They take down the last of the mid towers. BTK with the advantage.
Feels like it's in an upset. Well, at least in this game, it could be a historical moment waiting to happen. But I'm not putting my hopes up just yet.
You can never put your hopes up against the Philippines. At any moment, chaos can happen.
Gotten my heart broken more than enough times in this Swiss stage. But this is a good look for BTK. Really stepping up again. These dancers in their objective. BTK clearly understood what they needed to do. And we say that Filipino teams like to play this macro, they like to play slow and steady. BTK are matching that pace. They are willing to dance.
And look at them freezing the lanes right now. So at this point, Fnatic Onic, what do, right? Do we look for that big play? Do we maybe even surrender this next Lord, or don't at least force it? If we can get a nice position, we go for the fight. But if we don't, they have all their inhibitors left. They can probably, plus they have Kelra still doing very good, fed up. They could probably survive another Lord push, even if they don't get this one.
The only advantage they have is that Mobile Zane is still level 14 compared to King Kong, who is maxed out. The divergence will be spotted out, but it's just as a scout intel gatherer. BTK, they do have possession over Lord. The Fight Chicken is a big brick wall right now.
Yeah, but Mobazane's still not level 4, but look at the kick onto King Kong. A lot of damage is forced to flicker back. Kirk able to find Shark, though. Kirk low, the Embrace Rat Thumbs come back. Zia finds Kelra. Brusco falls as well, and BTK is looking for their next target. King Kong left alone. Super Prince as well, 2 left on the family. BTK looking to take this Lord. BTK looking to find some inhibitors.
Look at contingency plans for FNOF. Super Prince walks straight down to bottom to clear out that wave. It's all about stalling out the minion wave. Even has a divergence to go straight over to the second tier tower in front of the second tier turret. Maybe might be able to catch.
Yeah, that was a dangerous.
Yeah, but yeah, it's just to make sure that they can stagger the minion wave. King Kong also will have to fall back as well. Good identification. They saw that there's no divergence, so no macro play is going to come up from FNOP before the Lord fight. The stolen penalty zone was a big difference.
God, look at the damage on the Lord, though. Shark looking for a kick, is going to get knocked up, is going to get slashed back, is going to get taken out. Shark goes for a suicide under the base, maybe a little bit too cocky there. Windtalker does come in for Zia. BTK still playing the range, but another Lord thrown down the drain.
Another masterclass from Fnatic Onic Philippines in how to defend, stagger the waves, take out the Lord with the damage, and with these staggered waves, BTK would just have to accept the fact that the worth that they got out of the second Lord is not as much as the first one. So it neutralizes the state of the game for FNOP, but also the premonition of Kirk landing a penalty zone before the third Jit Kundo hit, so Shark couldn't follow up with his kick.
Look at Zia's gold right now, a full 1,000 ahead of Kelra. Finally maxed out on items. He has the ability to start juggling. Mobazane, blade armor locked in. Fried Chicken, blade armor locked in. Some answers to what Kelra might try to bring. Winter Crowns as well on Kirk. You mentioned that earlier because it is something he's going to need to make that big penalty zone happen.
Yeah. And I like Hun switching it up, now stealing the final slash instead of the penalty zone. They tried to go for a full dive. It worked in their favor. They got the objective earlier on, but you can't keep doing it as the game goes late, right? You are going to end up sacrificing yourself. So now it's all about isolation. Can we get a pick onto Kirk? Can we get a pick onto Brusco, who is constantly looking for a final slash that could equalize the state of the game?
All right, so BTK, once again, just playing the slow game, right?
Yeah.
Freezing lanes, not forcing it. But at this point, do we want to see them force it more, right? The last Lord, that's 2 Lords now, down the drain. And in another, another 4 or 5 minutes, Gold's going to get to that peak, and Fnatic Onyx won't be at a deficit anymore, right? It won't matter anymore. And they'll be able to really force and take these fights along with BTK. The big advantage that BTK has had in this last Lord is having the gold advantage, having a few extra items.
I think it comes down to Shark, right? Yeah, this concealed play is what I'm waiting for.
Shark looking for the kick, does get found out. Gonna be able to land on a Kirk, bring him back to the base. Zia. Oh, wait, big final slash. Out comes the winner crown. Zia in a little bit of trouble. Brusco. Wait, they're focusing on to Zia. Mobazane finds Brusco, and Zia sidesteps, backs up, and still gets the kill. 2 for nothing. BTK.
That is perfect. We need a Shark to make a concealed play. He's the only one who has the capability, and BTK followed up with it. Again, you can take this Lord, but you gotta contend with macro, which Fnatic on the Philippines, they're already setting up for it. They understood that there's no Lord in sight, so King Kong is gonna deal with the top wave. Lord number 3 for the Bloodthirsty Kings, and this one has to start cracking inhibitors.
Yeah, this one has to maybe even finish it at this point, because it's going to be, what, another 2 or so minutes, longer than that for the next Lord. By the time the next Lord comes up, Fnatic Onyx Philippines will be at a point where we're ready for the 5v5. We're ready to throw hands with you. We're ready to throw fisticuffs.
Okay, just talk about how fast Zia switched from Winds of Nature to Rose Gold Meter.
Well, getting a penalty zone to the face.
Yeah.
Well, getting a final slash to the face.
Exactly, and now he bought the Winds of Nature back once more. We'll have it ready for the next fight. King Kong will try to cut the top wave, but thankfully BTK are also on the case. So King Kong not able to fully clear it out. They're looking for him. Can still play.
Is this the right play? They do get the kill! Zia found you creeping. Now BTK 5v4, but right now there's only 3 of them at the enemy's base. A big final slash, Hoon brought in, Fly Chicken in trouble as well. They gotta be careful. Kelra gets the kill, stops him, puts out the stiff arm and knocks him down.
At least that's one inhibitor. I say for Fnatic Onyx Philippines, King Kong sacrifice was sort of worth it, right? No Zia to siege with BTK means that they can only deal minimal structural damage, and that was with the help of the 3rd Lord of the game. So FNOP again, back to a neutral state. But BTK have a solid control over the state of the macro right now, thanks to that fallen inhibitor.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to help a lot for sure. At this point, Shark's been setting up well in terms of, in just the general sense of the map. Where BTK are folding is when they get into this bottleneck, right? When they try to get into that base and have to go through those lanes. You got Kelra sitting there with a sniper. You got Kelra sitting there with a grenade launcher. You got Kelra sitting there just ready to stop you, and you proc that as well with the duality, the passive from Super Friends. It is a hard wall to crack through.
And with how BTK has been playing, we're not seeing as much off-tempo play from this Loi because they don't really have the control that they were looking for. And BTK made adjustments. They understood that every single time we get an objective, this King Kong Suyo shows up and we get an inhibitor off of that. But this is where it gets into murky territories, right? Both teams hitting that critical mass. Lord up in 40 seconds. It's all about item swaps for BTK. Fnatic Onyx Philippines also peeking out in their core items.
At this point, does this game just end with a full team wipe, right? With at least a 3-man wipe, is that the only option at this point? Not just taking 1, not just taking 2, but a minimum of 3 to where you can just force your way in.
It could be the only way, honestly. I think if you're BTK, if you're Shark, you are always looking for that moment. Same as Brusco, but we've seen how BTK respond to being dove by a final slash into a penalty zone. They have had protocols set up to deal with that. And Shark, he is just taking up so much space. And Fnatic Onyx Philippines are respecting the show.
Yeah, they're definitely respecting it. Nobody's forcing it. The diversion too, man. He hasn't been able to get a single good diversion off Super Friends because every time he goes to a bush, BTK's ready. They're like, yeah, we knew you were going to go here. Yeah, we're ready for this.
Yeah.
But Fnatic Onyx looking for an angle around the backside. Fly Chicken knows it's there. Final slash on a Fly Chicken. Fly Chicken's a tanky boy, though. He's a thick boy. Kirk doesn't seem like it. Brought down to about half health. A lot of damage. Free shots coming from Zia. That's Fly Chicken. Zones him away and takes Brusco for a ride. Back to the homies. Zia finds another kill.
When was the last time you see North America kind of putting up such a fight? We've seen glimpses of that in previous championships, but you're up against a super family that everyone touted as perfection, the embodiment of perfection. But BTK takes the 4th Lord of the game. And so far, in terms of objective, I gotta say, Trex, all 4 Lords have gone to the NA's powerhouse.
Yeah, and look, I mean, once again, Suyo at the top side, pushing up on. I think BTK is doing this right. It's like, listen, fine, do that. We got a Lord coming down mid. You're going to have to come back to base. You got 15 seconds on the clock for Brusco and 10 for Kirk.
Without Brusco and Kirk, there's no way Fnatic on the Philippines can get any engaged off, but BTK, is this the end angle? They're going to attempt for it.
Oh, Hoon with the penalty zone. They just got to lock the base. Can they do it? Shark able to get it. Zia goes down. A few more hits. BTK tie up the game.
Hands up for the bloodthirsty Kings. North America on the map. The hope to qualify for knockouts is still alive. And can you believe it? Against literally the favorites to win the entire championship, and they have tied it up. Hope restored for sure. What a game number 2, perfect macro. But this MOBA Fred continues to be a dominant threat on the playing field. Let's hear what the panelists have to say about this equalizer from BTK.
And we have got ourselves a series as BTK forces game number 3. No other way for this to go. And of course, with Captain America getting MOBA Fred and Fly Chicken getting another EXP laner that can straight up just disrupt what the opposing team wants to do, they force it into game 3.
This is amazing, man. You know, when you have these advancement matches, it's got to go 3 games. Like, you don't want it to be a sweep, obviously, either way. And this is, like you mentioned, Redmar, this is a team going against the favorite right now, the tournament favorite.
Yeah.
And they just went and got a great victory that they well deserved. And so I'm really interested in what's going to happen ahead of them.
Same, but at the same time, on a technical level, I'm very proud of both of these teams. Again, I think that, you know, North America should be looking at BTK because they're coming from a very interesting angle to approach Fnatic Onic PH. They got a lot of their power picks stolen, and yet their adaptation extremely smart. Take out that front line first, keep them down underneath the water. That way you have a clear path to look for these bigger fights later down the line against Super Friends, who again was very scared to walk up once all the big boys from BTK started to scale. Fly basically takes no damage. Moba's aim also basically takes no damage.
Yeah, the glue at the end of the day was the kicker pick for BTK because really it just stopped a lot of the engagements that every time Brusco and Kirk were forward and they went in just a little bit too deep. The moment Fly Chicken showed up in front of the backline, in front of Friends, in front of Kelra, the Arlot and the Terizla were helpless, Naisu.
Yeah, I think Flyde and Shark both obviously played a huge part to this victory. This is now back-to-back, you know, 20-plus minute games. I think the previous one just over 20. But that just shows how locked in BTK as a team can be for, you know, that endurance run, because really from start to finish, they played it well. I feel like they really corrected what happened or what didn't work out for them in the previous game. They made good adjustments. And it's funny because we had that discussion earlier about the whole coaching or not having a coach helped them out. Well, clearly they were able to talk things out in the player room and then adjust quick enough to bring this performance for game 2.
They were really on the same wavelength about how to actually approach Fnatic in a lot of these moments, right? Early game brawling was actually super important for BTK, and obviously it could have gone either or, but generally they're overreaching, right? It's not about the neutral objectives anymore. It's really about how do we take away the supply lines from Fnatic so that people like Kelra, as much as he can do well in lane, if Zia just gets just a little bit of help, gets that first initial kill, we can snowball him out of control by being a brick wall that he can hide behind.
Yeah, one of the biggest things that Fnatic Onic Philippines needed to do was hold on to that mid lane tower for as long as possible. It fell at around 5 to 6 minutes after questionable positioning around a major objective from FNOB that was punished quickly by BTK. And after they lost a little skirmish where they were forced back, BTK pushed forward, broke the tower in mid that just lost all the room in the map for FNOB.
Oh man, look at the amount of damage that Fly Chicken was able to absorb in this game. He was able to absorb so much here, over 176,000 damage, and especially when we're looking at the composition from FNOB's side, like it's not like he didn't eat a couple of shots from Kelra as well.
Not only that, but just like Renmar mentioned earlier, the fact that you soak up all that damage, you also stop a lot of the idea from Kirk where he wanted to set things up with the penalty zone. He wanted to look for those angles if he could, but because they stop it and they lock it in, that kind of gets rid of it. And, you know, for our MVP for this match, it's going to be Zia here on the Bruno. He was able to basically have a game that Kelra had previously.
Yeah.
You know, he didn't have to worry about too much. He was able to work with the space that the team created for him. And even to top that off with what Fly was able to do, Hoon half the time took the penalty zone himself, and then they utilized that tool in their favor to work out for winning those team fights.
Yeah, this Bruno was well protected, again, with a very tanky front line, with Fredrin and the glue holding it, no matter even if the Arlot and the Terizla on the side of Fnatic Onyx Philippines could reach this Bruno. The question was, can the damage dealers reach the Bruno? And the question for majority of the engagements was no.
Honestly,
the answer
well,
no.
Yeah, the answer was no. But I think, you know, the Bloodthirsty Kings, especially when you're looking at, like, what is the main idea of the composition? Is it truly pick-off? And I would say no. It's actually not about pick-off. It's about chasing down your opponents.
Yeah.
So it's really, how do you bait the reaction out of them, right? And I think that Fnatic Onyx PH, as much as we went into the drafting phase of Brusco stealing away this Arla pick, which would have been a big enabler for the side of the Bloodthirsty Kings, there's a certain level of execution that needed to be done. And unfortunately, the combo with the penalty zone as well as the final slash, it worked a couple of times when Bloodthirsty Kings were out of position, but generally Kelra was not able to land a clean combo overall in this game. And once those ults are done, you can see Mobazame, first item, Thunderbelt, second item, Brute Force, Breastplate. He's running at you.
And again, the best strength of this North American team now is that Mayweather-esque playstyle. They love the counter engage and the counter punch. Unfortunate that the boot, or well, the ball followed the low E all the way back. The basic attack already got locked in.
And speaking of the Louis Yi, man, I'm actually surprised because this is one of the few games where we see, I guess, Super Friends not have that successful usage of the Louis Yi or the diversions. I mean, really, there wasn't any standout diversions like we've even seen from other teams that really changed the course of some of these team fights and the overall structure of the game. Whereas he was a lot more on a decision of, I got to be defensive with it. It was way more, it was used way more for escaping than it was for trying to throw off, you know, the positioning or anything else of BTK.
Yeah, when you have such a tight formation, even coming from the flanks is going to be tricky. So now, if in game number 1, the question of Bruno was answered by the Layla, now Fnatic Onyx Philippines for game number 3 have to answer the question of Captain America's pick. That Fredrin, I swear, needs to be respected.
It needs to be respected, but I don't think it needs to be banned. I think we need to understand the angle of why exactly did these series of events end up happening for Fnatic Onyx in the first place. And a lot of it just came down to when we were brawling for this neutral objective, we ended up losing the most important structure on the map, the mid-tier 1. Because when you're up against a chase composition, you need to fall back into a structure, and especially when you're in that mid lane, plenty of access points to get there. And unfortunately, once that was done, BTK saw that opening. Hey, every single time we play for neutral objectives, we can just chase them down and fight.
I think this puts it, the reason why the Fredrin works so well, and, you know, the whole world knows about this because we were stuck in that meta for the longest time, but you just allow Mobazane to just focus on those objectives, tank up what he needs to, but also pay attention to what's happening around them, and that's where they capitalize off that. So, yeah, I think it doesn't need to be banned either. Like, I don't think you go and waste a ban slot on that, but it definitely needs to be answered in a way with how they handle the draft going against a Fredrin if it pops up again.
Well, don't forget, inside the game, you have a lot of great goodies you can get with the pass. November 22 to December 29, again, it is still there. The support chest is available. It's just 50 diamonds per support chest and all that stuff. It helps you get to that pass. The points in the pass where you get the goodies, especially for that Claude figurine right in front of us. Now, one of the major questions that we ask every M series is what makes the MVP? What makes the most valuable player of each team? There's a lot of qualities and a lot of different ways to look at it. Here they are.
No matter the game or the series, every game has an MVP. But what makes one? Let's look into how an MVP is being selected. Statistics, player metrics, and hard data are the baseline for assessment. Data points like KDA, damage, kill participation, and hero pool paint a player's performance. But this data isn't everything.
The dive and the Numenor Blast is already out. They flicker to make short work, but Formaze, he's still buying more than enough time. Here it comes the Death Sonata as well. Auto attack.
Wait a minute.
Auto attack.
Wait.
He's not playing. He's done it.
Player impact is also a key factor, taking in game actions and decisions that may not reflect on paper, but true plays that win the game.
See the future?
No way! Naomi finds a hook out of nothing again! It does not make sense!
Even if it's just with a single play.
Are they going to disengage? No, the pullback by the implosion is going to be able to find 3, make it 4! Oh my goodness!
And other times, it is about performing at a godly level.
That just might be a full wipeout. That's it. Homeboys now make a beeline through the mid lane.
Sunset Lover, he's all by himself here. Homeboys getting ready to push it in.
They got it. They got it.
They got it.
Oh, Sunset flickered for it, and he dies to bottom time. He does it. It takes out TV.
And other times, it's about being completely dominated.
Weaving in and out, stinging like a bee. There's a knockup. Down goes Edward. Huge punish from Onyx. But the Filipino sniper takes one from the back.
Can he though? Give it to him. 3 members chasing him down, and there's only so much alone he can do. There's the wipeout. There's the last takedown.
How would you decide the MVP?
So, let's go off onto that question. It was nice looking down memory lane again. Some of the best plays in M Series history, and it was nice to be reminded some of them. Or for the first time, that was the first time I actually got to really acknowledge that play that Formaze did as that Ruby. So, Gideon, what makes an MVP for you?
I mean, you know, having casted every one of those games. No, I'm kidding.
You were there for a lot of them.
I've witnessed all of them in person. It's pretty crazy because when you look at it and think about the most valuable player, yes, the statistics are extremely important, but it's what he brings to the table. What changed that game in that singular moment? And obviously, the one that really stands out for me is whether that play turned it around for the whole team.
Yeah, because there's amazing, you know, plays that happen time and time again. But that's the point that Gideon just made. Does it turn a team like in their favor or a game in their favor based off that single play? Is it this moment or is it a culmination of moments that happen? And the greatest players that we think about, even with that preview that we got there, that's usually the case, right? Those are those singular moments that turn the tides and bring those teams the success.
Now, here we are, game number 3, and an MVP performance from any of the players that we see on our screens right now could be the difference maker in deciding who will move on to the knockout stages to join, potentially, Falcon, NIP Flash, Twisted Minds, CFU, and Team Spirit, as RRQ Hoshi are the only team that you can say 100% have moved on to the knockout stage. BTK's Moba Zane said, I hope that teams continue to underestimate our strength. And now we find ourselves in the cusp of history potentially repeating itself as BTK might pull off an upset against the Filipino champions, similar to what they did in the M3 World Championship. The Super Fam gets blue side and they ban the Fredrin.
Oh, so it was worth the ban in comparison to what me and Gideon both thought here, but that's respect. That's the purest form of it, and we already know, you know, Bloodthirsty Kings, they're on that quest. They're one step closer. They just need that one little thing to do to get there. And then you take out one of the biggest success heroes that they found, the Fredrin, that might be maybe one of the many things that FNOM needs to do.
I think another pick that they might even consider at this point is probably also stealing away that Bruno from Zia, make it play something a little bit more volatile. But no, BTK, they're one step ahead. They're like, okay, we're not even going to give them the option of stealing, so let's make the gold lane interesting.
Let me help you.
Let me help you out.
Okay, they take away the Bruno. Funnily enough, that might actually also turn off the idea of Fnatic Onyx Philippines having enough damage take down another glue pick coming in from Fried Chicken. Now, if you're asking, okay, what does Captain America play now? Oh no, his Fredrin's gone. Well, I mean, he showed off the Soyun game #1, but if you look back at the utility-minded junglers that he showed off in NACT, there are two, Alpha and, well, Akai.
Oh, but this is great coming in from Fnop's side. A strong opener once again with that Cho. Again, Shark is really, really dangerous here, right? From his time in M3 all the way to now, the biggest evolution is that he is not afraid to make the play anymore. Under pressure, usually you see him making some awkward decisions, but now he is decisive and he is extremely, extremely quick on the call.
That was the glaring thing from the previous game where, typically if you've been watching Shark for a while, maybe he makes some hesitation. And this could actually be for a lot of roamers that are developing, and then eventually something happens in their development as a player to the point where they're just confident alongside the team with them to follow through on the initiations that they make. And sometimes, you know, some people might be watching and be like, why did they do that? Why did they go in? But usually it's for the better of the game, and you can see these picks come up already. That is the Hilda being locked in here. Of course, the Suyo again.
I love it. I love the Hilda pick. Really strong as an EXP laner. A great flex. And now even for not going into that Joy for some late game insurance while still being able to fight around the map. This is going to be interesting.
Interesting pick, as the Alpha is still open for Fnatic Onyx Philippines to take, but they decided to take the Joy. Could be a little bit greedy, but could also be FNOP signaling that, we're looking at Zia and Hoon to be our main takedown targets.
I think they might also want to consider playing the Loyi once again, because like if you are going for Joy, Yve is wide open.
Yep, they take away one of Hoon's picks. Valentina is still up on the board alongside with his Aurora. If they want to be a little bit more protective, they can go Vexana as well. But let's see which one it is. Ooh, they get the 1-1 first for Zia.
Okay, well, we knew that the gold lane was going to be shaken up a little bit here. The 1-1, so knowing Kelro, what are we expecting him to go with? Because, some of those bans might still be choking down the gold lane if possible, but what do you want to play into this because of the fact that you have a 1-1 across from you?
Well, initially, I was hoping that, Bruno was probably going to get led through. Beatrix is probably the next thing that probably comes to mind, considering that they already have a Cho as well as an RWM, so it only makes sense, right? But on the contrary, we've seen a couple of ways of teams to deal specifically against the Wan is Granger. And I'm not sure whether or not, like, it's a pretty high-risk gold laner, because I don't think anybody has really cracked down on the emblem set as well as the build for Granger to make it work.
Yeah, also, Granger's been getting hella kills in M6 wildcard, M6 Swiss, but not getting hella wins.
Yeah, he's doing hella damage.
He would go like 16 kills, 2 deaths, 14 assists, L.
Looks cool, but
it looks cool.
You gotta win.
It's kind of cursed.
Actually, wait, what's its current win rate now that we think about it? We could probably double check that in just a bit here, because as we see Akai, the follow-up ban for the side of Fnop as BTK holds priority, the fact that they're banning out this Khalid begs a couple of questions, right? Are they genuinely worried about, hey, looking for pressure and maybe attacking that backline? Because with the Wan, you need to have a little bit of trust in your gold laner to say, all right, I'm going to take care of one engagement tool, not all of the engagement tools.
Yeah. Ooh. They decided to take away the Claude. I mean, it is a Keldra signature, but I feel like there are better damage options that you can go for, honestly.
Unless they want to play Valentina and steal the RWM, and technically IMU, and Claude is the natural answer to the RWM.
To be fair, that could be a possibility.
Think you'd play the Harith here?
Team is picking.
With that, I mean, another pick that Kelro likes to go, and you could play that into the Zaman Force combination with the real world manipulation.
But then is that too much magic damage at this point? Like, their damage distribution is heavily towards magic side, so at this point, unless you're like, a bunch of you go for like Genius Wand to kind of help out, then I don't see that happening.
There's a hella good pick here by BTK. First 4 picks actually really good. Because you take away comfort for Kirk. Now this might actually swerve Kirk to go into the XP lane Cho, and then they get a different pick for the roamer, maybe Brusco signature and the Gatot. But then the problem is, it's not really a backline heavy comp. BTK are looking to play sort of divey. Still, it's going to be the 1-1 staying in the back, but the 1-1 wants to get kind of close to hit those marks.
I'm curious to know, does Kirk play Benedetta?
If he has, it's been very rarely that he does.
Not in the last season, no.
Yeah, there's the Gatakacha.
Iritho?
Team is picking.
Yeah, Iritho.
Yep. I mean, it's a classic way to deal with the 1-on-1 to beat her in lane. She walks up,
Yeah.
roar, arrows, you've lost the trade.
Load, no armor, and I'm done.
It's shredding. I think this is going to be interesting for BTK because now they have to utilize information and guarantee they land some permanent damage on Fnatic, whether it be in structures or stealing jungle farm. But those are their only two things that can realistically grab.
Okay, BTK now goes a little bit more aggressive. They could take it, and honestly, hard to see who'll win this game number 3.
Thank you, panelists. The fans of North America and Philippines all clenching their backside holes right now because this is the final game in this best of 3. And only one team will emerge victorious. Is NA going to lock in that slot, or will Fnatic Onyx Philippines fulfill that destiny? There's only one way to find out. Trax, how you feeling right now?
I'm feeling good. I think everybody in the crowd right now is feeling good. I don't think any of us thought it would go this far. For all you here, Fnatic Onyx Philippines, give it up. And if you're here for BTK, show some love. We're jumping into the land of Dawn for game number 3 in the faded finals of this Swiss match. Who will take it all?
Who will join the Kings of Kings in that knockout stage to place that logo right beside them on that board? Of course, Jungle Star, we got BTK, Mobazane on that purple buff first. So again, parallel jungling, they're both going to end up on where the gold laners are. Heavy poke on that mid side, that's what you got to contend with if you are up against a Yve. But top side as well, this Irithel into 1-1 is going to pose a bit of a problem for Zia, because Kara can just always perform that drive-by, always stress your armor, outranges you. Zia already used his Inspire.
And Fnatic Onyx Philippines already going for this. Send our EXP laner up to the top side. Let Joy farm a bit. It's definitely interesting. Fnatic Onyx Philippines know they want to maybe play this aggressive. Know that last time they lost because they lost out on that mid. So this time they're taking control of the river. They're taking control of the mid lane.
And you get the taunt mid side. Hunu is going to take a lot of punishment. You're dealing with a Hilda that likes to move around a lot. Well, Kirkcho solves that problem, right? You get double roamer, essentially, and you can also match the tempo of this Hilda. And a Hilda that doesn't get to move around freely without interference is a Hilda neutered in that early game.
And look at the pressure already on to Mobazane. Did he steal that? King Kong? King Kong just used the retry. It's like, listen, bro, we know what we need to do. We're going to slow you down. We're going to be in your face all game today.
He's going to hit 5 first, and he will have retry back up in time for the turtle. So nothing much was lost for King Kong, but for Mobazane, you can already feel that pressure, right? This Yve got taught, this show just outpacing BTK's lineup at the start. Edith, Hilda, they all have to just take it in their face early on.
Yeah. A little bit of damage on to Kirk there. Hoon and Shark got to try to clear this wave quick to get over to this turtle, but Brusco and Kirk already in position to zone them away as Mobazane tries to get this purple buff. There's no time. King Kong able to take the turtle, but 2 WMs come down. Shark goes down with them. Fly Chicken falls. Super Prince on the aggression as Mobazane is forced to back off with Kirk in his face.
And unfortunate for BTK, they decided to take that fight, which I feel like they should have just let it go because, again, Mobazane was late.
Ooh.
He's gonna go down.
Big Way of the Dragon does land on to Mobazane, and Brusco takes the kill. Kirk showing off in the jungle.
Didn't take that loss in the second game lightly. And FNOP, this is the biggest goal lead generated by one team in this series thus far, right? At least this early on, below 3 minutes, almost a 2K advantage for Fnatic Onyx Philippines, but the worst has yet to come. All lanes are won by the Filipino super family, and BTK are struggling at every single corner.
Yeah, the super family feels like a different beast right now coming into this game. The past 2 games, the highest gold lead we saw for about the first 8 minutes was 500 or 600 gold.
Yeah.
This time, Fnatic Onyx Philippines is kicking things into gear. The engine is revving. And Fnatic Onyx Philippines are showing BTK why they're the favorites.
And look at Kirk. He's going to proxy this wave. And BTK, there's nothing that they can do about Kirk. He's just going to waste time.
Kirk able to get the kick, trying to run away, but they should be able to get the kill here. Kirk still surviving, but wasting time. Precious seconds of BTK.
If Zia has any spidey senses, it's a good time to start considering backing off. Just give out space to Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Wait for backup. They can't really do much in this situation. Again, FNOP just moves so much faster. King Kong once more taxing that purple buff of Mobile Zane, just like how he did in Game 1 when we had a similar matchup.
Yeah, Zia gets his first item locked in. He finally gets that Corrosion Scythe. Gonna help out a bit, but it's still gonna be some time. You know, the Wan already not the most extreme meta hero we've seen. I think Skylar's one of the only ones that have really pulled it off amazingly so far in M6, and it takes some time for it to really pop off. Fnatic, Onyx know this. That's why they're putting on the pressure. BTK has to try to hang on for this first mid, I mean, maybe even into late game.
Not only that, how are you going to unlock all that weakness points for your ultimate, right? All of them are so mobile. Cho is gonna dance around, you know, with his Jit Kundo and Shunpo. You gotta try to contend with the RWM the Super Free's gonna set up. It's tough.
Kirk once again hunting for Moba Zane, man. Kirk knows the assignment right now. Here comes the AOG, able to lock on. Hoon able to steal it. RWM does come out. Brusco with an AOG of his own. The damage lands on a Shark. He brings out the primal form. Kelra in a little bit of trouble. Zia going toe-to-toe, but he might get taken down. Zia falls. King Kong gets the kill. As Fried Chicken looks for the next target. Moba Zane able to lock down Brusco. 1-for-1. Turtle for turtle.
BTK cannot breathe that big sigh of relief just yet, because that was only possible because it was the early game, right? Kara doesn't have his items just yet. Any other situation, he would have blown up Zia in under 3 seconds. So BTK, they got the turtle somehow. Mobile Zane, as always, good on their retreat button. Even getting 2 kills for themselves. King Kong will attack the purple buff again. Can they stop him?
King Kong low.
Oh.
Mobile Zane misses. King Kong just gets away. Threads the needle. Able to slide out to safety. And he takes the purple along with him.
Even takes the buff after missing his retribution, I believe. Yeah, King Kong used his retreat first and still got it. Bot side, they want to look for a play.
AOG comes out, does not lock on to Zia, but does fend him away. Zia's dancing right now. He's looking for towers. He's looking for space. He's looking for gold because he knows the clock is ticking. And right now, Kelra's clock is ticking much faster.
Kelra is accelerating for sure. He's gonna go for, I mean, he went for Haskell straight for first item, then only completed his tough boots. It will only get harder from here. Berserker's Fury will be the second item for sure. For Kelra, if he at some point wants to go for Ballistic Gun, I wouldn't be against it for the extra range against such a short-reaching team like BTK.
Hoon takes the AOG once again, looking for some looking for some engaged possibilities. I think the goal is maybe don't use it so early, maybe wait out until you pop that AOG. Don't make it the first skill to come out of your team. Use it as a response, use it as a chase, use it as, you know, peeling for your team, something else than just diving into your enemies.
It's all about picking up poison. If you steal AOG, then RWM is going to be kind of that obstacle, and vice versa, right? If you steal RWM, Brusco can just jump on top of you with his Avatar of the Guardian. So in this case, I think Hoon has to really make those smart decisions. Stalling on this mid wave is the first step. Third turtle now, the point of contention.
Oh, Kirk with another kick. Puts Moba Zane back into his grave. Fried Chicken falls next and Hoon's in trouble. He's looking for the escape, but there's no escape from the Super Family. A triple kill for Kelra. And the advance keeps coming. BTK against the ropes.
Phenom are just too fast for BTK to keep up. This was the second time that Phenom makes a move. And BTK tried to fight and they lost.
Zia gets crossbow Tang, able to find Kirk. More shots fired off. Can he back off? Shark in a little bit of trouble. Kelra gonna go in for the chase with the dive, but does not find another. BTK just slide by.
Guess it's the silver lining. Consolation prize getting Kirk. Zia getting the kill is massive. Had to use Inspire for it. They still lost the mid-tier 1, but BTK needs to really stabilize this game. King Kong once more steals the purple buff. Wonder if we could get a stat of how many purple buffs King Kong has stolen from Mobile Zane. 2 levels ahead of the Suyo. Mobile Zane forced to go to the top side, and everyone else from BTK now starting to recognize that we need to stick by Zia. He is the president of North America right now, and we need him alive. We need him for the late game.
At this point, the amount of buffs that Moba Zane has gotten, he's a glorified EXP laner. It's definitely tough for him. Yeah. He can't farm, he can't get his purple, he can't get his orange, and even look at King Kong now on the mini-map. He's going for another one. The damage is outputting Moba Zane, just able to get it, but even that's a hard time.
It's also a minor switcher from King Kong, this time going for Temporal Rain for the talent instead of the Warcry, so then reduce cooldown for his dashes. Even more mobility given over to the Joy in these team fights, right? At the drop of a hat, King Kong can just decimate this backline, and you don't necessarily have to dive onto Zia. If you can get a Hoon, that is good enough. If you can force Zia out away from the fight, it is already a win condition. And not only that, Kelra can always catch up with that sprint on this Irithel.
They got to do something about Kirk, man. Kirk is having a hard time. I mean, Kirk is just making them have a hard time. Shark goes down. King Kong, I saw it coming. I'm watching the mini-map, and Shark's just inching closer and closer to Kirk. Man, and I mean, it's similar. Right now, the Cho has just been such a strong pick from game 2 to now. It has been a decider.
Isolation factor that it provides with the kick. And from the start, I already pointed out that this Edith is going to have a hard time even trying to keep up.
Yeah.
And now we are seeing Shark just not having a game at all.
Oh, a little bit of damage on Imobazane, a lot of damage on Imobazane. Kelra finds another one, 4-0 in 2. King Kong solos the Lord, and Fnatic Onic inch closer to their ticket to the knockouts.
I feel like Fnatic has taken off the waist, right? That Rock Lee waist, they've taken it off, and they're now ready to brawl.
Yeah.
Just moving at supersonic speed, almost 6k goalie with the first Lord. BTK might have to let this go.
Yeah, they're gonna have to back off, and look at the kick! Kirk, how do you do it? 5-man wipe as Kelra cleans their clocks. Mobazane back on the map, trying to defend. The minions are there. Fnatic Onic backs off, but there's still a Lord coming, ready to knock down the castle.
This is it might be early to say this, but I'll say it anyways. It's checkmate for BTK. No amount of miracle can save NA right now. FNOP can go for the end.
That's it. AOD to the back. Mobazane off the map. Fnatic Onic attack. They want their name on the plaque. BTK trying to defend, pushing them away once again. Fnatic Onic PH. Let it happen. Let it burn slow, because the Lord is still coming.
The Lord hasn't even arrived at any of the structures just yet. And FNOP can continue to put an impact. I mean, look
at the damage.
He's just taking out the front line of BTK like they were made of butter.
BTK stuck in the base, waiting for hell to come right now. Fnatic Onic PH has brought Armageddon along with them. Kelra 7-0 in 4. We're 11 minutes in. I'm wondering if he's maxed out. And look at the damage. Deleted. Gone. Taken out. Another one on the chopping block. BTK in shambles. Shark deleted. Zia falls. Kelra looking for the Maniac. Looking for the Savage. Couldn't quite get it, but Fnatic Onic Philippines are going to take this tower. In the Philippines, there are no kings. Just the super family.
Pure domination as they let this play out in a celebratory fashion. Fnatic Onic Philippines will be your second team to join the Kings of Kings in the knockout stage. 2-1 over the Bloodthirsty Kings, as NA will have to take a seat in that 2-1 bracket. And this is truly Fnatic unleashed in that third game. We thought that game 1 and 2 were close, but in this game number 3, it wasn't even remotely a contest.
They took off the weights, like you said. The Rock Lee weights are off. They were moving at high speed. They brought the aggression to BTK in the early game, and they took it.
They just ran with it. Congratulations to Fnatic Onic Philippines. We're going to toss it back to the panel to talk about this game.
I mean, it is December, Thanksgiving's over, bring out the lechon, it's Christmas time, as the Filipinos will move forward to the knockout stages. Thunderstruck was BTK.
That was a clean ending.
It was crazy. Honestly, it was crazy with such a lead, and honestly, I gotta give it. If Brusco doesn't get MVP by the end of this, I'm gonna be upset.
Brusco is your pick for MVP.
Brusco. My bad. I was already thinking. I was thinking Kirk. I was literally talking about. I was literally talking about. I can't.
Yeah, you were literally going, oh my God, Kirk!
The Cho is such a pivotal pick here. Oh my goodness, so good.
So good. I just across the board. This game 3 was like, I mean, it was under 12 minutes too.
Yeah.
But just a complete dominating game for FNOP, and realistically, if you've been watching them for a while now, this is I don't even know if I could say this is their peak gameplay. Like, I feel like there's still something in the tank here for them, but it was an absolute just performance from them. And I think peak MLBB obviously in this game 3 for them. But yeah, I think Kirk 100% was deserving of MVP for this game because he did so much on the Chopic. And the casters mentioned this too, how great this hero alone has been. But in the hands of Kirk like this and how this played out, phenomenal.
I don't know about you, Rema, but do you feel like, you know, Fnatic Onic PH felt a little disrespected, and now it's like, okay, we got to put the hammer down. We got to show who's Papa.
That's what it felt like. That's what it felt like when we saw RRQ go up against Twisted Minds and they qualified, and that's what it felt like in this game number 3 after BTK was able to test FNOP in the first 2. Thunderstruck again, they were left. Let's go on over to the stage with Rose and members of Fnatic Onic.
The second team to officially make it to the knockout stages. Fnatic Onic Philippines taking a 2-1 win against BTK. And right now I have with me King Kong and of course, Coach Why Not. Hello, first of all, congratulations guys.
Thank you.
Okay, King Kong, let's start with you. You just went through 4 intense days of Swiss stages. How do you feel the competition is like right now in the M6?
Sobrang saya.
You're happy, but is the competition like intense or you think it's easy?
Minsan intense, minsan easy eh.
Sometimes intense, sometimes easy. Maybe you can dive deeper into that. When is it intense? When is it easy?
MOBA saying intense.
Oh, okay, okay. Now, I like that. I like that. We'll get to that later. Okay, Coach, Why Not? I'm pretty sure not just us here, not just the casters, but people all over the world were probably wondering, Coach, why Layla?
Why Layla?
Yeah, maybe you can explain why you guys decided to pick Layla. It's the first time.
I think it's a tribute to Malaysia, to the great Chico guys. Right? Chico. And Kelra respects Chico very much. So it's something that he thought about, that it might counter Bruno. And yeah, it was a success.
Okay, I like that. I do think it is a good tribute to Chiku guys, and it's nice to see that Kelra actually does respect Chiku guys, and I'm pretty sure he's watching right now. You know what? Hi Chiku, look, you might not be in M6 this time around, but there are players that still look up to you. Thank you very much, Coach. Okay, King Kong, back to MOBA Zane. In a video earlier, there was a video we saw. You said you wanted to meet MOBA Zane. Now that you've met him, what do you think about his performance?
Ang lakas niya mag-pred rin, kaso pred rin lang.
Oh! Okay, now this one's good. So, as you all know, I just asked, how is MOBA Zane's performance? He said, he's good at Fredrin, but Fredrin only. All right, King Kong, now King Kong. You've already met MOBA Zane. What other junglers do you want to meet that you think are good? Because everybody says you're one of the best.
RRQ, Sutsujin.
And? Give me 3, give me 3.
3?
Sutsujin.
SRG, Sekis.
Sakais. Last.
Vamos, Chibi.
Oh. Now, if the matchup does happen, I'm pretty sure this is going to be very, very intense. Okay, Coach, why not? Maybe as a coach, in your opinion, give me at least 3 teams that you think can make it to the knockout stages.
I mean, obviously BTK. I mean, the other 2-1 teams gotta respect the Fredrin. They gotta respect the macro of BTK. You know, apart from them, it's really a free-for-all. I mean, the 1-2s, it's very scary. Those are champions. But if I had to choose, definitely SRG and TLID.
Oh, okay. Now, you know what? I do agree. BTK did give them a fight just now, and it wasn't an easy fight. We can see BTK was fighting back. SRG and TLID, you know what? Hopefully these 2 teams do make it, so King Kong can actually meet them in the knockout stages. Okay, King Kong, to wrap up the interview, what do you want to say to the Sonics? We can see that the Sonics, full support in Malaysia, and I'm pretty sure in the Philippines as well and all over the world.
Sa mga Sonics na sumusuporta since day one, thank you sa pagsuporta lagi sa amin. Abangan niyo pa kami sa mga susunod pa naming laban.
He said to all the Sonics, thank you very much for supporting us. Don't forget to stay tuned to our upcoming matches and just continue supporting them. Thank you very much to Coach Why Not and to King Kong. And with that, let's throw it over to the panel to break down what happened in this game against BTK.
Congratulations again to Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Thank you, Rose, King Kong, and Coach Why Not. And, well, I like that. I was telling Gideon this. I really like that Coach Why Not still got to play to the crowd a little bit and thanked the one and only Chico guys for that Layla pick as an inspiration.
Hey, he's not the only one. King Kong Zor already putting 2 Malaysian junglers on that stage for that top 3 as well to face off. So again, great game so far. And I think this is one of the more technical games overall in the entirety of the Swiss stage, right? I think by far from drafting all the way to the in-game macro and micro.
I think that's why, too, you still heard it on stage. You know, there's still the respect there, of course, for BTK, because they are one of the teams that I would say didn't bring FNOP to their limit, but they definitely brought the game and they made it a great series ahead of them. Obviously, Game 3, very one-sided, but there's still a lot that BTK, I think, can show us, and hopefully also Mobazane can go ahead and answer that to King Kong. Play more than the Fredrin, because, yeah, his Fredrin's amazing, but what else does he have in the tank?
Yeah, they look like that just became a big signal to the rest of the teams in the 2-1 column now. So let's look back at this game and how it ended in less than 12 minutes. Fnatic Onyx Philippines just running over BTK. I believe it's a good place to start with Gideon that you were mentioning. Very enthusiastically, the Irithel into the 1-1 pick was just perfect.
Yeah, I mean, it's the direct counter to specifically this 1-1, right? Because if you want to go for weakness points, Kelra can outpace you every single time. And, I mean, obviously, 1-1 doesn't really care about move speed and generally focuses more on that attack speed, but Kelra can easily just go in and out of these fights. Wait for your Queen's Call, go back in, rip, let it rip, pull back, rinse and repeat all over again. And it's a very difficult lane for Zia, which is pretty interesting considering that BTK was hoping that he was able to hold on his own, knowing that they saw the Cho, they saw the RWM as well.
I think it was really hard to for BTK to really focus on something because you have, you know, an Irithel, the sprint, but also a Joy across from you. Like, where are you going to look? You know, in a way, it's a different diversion, you know, like this lineup. And I think that's what made it so successful for them because it really just caused so much chaos against whatever BTK was trying to do. And if that's the plan from a team like this from FNOP, you're going to fall behind. You're going to fall behind fast, and that's exactly what happened here.
Divide and conquer against a team that are very good at playing together, playing as a unit to support their president, whoever it is in the lineup. But for Fnatic Onyx Philippines, I'm glad you mentioned the joy and the idea of where does BTK go, because at some point it felt like it was just that. It was like, all right, we finally patched you know that thing in cartoons when a ship is sinking, they patch one hole, another one pops up, they patch that, 3 more pop up. That's what it felt like.
You know what a perfect example of that too was in the game? When King Kong shouldn't have escaped that purple buff steal.
No. Oh, when he stole it? Yeah.
That was, honestly, God, that was disgusting. That was illegal. He should not have been allowed to do that, but that's the beauty when you have Temporal Rain, right? Which again, is one of the few adjustments we saw from King Kong. Instead of going for Warcry, where it's about, hey, I don't mind going in and out of these fights as long as I can get this to a trigger, I'm going to deal a decent amount of damage. But now with the Temporal Rain, I can get in and out a lot more effectively, because honestly, with or without the Warcry, Joy still does an absurd amount of damage.
Yeah, it felt like what we saw there in that game number 3 was a team that understood and finally got completely what it felt like to go up against BTK. And with some key adjustments, let's now talk about that Cho pick that you were raving on about.
Because again, Cho versus the Hilda, it is not Cho favored at all. You're trying to keep up with pace with the Hilda, but then look for those big No way!
Well, he got him.
Yeah, he got that maniac there.
Who set it up for him? who had to get on his knees and tell him, hey, Kelra, get on my back real quick. I'll get you over that wall.
Yeah, you know, Kirk did an amazing job. Like, let's be honest, he was his own MVP for this game, and it allows every single time, you know, with these, whether it's an XP laner, whether it's a roamer, they set these gold laners to shine. And obviously, Kelra, he was able to shine the way he did, getting this MVP performance, even that Maniac at the end, because of all the activation that was given to him. And again, he also played a part before he was actually online with multiple items. He played a part in causing that chaos, where then it allowed Kirk to just, and when everybody on BTK is freaking out, here comes Kirk, kicks, boom, and then you're dead, you know, and that what worked out so well. Shout out to Leo.
Well, we did pose a question, what makes an MVP? And this MVP performance from what many hail to be the gold standard, apparently it was multiple multi-kills throughout the game. Triple kills and a maniac to boot to wrap it all up. One of the best ways to say that a gold laner is the best in their role is just when they find the right timing to pop off. And in those last 2 minutes, Kelra found the right timing to pop off.
I mean, especially when you have like such strong pillars like Brusco, Super Prince, and as well as Kirk to kind of lay out the red carpet for you, right?
Yeah.
It's, I mean, I would say that in this particular game against the Bloodthirsty Kings, the biggest issue that I saw in it is the fact that when you want to make a proactive play, you are getting the information, but off of the very first interaction in the game, they never really found that solid footing anymore after that, despite having, you know, a strong Hilda pick. Hey, by the way, Joy isn't on this side of the map. Be careful on the opposite side. I rotate, I sacrifice my farm, and even then, I still am not finding these big turnarounds.
Yeah, I think overall it was just a situation where BTK, they had too many problems to solve, like because of this lineup that FNOT brought to the table. And I can see where some of the, you know, some of the stuff that they drafted, they brought to the table, even with the Hilda, it should have worked in theory. But when you fall behind so fast with this kind of lineup, and we saw them again, it was a point where sometimes it wasn't even just FNOT, you know, collapsing down after a kick from Kirk. It was just raw power even. And that's what we saw even from the numbers. And that played a huge part in allowing FNOT to just dominate that game 3.
Yeah, it just went like cross-map control up the wazoo. Like, literally everywhere was just controlled. But that last series that we saw wasn't the only one filled with great moments. Here are the top 5 plays of the day all throughout round 3 of the Swiss stages. Let's see what this first one is. And it's, earlier in the day, Aurora and Ulfidnar.
Oh, which one was this one actually? Is this the big turnaround?
I feel like this is the, it's the Edward, okay, hold on.
No, this is the Domeng show, right?
Domeng, yeah.
Yeah, this is the Domeng show. Look at him go. Look at him go. The initial slide tackle, and honestly, the fact that he was able to get away with so much here really just goes to show that, you know, Bruno is deadly in the hands of the right pilots.
Of course,
We had a Savage yet, by the way?
No, just a bunch of maniacs.
Just a bunch of maniacs, right? Oh, that's what I thought. I mean, this play obviously amazing too. This is, you know, unfortunate because this Hellcurt playing a part, but look at the damage. It was great to see this too.
Oh, just look at Sing. I mean, honestly, the fact that Sing got away with so much in this game and really made that impact to last, great stuff. But then Team Spirit versus Team Liquid ID, this is one hell of a match.
Oh, again, the Beleric of Sawa, the godfather of EECA, and Hiko showing off just why he's so darn good right now in this M6.
Yeah, something to watch too, again, is if one shot gets his hands on a Fanny, you're going to have to watch out for. Again, this is BTK and Fnatic Onyx Philippines, and this is just the back and forth that we got to see throughout the series. But, you know, Moba Zane here, picking that Fredrin, but this play, this is the crash down, actually.
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, after opening up that map initially, and then finally, look at that last auto. Where's it going?
Bong.
Poor guy, poor guy. Oh, a second one coming out from Fnatic Onyx PH and Bloodthirsty Kings.
Also, 2 to close out the top 5 plays of the day, presented to us by Kid Dia. It's,
that's the one that made Gideon go, "Wah, Kirk!" that was the play there. Great stuff. I mean, I feel like there was so many actually top plays today that could have happened, but great to see those 5. And I think it's a showcase of really just how good all the teams are obviously playing at this point in M6 already.
Personally, for me, I think that when we are looking at not only the meta and what the top level of MLBB is right now, there's a huge diversity of heroes, but the most important thing to me is the skill expression from some of the best players around the world. You know exactly what they are doing, and you know exactly how they are feeling when they're showing off.
Yeah, when the best players in the world in Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports can express who they are with the heroes they use, forgive me, this sounds kind of cheesy, but they just end up making beautiful art. Speaking of beautiful art, from a Filipino perspective, I kind of like the mural we're about to see get formed right before our eyes, because take a look at this. It's the gold standard himself, putting it up there with RRQ Hoshi.
So once again, congratulations to Fnatic Onic PH being the second team to qualify with a perfect 3-0 score here. Honestly, after watching that one, you would have thought there were more stakes in that game, but generally, just moving on is good enough.
Moving on is good enough. I think you can also chalk it up as a great learning experience for BTK because you heard them back in the other days when they were playing, when they did have that 2-0, and we heard during the interview that they wanted to play against the stronger teams. Well, then you go and play against the tournament favorite, and you go 3 games with them. So I feel like that's a great learning experience for them, and hopefully, that brings them into their next game.
Yeah, and what I like about what RQ Hoshi and Fnatic Onic Philippines showed to get to that 3-0 standing this Swiss stage is both of their final series to qualify tested them. The game 1 that Twisted Minds brought out the chip and that Nolan combo to test RQ Hoshi, and of course for Fnatic Onic Philippines against BTK, the one that we just saw. The draw is coming up. The next Swiss stage draw, it'll be myself and Naisu plus a special guest doing that. So before we go, any final words to talk about your feelings for this round 3 in the Swiss stage?
Oh, round 3 in the Swiss stage, I definitely think that, teams are still experimenting with what is currently good in the meta, and I think it is evolving in front of our eyes. Thank God that M6 is almost a month long.
Yeah, we still have, 14 days or so of it, and, I'm also hoping I still have both my citizenships because that was a hell of a series to watch, and I can't wait to see more of the Swiss stage because it's been amazing so far.
On behalf of all the talents that showed up here today, of course, Trex and Husky, Naisu and Gideon, we will now be going on over to the Swiss stage draws, so please stick around as M6 isn't done yet.
starts now.
M6 スイスウォッチ明治
Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the group draw here. I am Naisu, joined with Renmar. How you doing, man?
I requested for a box
I
for
know.
this segment.
We usually have a box when we have
Yeah.
to stand next to each other, but hey, we're gonna make it work, right?
Yeah, we will.
right.
I know someone back there has been wanting to see this image for a very long time, and you finally got it.
You
And I'm
finally
very
got
happy
it.
to be here, so thank you.
Again, we are going to be getting ready for the draw after a jam-packed, action-packed day concluding with some upsets, I would say. You know, some upsets happened today, but we are excited. And we're going to be joined, actually, today. We aren't doing the draw ourselves, like usual, like the routine here. We're going to have a special guest with us. I think we're ready to go ahead and invite our special guest to join us for the draw here. It's going to be none other than Geek Fam's Boloyski.
Hey, round of applause for Boloyski!
Woo!
What's
Welcome,
up?
Boloyski.
How are you doing? How are you doing?
I'm good.
All right. I almost spoke it.
I was gonna say.
Yeah, your prediction of 2-0 didn't hit for Fnatic Onic PH, but real quick, how do you feel about the Fnatic Onic win against BTK just now?
To be honest, I expect them to win 2-0, but it's a good win anyway, so...
Boloy, were you impressed also by BTK's performance here? Did you expect it to be 3 games, in your opinion?
In my opinion, no. I kinda underestimate them, but they really have a good team fight. So next time they will face other strong team, I will not be surprised if they can give a good match or even win.
Okay, there we go. I think part of it too is like we heard from King Kong and Coach Why Not, the Fredrin seems to be an answer so far, but we are going to go ahead and get ready for the draw. That's what everybody is waiting for. It is time for that. Just to let you everybody know watching this again, the matches here are going to be correct, but you guys have to wait till we post the scheduling for the matches. So to start things off, Boloy, we are going to start with the 2-1 teams, all right? So every team in here, 2-1 currently, and we will go ahead and fill out the bracket. So Boloy, go ahead and... it's up to you, man. You know, you get to feel the heat here. Of course, last time we had a draw too, it was great to have Boston Gaming, and now first draw. Yep, first draw for 2-1.
It's CFU Gaming, the Sharks of Cambodia.
CFU Gaming, first ones to go up there towards the top. Again,
All right.
a amazing performance earlier today.
Yeah.
an upset, I would say, for some people, you know?
Yeah.
And
I'll hold it. Can I hold it? I've never held one.
You want to? You got
Cool.
That's called responsibility.
Yeah, that's it. I'm good. I'm good. All right, Baloyski. Again, this will not be the opponent of CFU Gaming. They will go into the left side of the bracket. So not facing CFU will be Falcon Esports. So they're going to be going under CFU Gaming in that side of that bracket.
Interesting, man. I mean, both teams being drawn here that did defeat Malaysian teams, you know? Falcon taking that 1-0 against SRG earlier on. So for the next one.
Go for it. You know, CFU Gaming and Falcon Esports was a match that would be a favorite match of mine if ever it came up, but no. Oh, wow. Twisted Minds. Remember the team that took one game away from RQ Hoshi before they made it there via their chip pick?
They've been so good so well as well. Twisted Minds doing really good things. Now we get to find out who the opponents are going to be, Baloy. This is where the pressure, you know, it starts to build. First opponent for CFU Gaming. Go ahead and draw.
All right. Baloyski, what match are you going to give us? CFU of Cambodia will face off against Team Spirit of ECA.
Team Spirit again, after what we saw today. That's going to be an amazing matchup. I mean, both teams up to this point, the story that they have here. Next up against Falcon Esports. You got two teams left to draw this out. Choice is yours, Baloyski.
Will they face?
You gotta crack that one over. There you go.
Falcon and NIP would be banger if ever. Oh.
There it is.
BTK.
BTK and Falcon Esports, man.
It's wild to see that there'll actually be 3 teams qualifying from that side of the bracket. All right, Baloyski.
Last one.
Yeah, that we know that's NIP Flash. The Singaporean representatives will go up against Twisted Minds. Poetic, actually, it's just gonna be crazy draft after crazy draft if ever NIP Flash finally decides to bring out the crazy picks.
And there we have it. That's at least our bracket, at least for the 2-1 teams. We have some few teams left for the 1 and 2. So go ahead and start your first draw from there. So we can get built up here. Mix that around.
I like how Baloyski's a man of business. He said, I came here for the group draw, and we will get the group draw done. And the first one drew is Vamos.
Vamos.
Of Malaysia. All right. So I know the Malaysians here right now in IOI are do not want to see a potential Vamos versus SRG matchup. So go ahead. Go for it. Did Baloyski bless Malaysia?
Ooh.
KBG.
Yeah.
We're good.
That's getting a little iffy there, Renmar.
I don't know how all the dudes who've done this before, it's like I'm getting nerves. I mean, you already got one representative in there, but I am getting nervous right now.
Ooh, and the last one over there on that bottom side, the left side, it's going to be Aurora.
Aurora.
MLBB.
If we end up getting an elimination Aurora versus SRG match, I just don't know how to feel about that.
Come on, Big Brain Baloy.
Big Brain
like
Baloy
likes to say. This one's up to you.
It is.
Against Vamos. Who is it going to be?
S2G. The team that took SRG down in the very first match will now take on Team Vamos. And KBG.
Baloy, take a minute.
Take a minute, yeah.
Take a breath. Because you got some people waiting for this one against KVG.
I have a question for Baloy.
Go for it.
Do you want to see Aurora versus SRG?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, they need to face each other on a knockout.
And let's see if we'll actually get it. Baloyski.
KBG opponent. There it is. SRG. You can hear the reaction, of course, for everybody right now.
But then that means...
And the last opponent for Aurora MLBB
is Team Liquid.
Team Liquid
of
ID.
The champion of Indonesia will face off against the runner-up of the Philippines. The champions of Malaysia will face off against the champions of China. And the runner-up of Malaysia will face off against the champions of Turkey.
How are we feeling? How do you feel, Beloisky, about the draw results right now for this stage, for the next stage of the game?
I think I draw play pretty good. They can beat each other, I think, definitely.
So you think very competitive are the matches we're going to be seeing. Before we move on, though, Beloisky, what do you feel about Fnatic, Onyx PH, and RRQ? If ever, or let's say a personal power ranking from Beloisky, as of now, who do you think is the stronger team? Fnatic, Onyx PH, or RRQ?
I probably Onyx PH. They have the aggressive play style on the early game, but meanwhile the RQ have a strong team fight also, and we just need to see.
Beloy, I'm curious because you're very familiar with the players from Fnatic Onyx Philippines also. What do you think makes them so good? Is it literally just really the super family concept of the synergy that they have? Is that what makes them such a strong team?
For me, the reason they're the very strong team is when they're playing aggressive, all of them is having the same mind. They all have the same brain. Even in team fights, they have different targets, and then they really know their job desk, and that's what I like with them.
Looking at the upper portion of the bracket right now, with CFU, Team Spirit, and all of that, which matchup there are you looking forward to seeing the most?
For me, definitely this one. Like
instantly already excited for that one. Yeah, in that one. Let's start there.
I want to see the Team Spirit versus CFU because for me, I really like this team. I really want Team Spirit to show what can they do more. I feel that they still have gas tank left on their arsenal. So I'm just excited.
It's also special because this is now also best of threes that we have to take in consideration. We've spent so long in best of one territory, and we know how that can change the course of the games. But now that we're in the best of three, and lastly, Beloy, how about here? These teams right here, which one are you the most excited about to watch unfold?
Definitely the Aurora and the Liquid. I was begging for Liquid and SRG because they both have good assassins. I really want to see their matchup, but yeah, sorry for Indonesian. I have you Aurora then.
Hey, you know what? That's the nature of the draw, though. And it's good that Beloisky did the draw for us, right, Mark?
Yeah, though we didn't touch any of the predictions or the results, but of course, Beloisky, I just want to say thank you for the result that you gave us at the end of this draw. I feel like the next round of Swiss is going to be so good. Thanks, man.
Speaking of the next stage of the Swiss stage, we are going to be having a ticket sale for all you guys that do want to catch the action here. Again, there's 14 days left. You can go ahead and grab it, check out here, because we still have some tickets to be sold, and I think they even let some more out, so you guys can come watch, because so far, from all the stages that we've seen up to this point, it's been electrifying, and I know the audience has loved it too. They've been here to support all the teams competing, of course, and now that we're getting to this half of the tournament, it's going to be very crucial to see how things fall into place, right?
Yeah, and I think now the schedule is ready. So let's look at the screens to see the matchups for the next day of Swiss stages. It won't be tomorrow. It will be on Tuesday, if I'm not mistaken.
December 3rd, I believe it is.
December 3rd, yeah.
December 3rd, we're starting off with Twisted and NIP Flash, and then, of course, Falcon Esports and BTK, and CFU and Team Spirit.
So no eliminations yet, but by the next one, we're gonna see which teams are going to be advancing forward. But for the day 6 schedule, that's when we start seeing eliminations.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough one again. The nature of the tournament, teams have to go home. Vamos versus S2G at KBG and SRG, and Rora and TLID. Just, I don't know, man. Both days, honestly, there's so many good matches to watch. We heard already from Beloisky which ones he's excited about. I'm sure for you guys as well, especially after seeing what unfolded just today alone. Real quick, I just want to go ahead and pick your mind a little bit, Beloisky. What do you think the struggle has been for Malaysian teams? Because, we're here in the home turf of Malaysia, and they've struggled a little bit. We saw an upset even today. What do you think the struggle, like if you could just say one struggle for the Malaysian teams that you're noticing as a pro player?
For me, for SRG, I think I honestly think they are still the top team, top contender to win the M series. This one, they just need to learn how to close out game better. But about Vamos, I don't know. Maybe they just having a hard time on the meta, probably. But for SRG, I probably see them as one of the strongest team still in the M6.
Yeah, I think that goes along the lines of a lot of things that we said about SRG just needing to close out better, as Boloyski mentioned. Of course, their biggest high-profile loss came from Falcon Esports with them unbeing able to close it out. And well, for Vamos, as interesting as their take on the meta is, I think at some point they're going to have to stabilize that.
You got to stabilize it. Boloyski, before we wrap things up, any message you want to throw out there, either to Indonesia or the Philippines or anyone in general, to go ahead and close out the day? Anything you want to say?
Whatever I draw, I'm sorry, or you're welcome also if you like. Thank you.
You know, I'm just going to put it out there. Go to the comment section and say #ThankYouBaloy.
#ThankYouBaloy. Guys, that is going to be it for us here. Again, I'm Naisu. This is Renmar and our special guest, Boloyski, to join us for the draw. Thank you so much for joining us today. We'll be back here at December 3 for the next stage. Until then, we'll see you next time.
Lost in the shadows, feeling so small. But I've got a fire, won't let myself fall. Every hit taken, every scar earned, lessons in pain from which I've learned. When the world says I'm done, I'm just starting my run. Through the darkest of nights, I will find. You won't get me down. You won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down. No, I'll never back down. A force to behold, and it waits to unfold. When worlds converge and dreams ignite, there are millions to witness the champion arise. With every challenge, we push with all our might, for we